era of football. Est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 276. Honey confidence. For that confident Master Wang, he naturally did not think that there was anything wrong with his idea. In his opinion, although some of the teammates he recruited were very poor, they were still acceptable. At least they could cooperate with him. With his excellent level, there was still hope to win the opponent. He was not unaware of the complaints of his subordinates, but Master Wang just thought disdainfully in his heart, do you really think that the level I showed in the first game is my real level? My character attribute points are as high as 813 points. And I am proficient in 43 of the 60 heroes. Even if the opponent studies my first game, they will never know what kind of strength I have concealed. Without some skills, how can I have the confidence to lead you useless people to the final game? Nonsense. Wang Yuanfen confidently led his team to the arena that was about to start. Entering the arena and waiting in the locker room, there was still an hour before the game started. The use of our hero cards has been submitted for record. Now I can tell you that in this game, I will show my full strength. Wang Yuanfen said confidently. What kind of total strength? One of the subordinates asked. I have 813 attribute points. In addition to speed-type heroes, I'm also quite proficient in heroes with explosive offensive capabilities. Our tactic for this game is to rush into the middle lane with me as the core. We have practiced the specific tactics before. You should know how to do it, right? Hearing Wang Yuanfen say that his attributes exceeded 800 points, all the subordinates were surprised. They really didn't know this before, but just thought that Wang Yuanfen's attribute points were at most more than 700 points, reaching the level of professional players. Otherwise, no matter how arrogant this boss is, he would not think that he has the ability to lead the team into professional competitions. Now it seems that this boss really has some secrets hidden. With such a high attribute point account, plus his operation level is really quite good. If he works hard, he should have a chance, right? These veterans all know that 800 attribute points are not rare in the mythical area of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Many ordinary players with great luck have accounts with extremely high attribute points. However, due to talent and other reasons, they cannot bring out such attribute points. Moreover, it is impossible for ordinary players to get legendary materials to fully bring out their attribute points. In the first game, Wang Yuanfen only hit 2 legendary equipment, which obviously concealed his strength. In amateur competitions, the only ones who can really have an advantage in strength are the dozen or so former professional clubs, and they have to be clubs that have played in professional competitions in the past 10 years to have a huge advantage over ordinary teams. However, even in these clubs, there are almost no players with more than 800 attribute points. In this amateur competition, there was only one former professional player who was recognized as having more than 800 attribute points, and that was the current captain of the Sky, Philae. The other attribute points were only around 700 points. However, this was normal. These former professional players were at least trustworthy in terms of their operating level. If there was an account with 800 points, it would definitely be snatched away by the super team. You know, even in the super team, there would not be too many professional players with 800 attribute points, otherwise they would not deliberately call the players with this attribute point as god-level players. Even if Wang Yuanfen still had a certain gap in strength with the real professional players, he had already surpassed the level of ordinary players. With such a powerful account and such a player leading the team, it might not be difficult to achieve good results. Thinking of this, the morale of the entire team really rose a lot. After all, the opponent's strength is not bad. If they can defeat the opponent and try to dig up those 3 guys who were not bad, Wang Yuanfen's team will have the capital to impact the finals. If they can enter the finals, just like the plan made by Wang Yuanfen, they will definitely be able to attract many frustrated former professional players. These people can't gain a foothold in the professional league. They may have various defects, but their overall level is much better than ordinary players. With Wang Yuanfen's financial resources, if he can recruit such a group of players and then get a good head coach, there is hope that he can break through the siege in the playoffs. Although all this sounds a bit like a mirage, every step needs to be very cautious, but in theory, it is completely feasible. Although the group of people under Wang Yuanfen can't be any professional players, they are all veterans in the myth zone. With a professional club, they naturally have to form a guild. As the earliest players to follow Wang Yuanfen, they are also a good choice to serve as the management of the guild. As for whether the guild can quickly become strong, will this still be a problem? Just look at Zheng Qi. It is only a Class A team, but it has a guild strength close to the top 5 guilds. Isn't it because of money? Anyway, our boss has money. With such emotions, the team passing by your world began to went to the competition venue. At the same time, the team of the Extraordinary Club also went to the venue. Butler Meng appeared in the coaching seat on the sidelines. This is not common in amateur leagues, because many amateur teams cannot have a head coach, so the league specifically stipulates that coaches in amateur competitions can command through the team channel, but they cannot use coaching skills on the sidelines to affect the game, otherwise, the side without a coach will suffer too much. Being able to command is also a compensation for the side with a coach. After all, they have a coach, so they can't suffer a loss. In the first game, Butler Meng was just a decoration sitting in the coaching seat. He didn't even command because the opponent didn't have a coach either. Butler Meng disdained to bully such an opponent, not to mention that the game itself was very smooth, so there was no need for the opponent to command. But today, when he walked onto the coaching bench, Meng looked at the opponent's coaching bench in surprise, because there was also a coach sitting there. There's actually a coach. Meng thought to himself, and then took a look at the opponent's ID and found that it was still a professional coach, an assistant coach of the Class A Team Liho. He was not very famous and had never commanded in a formal game. He was more responsible for training and guidance. It seems that he is doing private work. Meng thought to himself that ordinary coaches in professional leagues often do not earn much, and they can only get a better environment for self-improvement in professional clubs. Therefore, in many cases, the clubs do not have much constraints on these coaches. If amateur teams invite them to help, as long as it does not affect the essential work, it does not matter. It is also a support for the popularization of professional skills to the amateur group. It seems that this coach is the same. What Meng did not know is that the coach also looked at Meng with some surprise. For the same reason, it was really surprising to meet the opponent with a coach in an amateur game. It's probably the elder of this team. Can such a person have any command ability? The coach with the ID Nanchan Ho thought to himself. This guy has upgraded his rifle to a cannon. Zheng Qi said to the others around him when he was preparing to go on stage. Yeah, he's wearing all legendary equipment, very arrogant. Yuan Ziquan said. Zheng Qi and his team don't have many legendary equipment now, only 2 or 3 pieces each. Although they were wearing all legendary equipment when they fought for the boss in the myth area before, it was inevitable that they would die and the equipment materials would be exploded, resulting in downgrades. After the explosion, they did not upgrade the equipment in time, so although Zheng Qi and his 8 former elite team members now have legendary equipment, they only have 2 or 3 pieces. Compared with Wang Yuanfen, who has upgraded all 8 pieces of equipment to the legendary level, of course, they are much worse. Well, the others are also wearing red clothes, and the attribute points of these guys are not low. This is something Zheng Qi and his team had observed before. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the only one who really hides their strength is their captain. Su Jing said with a smile. Well, adapt to the situation and kill them. Zheng Qi waved his fist. At the same time, Wang Yuanfen, who was about to play, looked at the surrounding stands in surprise. Although the competition venue is fully enclosed, it only blocked the sound and skill attacks. The transparent ceiling still allowed him to see the situation in the surrounding stands. Wang Yuanfen only took a glance and found that the surrounding stands were densely packed with spectators, which was much more exaggerated than thus past thousands of people in the stands during their first game. So many people came to watch our game. It must be that our wonderful performance in the first game attracted them. Wang Yuanfen said complacently. He didn't know that the Fifth Club had set the attendance record for the amateur league in the first game. After all, he was very busy now. He had to think about tactics and so on, and he didn't have time to pay attention to these details. However, quite a few of his subordinates paid attention to this detail. Boss, this Fifth Club is the club that set the amateur game spectator record in the first round. Their spectators for that game were more than 1.3 million. What? They are so popular? Wang Yuanfen was shocked. Yes, I've read the news, it's true. The subordinate replied. There is such an unknown amateur club. It seems that after the game, I really need to get in touch with them. Maybe I can wipe out their entire club. Wang Yuanfen still maintained great confidence and said. For such a boss who always maintains great confidence, what else can his subordinates say? Chapter 277 Who is the core? The map for the competition is Tongan. When the scene of the competition appeared in front of everyone, Zheng Qi sighed. This map is also a map with a very interesting origin. It is based on the Battle of Tongan during the Zheng Qi rebellion. The famous Tang general Jashianzi retreated to Tongan, but Emperor Xuanzang of Tang believed in slander and executed Jashianzi. He appointed the famous general Xuan to guard Tongan. The rebel general and Lushang could not capture the city after a long siege. However, Emperor Xuanzang of Tang made another stupid move. After believing the rumors that the rebels were not strong enough, he forced Xuan to go out of the city to destroy the rebels. Xuan cried for a while and led his army out of the city. As expected, he was ambushed by the rebel general Kui Kaianyu. Less than 10,000 people of the 200,000-strong army retreated to Tongan. From then on, the Zheng Qi rebellion began to take shape, and the prosperous Tang dynasty declined. History has become the past. This map is just one of the maps used in professional games. It is relatively easy to adapt to. There are cliffs on both sides. Only the places near the goals of both sides can be ambushed. The two sides near the midfield are impossible to climb. The terrain is flat. It depends entirely on the individual ability of both sides and the ability to cooperate with each other in a small range. This map is quite beneficial to their rushing style of play. When they came on the court, Dynamic Light Wave complained. "Anyway, I will deal with their captain," Yuanzi Quangdao said excitedly. Shadow is very confident, Zheng Qi praised. "Of course, only opponents of equal strength can inspire my fighting spirit," Yuanzi Quangdao laughed. "Pick a side, kick off." The number of spectators at the sidelines of this game was slightly less than the first game. After all, in the first game, many people came to watch because they couldn't save face for the members of the FIFA club. After losing interest in this game, they stopped coming. However, many Zheng Qi and Haitian players chose to continue watching the FIFA club's game. The reason was simple. The FIFA club played very beautifully, while against those ordinary Yamata teams, it was simply a one-sided massacre. After watching high-level competitions, it was also quite interesting to watch the abuse of the weak, and the tickets were also very cheap. What can 10 standard coins do now? It's just enough to have breakfast. So the number of spectators at the scene of this game and the audience watching the live broadcast at home reached more than 1.2 million, which was a little less than before, but still quite terrifying. Of course, more than 99% of the audience at the scene stood on the side of the FIFA club. They cheered and looked forward to seeing a wonderful game. The exciting game that met their expectations was, of course, one-sided, and then the players of the extraordinary club played all kinds of wonderful cooperation and easily won the game, but it was obvious that the opponent didn't seem to want to cooperate like this. The team that kicked off this game was the team that passed by a whole world. Fortunately, there was no commentator in the Yamata League's qualifiers, otherwise the team name alone would be enough for the commentator to think that this bowl of rice was too unpalatable. After the kickoff, the football was quickly passed back to the back court, and their large group of people just rushed over. 2 people rush forward, 2 people guard the back, Gideng Bailuo and others are in the middle. This formation is a bit of a posture, Zheng Qi muttered, and did not choose to rush up himself. The task given to him by Bartolomeng was not to shoot easily, but to be more of a commander on the field. The distance between their forwards and the middle is a little big, prepare to teleport, and cut off the connection between their forwards and midfielders. Zheng Qi quickly said to Suji in the team channel. Suji nodded, raised his hand, and Guojia's second skill rushed. Zhao Fen, Crazy Blade of Chaos and Xinyu were teleported at the same time, appearing from behind the 2 forwards of the other team at the right time. "Kill them!" Wang Yuanfen shouted, and immediately rushed up with a large force, wanting to join the forwards to eat up the 3 players of the extraordinary club who were alone in the deep. However, since they were teleported, the other members of the extraordinary club would not just watch. Under the command of Zheng Qi, Dynamic Light Wave raised his hand and smashed the opponent's midfield with a large range of skills, not to hurt the enemy, but just to block the opponent's advance. In addition to Crazy Blade of Chaos, Xinyi and Zhao Fen turned around and attacked the 2 forwards of the other team, intending to cooperate with Xin Zhaoyilin and others who followed up to form an advantage of more people against fewer people. Crazy Blade of Chaos shouted at Wang Yuanfen, "Come on, singles. Do you think I'm stupid?" Wang Yuanfen muttered, and then quickly issued 2 instructions in the team channel. The 2 forwards of Wang Yuanfen's team, who were surrounded, ignored the attack behind them and began to charge forward, while the large force around Wang Yuanfen circled to both sides and began to attack from both sides. The reaction is very intense. Zheng Qi sighed and commanded Xinzarilan and others to intercept separately. Dynamic Light Wave hesitated a little, but still obeyed Zheng Qi's command. Just when the two sides began to attack each other, when the skills of both sides were released vigorously and were about to block each other's vision, Wang Yuanfeng rushed over from the front with smoke and fire. The timing of this attack was indeed very accurate. The Chaos Mat Blade who was originally going to entangle Wang Yuanfeng was entangled by the opponent's back row. In such a melee, almost everyone's attention was only on the opponent in front of them, so that when Wang Yuanfeng accelerated his sprint, no one could stop him. Because he had to command the team, Zheng Qi stayed at the back. He immediately judged that if he didn't rush over, Wang Yuanfeng would break through his formation smoothly. However, the task that Meng Yuanjie gave him before the game was that he should not take action on the field, but just be a commander. Zheng Qi cursed in his heart, and then quickly said to Su Jing, "Coordinates 167.480, Zuda's second skill, as solid as a rock." Su Jing didn't have time to think, and immediately switched the hero card and used this skill. Just when Wang Yuanfeng was about to rush through the Fifan defense line, a stone wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Yuanfeng reacted quickly, and quickly stopped, rolled sideways and prepared to sprint forward again, but because of this delay, Linking He had quickly returned to defense and blocked him. Seeing that rushing down would be courting death, Wang Yuanfeng immediately chose to retreat. His speed was indeed very fast. When retreating, he kept changing positions flexibly, avoiding the continuous attacks of the Fifan players, and successfully returned to his own large team. Applause broke out in the stands. Wang Yuanfeng's performance was indeed very exciting. Relying on his speed, he played a 7-7 out game in the Fifan formation. Although he was unable to break through the Fifan defensor, it was still an extremely exciting performance. Even the audience who supported Fifan couldn't help but applaud him. However, Wang Yuanfeng was not satisfied. These guys are quite strong overall. The defensive players at the back can actually keep up with my speed. Wang Yuanfeng thought to himself, and at this time, the team channel came with a reminder from coach Nanshan Heo. The core of Fifan is not that chaotic mad knife, but Jinyan can buy. This reminder made Wang Yuanfeng feel like he had been enlightened. Chaotic mad knife was indeed very eye-catching on the field, but he was the one who rushed to the front line. Is there a core who rushed to the front line? Yes, but that was Lu Xiaoshan. Although every professional team will have a fierce general who rushes to the front line to break the formation, that will not be the core of the whole team. As a blade, as an arrow, it is certainly the sharpest weapon, but it is also the easiest to break. Of course, the core can't die easily and leave the field, and must stay on the field for a longer time. Fifan's core will not be Chaos Mat Blade, and Wang Yuanfeng also agrees with Nanshan Heo's judgment that Jining Kanbai's the opponent's core. If it weren't for Jining Kanbai's timely skill to stop him, he would have successfully broken through. At the time, his teammate would pass the ball to him from a long distance, and he could have scored. His team's game tactics are like this. In the stalemate, let him break through, and then pass the ball to his feet, and use his personal ability to complete the goal. This is the tactic that Wang Yuanfeng's team has repeatedly succeeded in. Although this tactic is simple, it is also a tactic that can only be played by professional teams. To achieve this effect, there are two prerequisites. First, other players must be willing to be supporting roles, and second, there must be a player who can break through. And Wang Yuanfeng's team really has these two conditions. Although the other players were not very strong, they were quite willing to be supporting roles. This was the power of money. Wang Yuanfeng's own ability to break through the formation was indeed quite good. Although he did not have the strong ability to break through the formation like Yixingxai Bang Fei, his speed and ability to find loopholes could play such a role to a certain extent. Find an opportunity to kill Jining Kanbai, and then defeat their defensor. Nanshan Heo continued to command. Although the single-player breakthrough tactics were simple, they were still very flexible. Wang Yuanfeng could score goals through breakthroughs, and he could also kill his opponent through breakthroughs. As a speed-type player, Zhao Yun, Sima Yi, Deng Aibai and other heroes with acceleration skills can certainly be used proficiently, not to mention that these heroes all have extremely explosive ultimates. If combined with Zheng Fei's ultimate move of 10,000 enemies, they can also have the ability to kill instantly. Although Jining Kanbai was very good, as a supporting player, her health would not be too high. Looking at her equipment, the attribute points of her physique were at most just over 80, and it was not difficult to kill 800 points of health. Contracted formation and prepare for the attack. Wang Yuanfeng shouted in the team channel. His team immediately began to gather towards the middle, as if preparing to force a breakthrough from the middle. Fifen's lineup also began to change, forming a thick middle defense line, while Su Jin, as a supporting player, was closer to the back. That's what I want you to think. Wang Yuanfen sneered in his heart. Chapter 278 Being Tricked. Tongan map is rarely seen in professional games because it is too orthodox. There is only one flat road and the two sides are completely inaccessible. There is no strategy to speak of when playing. It is just a battle of overall strength. Especially in professional games, everyone knows each other well, and there is no such thing as judging the characteristics and core of the opponent and then attacking them. If such a map is used, the game will be too unskilled. However, it often appears in amateur games, because many amateur teams do not have any tactical capabilities, and such maps are more suitable for them. In fact, in the preliminaries of amateur games, quite a few games are such simple maps, so as to avoid too many accidents and make one side particularly unfair. After all, the unexpected conditions on those maps will not cause too much hindrance to professional players, but for amateur teams, they may change the outcome of the game. The simpler the map, the fairer it will appear. Now Wang Yuanfen's team began to prepare for the mid-lane attack, and Fifen could only respond in this way, concentrating troops in the middle, and Su Jin was ready to support the whole team at any time in a place a little further back. Being too far forward or too far back is not what an excellent assistant should do. Wang Yuanfen's team began to attack. They charged very bravely. Generally speaking, in a head-on confrontation, it is most important to keep the formation tight and charge together with teammates, so that the damage can be shared, so that someone's physical value can't be replenished too quickly. However, this time, a player rushed up first without hesitation. While being killed by Fifen's concentrated fire, he also broke a gap in Fifen's defense line. Then two people rushed over. This kind of self-sacrificing charge caught Fifen's players off guard. Chaos Mat Blade rushed out diagonally to intercept the opponent's offensive, but an opponent player blocked him in front of him, and he directly used Zheng Qi's second skill to cut off the rear. A roar was heard, and Chaos Mat Blade, who had more attribute points in speed, couldn't resist the judgment of being blown away, and flew backwards involuntarily. After the Chaos Mat Blade was blown away, it was temporarily unable to interfere with the opponent's charge. Wang Yuanfen's other teammates continued to charge. Zhao Fen and others wanted to stop them, but they were also distracted by the impact. It was not wise to stand there and wait for others to attack. No matter how much physical energy they had, they could not withstand such an attack and impact. Therefore, the extraordinary players could only move their feet to avoid the opponent's impact. Such an impact would not last too long, because in such an impact, their own physical energy would also drop rapidly. As long as they avoided this period of impact, the counter-attack that followed would be enough to give them an advantage. Wang Yuanfen was naturally clear about this. If nothing unexpected happened, this wave of impact on his teammates looked very powerful and disrupted the extraordinary formation. However, after a while, the opponent's two wings surrounded him, and his teammates would be in a very unfavorable situation. However, he did not think of disrupting the opponent's formation like this. All he had to do was to kill the opponent's tactical core, Jin Yingkanbai. Now with their attack, there was only one teammate left to protect Jin Yingkanbai, and he was hiding in the protection of his teammates, and he had to quickly approach the opponent. Wang Yuanfen kept calculating the distance, and kept approaching Su Jin, who was performing auxiliary skills while retreating calmly. The opponent was obviously very confident, and it was precisely because of this confidence that Wang Yuanfen had a good opportunity. It's time, when the distance between Wang Yuanfen and Su Jin was reduced to 10 body positions, Wang Yuanfen moved immediately. With a light touch on the ground, Wang Yuanfen flew up and quickly closed the distance between him and Su Jin. Sun Yi's second skill, 1000 Miles Rush, can close the distance to the opponent by 8 body positions in a very short time. This distance is enough to hit the opponent. The reason why he didn't use the first skill to disguise and stealth is that in the competition, the stealth skill is to remind the opponent that he has some conspiracy. A team must have at least 2 or 3 players with heroes with insight skills such as Liu Baoyan. Once someone on the other side is invisible at close range, 1 or 2 insight skills will be thrown out. Insight skills often last for a long time and have a short cooldown time, which is the nemesis of these stealth skills. If it weren't for this feature, then the heroes with stealth skills would be too terrible in the game and could not be suppressed. So Wang Yuanfen didn't use the stealth skill to attract attention, but directly cut in front of Su Jin. After approaching, Sun Yi's ultimate move was immediately activated, Eagle Vision Wolf Guard. Incarnation Eagle Wolf, quickly attack. This is a big move with extremely strong explosive power. Although Sima is nominally a military strategist hero, in fact, he is not inferior to any general hero in melee attack. A set of Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard may not be able to take away Silent Shadow and Sinking Jade, but Wang Yuanfeng has been holding back for so long. Of course he intends to take away the opponent's core in one wave. He has already prepared everything for the next step. After Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard, he will switch to Zhao Yun Hero card and use a set of 7 in and 7 out big moves, and the opponent will inevitably die. Whether it is Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard or 7 in and 7 out, the faster their speed, the greater the power, and this is exactly the skill that suits Wang Yuanfeng's characteristics. Unfortunately, Wang Yuanfeng thought very well and planned very well, but he seemed to have forgotten an old saying: plans cannot keep up with changes. Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard was terminated before it was launched. Logically speaking, a big move like Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard is judged to be quite strong. Even if other people are frantically attacking Wang Yuanfeng at this time, he will finish this set first. What's more, with his movement speed, it is also quite difficult for the opponent to hit him at high speed. He can also surround Silent Shadow and Sinking Jade and use Silent Shadow and Sinking Jade to block the opponent's attack. However, when Wang Yuanfeng took the first step with Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard, green appeared on his body. Poisoning effect. Second step, bleeding effect. Third step, dizziness effect. Fourth step, floating effect. Eagle Vision and Wolf Guard is indeed one of the fastest big moves. He can still take 4 steps after being trapped in such a trap. However, Wang Yuanfeng, who is already floating in the air and has dizziness, poisoning and bleeding effects, knows in his heart that he has probably been fooled. There is only one skill that can bring so many negative effects, and that is hugely Arm's big move, the 8 diagrams. This big move is called the collection of the top 10 torches in the football era. Basically, any negative state you can think of will be applied one by one as long as you step into it. However, such a powerful big move is extremely cumbersome to use. How could the opponent calculate that he was preparing to deal with Jin Yingkenbai and deliberately put one behind Jin Yingkenbai? And Jin Yingkenbai just slowly retreated just to attract him, right? This Jin Yingkenbai seems not to be the opponent's core, because from the auxiliary skill Jin Yingkenbai used just now, she did not carry the hugely armed hero card, and definitely could not use this big move. Wang Yuanfeng finally came out of the dizziness and restored his vision. He was in the air and happened to see the dynamic light wave behind Jin Yingkenbai. His hands formed a magic circle again. Huge Lianu. Wang Yuanfeng, who was already at low health, could not even say a word. He was hit by the dynamic light wave twice in a row, and the whole person turned into light and flew away. The dynamic light wave is their core. Not Jin Yingkenbai. Too cunning, these 3 people can take turns to be their core. Wang Yuanfeng, who appeared on the bench, said angrily to Nanshan Ho. I also misjudged, these 3 young people have too many characteristics. One is good at assisting, one is good at various control skills, and one is good at fast attack. With these 3 people, the others also cooperate with them tacitly. It's really strange that such a team can be so unknown. Nanshan Ho sighed. So what should we do now? Wang Yuanfeng asked. There is no other way. Apart from these 3 people, the others are average in level. Some of them seem to be here to make up the numbers. They just caught you off guard. Don't play any tricks next. Just confront them head on. You should fully utilize the advantages of your character's attribute points. Theoretically, you should have nearly 100 more attribute points than any of them. Your speed is more than 180 points. Even if the crazy knife of chaos is about the same as your speed, he will definitely be worse than you in other attributes. If you fight him, you should catch up with him in speed and kill him with strength. Both dynamic light waves and static shadows are long-range attacks, so they won't interfere with you too much. Nanshan Ho spoke very quickly, and Wang Yuanfeng listened very seriously. Although he was a little immature, he always listened to the words of professionals, and Nanshan Ho's words were correct. Since the other party had no place to use on such a map, he could only rely on his own strength to fight. Now he still had the advantage of his strong character attribute points. Wang Yuanfeng firmly believed that the opponent could not have a character stronger than his own. Although many ordinary players have more than 800 points and some even have super accounts with more than 900 points, they are very few after all. During the time when Wang Yuanfeng was off the court, his teammates, who had already seemed to be unable to sustain in the attack, were rushed to pieces by Fifen's counterattack. The player who controlled the ball could only use a skill to make the football disappear in desperation. However, on such a clear map, it would not take long for the football to refresh. Fifen quickly got the ball and transported it to the front court. When Wang Yuanfeng just returned to the court, he had already captured their goal. 1-0, Tiffin's led passed by a whole world. I was fooled by your conspiracy this time. Next, let me show you my real ability. Wang Yuanfeng thought confidently in his heart when he returned to the court. Chapter 279. Confidence shattered. Wang Yuanfeng was indeed very confident. In his opinion, although the three opponents operated very well and judged his battle plan and set a trap for him, it also proved that the opponent's strength was just like that. Otherwise, there would be no need to set such a complicated trap. After all, no matter how skilled the operation of the 8 arrays was, it would take more than 10 seconds to set up. Although it was extremely powerful, it was fixed in a certain place. If he didn't want to kill Jin Yingkai, he would never step into that position. Wang Yuanfeng felt that as long as he was careful, he would not be perceived like this again. Moreover, the tactics just now were a bit aggressive. It was just a one-shot deal. If it didn't work, he would be killed by others. As long as he played steadily, there would be no problem. So, after the game resumed, Wang Yuanfeng led his men and confidently launched another attack. This time he did not use extreme offensive tactics, but adjusted the number of players on the field. Assaulters, assistants, defensive meat shields, and obstruction warlocks were all available. He began to use the most orthodox way to steadily advance. On such a map, such an orthodox attack method is actually the most difficult to deal with. Only by relying on one's own strength to overwhelm the opponent can one advance steadily. It is like two armies meeting on a narrow road. There is no way to retreat on both sides. If you retreat, you will be chased by the other side. At this time, all you can do is to fight with swords and guns, and turn the front battlefield into a huge meat grinder. Whoever can hold on to the end will win. So in leading his men to rush forward, Wang Yuanfeng was somewhat fortunate. He felt that it was fortunate that it was such a terrain that allowed him to fully exert his team's greatest advantage, that is, his own ability. Both sides set up the same charge lineup. There was nothing fancy about such a contact. It was nothing more than seeing whose auxiliary player had better protection and whose attacking player had more lethality. You must know that in such a confrontation, even if one side had more players, it would not be a problem. After all, they would return to the field in only 10 seconds, and then they could directly join the team from the back. The two sides were evenly matched at the beginning of the contact. Su Jing's auxiliary skills were used very skillfully. However, in such an environment, it was nothing more than a standing output. Any auxiliary player could do it very well, just like a test paper with only 20 points. A player with 100 points and a player with 30 points would not have any advantage on such a test paper. Wang Yuanfeng saw that the front was in a stalemate, and he immediately jumped up and prepared to attack from above. He had absolute confidence in his speed and instant lethality. At the same time, he was high above and could observe all the movements of the opponent clearly. As long as he did not fall into the pitfall skills such as the 8 diagrams, he could constantly interfere with the opponent's output through impact, and then escape before being surrounded. The perspective of the players in the football era is the main perspective rather than the God's perspective, so no matter how good the operation is and how strong the ability is, they must be in a very normal state to be able to play their own level. Except for professional players, it is difficult for ordinary players to fully play their attributes in such a situation. This is also the advantage of professional players. Wang Yuanfeng didn't believe that under his constant harassment, the opponent could still be like a professional player without any harassment. Small-scale chaos will surely spread quickly to the whole, and in this way, the advantage of the team will also be established quickly. In the last game, it was actually under his harassment that the opponent, who was not bad in itself, gradually became confused and eventually collapsed. After all, if you don't know and you'll be harassed, anyone will be quite panicked. However, the next moment, Wang Yuanfeng saw that the chaotic knife also jumped high and shot an arrow at him from a distance in the air. A chaotic arrow. Although this skill with guidance and forced repulsion did not take away much of Wang Yuanfeng's physical value, it made him fall directly from the air back to his own lineup. Damn, if this is the case, I will be entangled by him, right? How can this be? Wang Yuanfeng thought to himself, and then quickly moved to the edge of the cliff on both sides, stretched his feet on the edge of the cliff, and started to attack from the side. This time he was very careful not to let himself be in the air, but to move forward on the ground. Sure enough, the mad blade of chaos seemed to have set his sights on him. When he moved forward, the mad blade of chaos also met him head-on. You bastard, do you really think you can stop me? Wang Yuanfeng shouted, and then he used Toshishi's second skill, 8 arms good shooting. This skill is a bit similar to the Chaotic Army's arrow, but it does not have the characteristics of automatic guidance and repulsion. The advantage is that it can be fired continuously, which is a skill that shows one's hand speed and observation. There is still a distance between the two. In Wang Yuanfen's opinion, with his hand speed and observation, he can completely attack the opponent continuously from a long distance and play his advantages in speed and strength. What can the Mad Blade of Chaos deal with? Shooting each other. He really doesn't believe that the other guy can fight against him at his best. The Mad Blade of Chaos did not shoot at him. Instead, he roared directly and activated the first skill of Hannibal's hero card, leading by example. Leading by example, quickly close the distance between you and your opponent, and then quickly shoot. The distance between the two was quickly shortened. Wang Yuanfen was surprised. Leading by example can indeed shorten the distance between him and his opponent. However, at this distance, the opponent's attacks are not immune. That is to say, the more distance he moves forward, the more attacks he will receive. He will not be immune to the attacks along the way. He will receive all of them. He will lose as much health as he deserves. Wang Yuanfen's hand speed is enough for him to shoot 3 or 4 arrows during this period. Although the damage each time will not be too high, Wang Yuanfen believes that the damage caused by his strength attribute is still considerable. Moreover, in Wang Yuanfen's mind, if the speed of Chaos Mad Saber can be similar to his own, then he must be weaker in terms of strength and physique. It is possible that his physical value will drop by half. So when Chaos Mad Saber appeared in front of him, Wang Yuanfen did not retreat, but quickly went to meet him. Your physical value has dropped so much, can't I beat you? Wang Yuanfen thought to himself. The next moment, he saw Chaos Mad Saber start to attack him quickly. Hannibal's second skill, fighting to support the enemy, while attacking the opponent, he also gained compensation from the opponent's lost physical value. Wang Yuanfen directly activated Toshishi's ultimate skill, which not only increased speed and strength, but also reduced the opponent's damage. Although the speed of the Mad Blade of Chaos was indeed very fast, after he added speed and strength, he was still able to keep up with his speed and constantly hit him, but Wang Yuanfen's blood loss would not be too much, and naturally the blood absorbed by the Mad Blade of Chaos would not be too much. The two of them were entangled together. Although the terrain on this map was relatively narrow, it would not leave players no room for movement. So when the two fought, the others made way for them to fight to their heart's content without disturbing them. These guys are so confident. Wang Yuanfen thought to himself as he made his move. Since it was a one-on-one, he was relieved. He would kill an important player of the opponent first, and then take advantage of the situation. Both of them fought fast. From the perspective of skills, both sides chose heroes with acceleration skills and speed advantages. In such a fight, although both sides were very fast, they were still inevitably hit by the other side. In such a high-speed confrontation, the physical value taken away by being hit was more than in normal cases. After a fight, Wang Yuanfen noticed that his physical value was only about half. He only had half of his physical value left. How much would the Mad Blade of Chaos have? So he immediately switched to one of the most lethal heroes, Zheng Qi, and rushed towards the Mad Blade of Chaos with his ultimate move. If the Mad Blade of Chaos retreated, he could chase and kill him. If the Mad Blade of Chaos came forward, he could use his physical advantage to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. The next moment, he saw the same light coming out of the Mad Blade of Chaos. When a hero activates a big move, different lights will appear on the player's body. Different heroes have different lights. Some have different colors, some have different shapes. In short, for professional players, they can basically tell at a glance what big move the opponent has activated and what state of the hero card is used at this time. The same light, Zheng Qi's big move, thousands of chariots avoid white robes. This is an extremely lethal big move. Although it cannot be compared with Zheng Qi's super strong judgment big move that can kill with one hit, once it is used, continuous attacks will be launched in all directions. Even if you are surrounded, you can make the opponent temporarily avoid your limelight. Zheng Qi was once considered the strongest hero in the football era, and it also has a lot to do with his big move. This move can not only deal with opponents from all directions, but also can be concentrated together to face one opponent. Now two of the same big moves are used against each other. What will happen? Of course, some board players have done this, and even professional players have done countless experiments. The final result is that there is no definite rule, and such mutual attacks will not cancel each other out, but can be dodged. The two sides attack each other in this way, and the competition is who can hit the opponent more times while avoiding more attacks from the opponent. This is a comprehensive competition of skills. Ban Yuanfen is naturally full of confidence. His speed is not worse than the opponent, his physical fitness and various attributes are better, and his skills are not worse than the opponent. How could he fall? However, 10 seconds later, Ban Yuanfen was sent off the court with an unbelievable look. The Mad Blade of Chaos is still standing there. Although his physical fitness may have reached a very dangerous state, he did not fall. This is the most important key in the confrontation of the football era. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 280 How is it possible? Ban Yuanfen, who was sent off the field, was shocked for several seconds. He really couldn't accept such a result. Although in the previous fight, the skill control ability and evasion ability of Yuan Ziquangde were comparable to his, and the number of attacks avoided and hits on each other was almost the same, why was it him who fell instead of Yuan Ziquangde? This is unscientific. My health and strength are obviously higher than his, but why was it me who fell instead of him? If he didn't know that there would be no bugs and cheating in the football era, Ban Yuanfen would have protested to the referee. At this time, he saw Yuan Ziquangde retrieve and add a blood recovery skill to himself. The next moment, Su Jing's blood recovery skill also arrived. Maybe he was at low health before, but now he has recovered to his most recent state. What's going on? There is no reason for him to die later than me. Ban Yuanfen asked Nanshan-Ho depressedly. Nanshan-Ho was also confused at the moment. After hearing Ban Yuanfen's question, he calmed down and said, then there is only one explanation. What explanation? Ban Yuanfen asked. Although you have all legendary equipment, in fact, except for the speed that has been increased to more than 170 points, the other attribute points are only a little over 90 points, right? Nanshan-Ho asked. Ban Yuanfen nodded. 813 points, if evenly distributed, each attribute point is just over 100 points. He has now increased the speed to nearly 180 points. Of course, the other attributes are just enough to meet 90 points, so that the preparation can be upgraded to legendary materials. In fact, many professional players with more than 700 points, although they also have all legendary equipment, their attributes are not legendary enough. This is a simple calculation. The whole body is legendary just to prevent the opponent from understanding what equipment he has put his advantageous attribute points in. In the current trend of professional competitions, the attributes of just 700 points are already unqualified. After all, if the attribute points are less, the advantage will be much less. Although only the boots and chest armor of the Mad Blade of Chaos are legendary equipment, the rest of his equipment is also red equipment. If his attribute points are not worse than yours, the upper limit of the attribute points of red equipment is 90 points. He can completely fill up all these attribute points. Compared with you, he has no disadvantage at all. Nanshan-Ho said. How is it possible? How can he have such high attribute points? My attribute points are already at the level of a great god. Ban Yuanfen shouted in disbelief. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. Nanshan-Ho said helplessly. Ban Yuanfen was so shocked that he forgot to go on the court. If the attribute points of the Mad Blade of Chaos were not worse than his, or even higher than his, then would he still have a hope of winning this game? The opponent has 3 outstanding players, and he is the only one. The attribute points of the opponent are not worse than his, and all the advantages he relies on are gone. Under such a blow, he was completely unable to react for a while. It was not until Nanshan-Ho called him to indicate that he was going to play that Ban Yuanfen woke up. He looked up and saw his teammates being beaten and scattered by the opponent. Then Fifan easily scored the second goal. Ban Yuanfen played, but at this time he had lost all his confidence. The tactics that he could rely on were useless. The attributes that he could rely on were useless. How could he play this game? Will my dream of a professional team be shattered after 2 games? This is all an illusion. You can't beat me. Ban Yuanfen shouted at Fifan. Ha ha ha, this guy is really cute. Yuan Ziquangde laughed. What are you laughing at? You just have a higher attribute point. Ban Yuanfen said angrily. Hey, can this be used to criticize people? Yuan Ziquangde asked curiously. Ban Yuanfen blushed. This statement was really untenable. Lu Xiaoshan was so arrogant in the professional game, and no one criticized him for being so awesome because of the highest attribute point. On a narrow road, the bravest will win. On a map like this, it's time for us to show our fighting spirit. Go ahead, fight them. Wang Yuanfen shouted loudly. For him, he couldn't accept that his dream of joining a professional team would be shattered after 2 games. However, before he was sure of losing, he had to work harder. At least, he had to fight his opponents well to prove their level. As a middle schooler, Wang Yuanfen might be hit hard, but he would never lose his courage. Very good, this is the one who deserves to be my opponent. Fifen's middle schooler Yuan Ziquandao praised this. The 2 sides fought again, which was quite lively. Yuan Ziquandao targeted Wang Yuanfen again, and Wang Yuanfen also wanted to fight him again. The others tacitly gave up the empty field. For Fifen, the opponent only needed to pay attention to Wang Yuanfen. It was good for Yuan Ziquandao to hold him back. Wang Yuanfen's men knew that there was no chance of winning this game, so it was better to let the boss have fun. Fifen's game is very interesting. It goes without saying that he was bullying the weak opponent. This game was a one-on-one match, which was very interesting to watch. A fan of Zheng Qi in the stands said happily. That's right, we Fifen don't follow the ordinary path. A player from the Fifen guild also said happily. Wang Yuanfen didn't have any other ideas when fighting with Chaos Matblade this time. He just wanted to have a good fight. After a serious fight, Wang Yuanfen began to find that Nanshan He's judgment was really right. Whether it was from the perspective of confrontation and skill selection, Chaos Matblade was no worse than himself. Whether it was various attributes or the understanding and operation of skills, he could even suppress himself. Players of the same type, of about the same age, turned out to be better than him. This made the originally arrogant Wang Yuanfen feel a little frustrated. He rarely suffered setbacks in his life. How many attribute points do you have? Wang Yuanfen couldn't help asking in the fierce battle. He asked subconsciously because he was too curious about this question. He thought the other party wouldn't answer. Few people would answer other people's questions in such a fierce battle. But the Mad Blade of Chaos answered seriously. My attribute points? 879 points. Wang Yuanfen was shaking all over. He used all his skills but couldn't pass them. Then he was hit hard by the Mad Blade of Chaos. He turned into light and flew out of the competition venue. Hey, why didn't you block it? The Mad Blade of Chaos thought in surprise. Wang Yuanfen, who returned to the bench again, was hit hard. He couldn't help but be hit. Before last season, the highest attribute point in the league was Lu Xiaoshan, followed by Li Qing's. At the time, Li Qing's public attribute points were only 875 points, which means that it was 4 points lower than the current Mad Blade of Chaos. He could easily meet such a monster. What else could he say? In addition, his repeated misjudgments in this game also dealt him a huge blow. At first, he thought that the Mad Blade of Chaos was the core, then he thought that the Silent Shadow was the core, and then he thought that the Dynamic Light Wave was the core. Now he found that the Mad Blade of Chaos was the real core, right? If a guy with good operation ability and 879 attribute points is not the core, who else can be the core? The core players of ordinary super teams do not have such high attribute points. When encountering such a team, losing seems to be nothing great. When hearing Wang Yuanfen's voice say the attribute points of the Mad Blade of Chaos, Nanshan He was also stunned. He is the coach of the super team Li He, so he is naturally well informed. He also knows the attribute points of the core players in the professional league. Although these top players must have concealed some of their attributes like Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, they are generally the same. There may be some who can reach 850 attribute points now, but there will definitely not be many. At least their top player of Li He, Ungot Zhuangli, has only 847 attribute points at the latest, not yet 850 points. After all, after coming out of the new area, the player's attributes are basically fixed. It's not that there is no chance to get attribute points in the myth area, but the probability is too low. In addition, the time that professional players spend in the myth area is far less than that of ordinary players. After all, they still have to play games, train, and participate in commercial activities, so naturally they have fewer opportunities. Therefore, many famous players have been in the professional league for several years, and the growth of attribute points is also quite slow. A guy with 879 attribute points, and also has such a good operation, Nanshan He is naturally visionary. He came to help Wang Yuanfen, not just for money, of course, money is also a big factor. However, if Wang Yuanfen's skills were not close to the professional level, he would not bother to interact with such a person. In terms of skills, the Crazy Knife of Chaos is not worse than Wang Yuanfen, and even has a slight advantage. Such a technical level is close to the professional level. With his advantage in character attributes, at least in the first-class league, he can play well. Even in the Super League, he will probably have his value. It's a pity that such a player is still buried in amateur competitions, isn't it? Although Li Ho has started professional competitions now and cannot transfer, it is still possible to transfer in the second half of the season. Li Ho's top player Zhuang Li is a player with strong offensive power. However, although the level of Li Ho's other players is not bad, they lack some characteristics. As a result, the team led by Zhuang Li, a player with a high reputation and status, has always been in the middle of the Super League. From this perspective, it is unfair to him. As the team's strength increases, his level can also be better displayed. Nanchan Ho has made up his mind. When he returns, he will report to the top management to see if he can dig this guy over, of course, that is after the game is over. Although our team has been beaten badly now, we must try our best to help Wang Yuanfen to play well. This is professionalism. Chapter 281 They are all liars. Nanchan Ho is indeed a very professional coach. Under such circumstances, most of the players have lost their confidence. Even Wang Yuanfen feels that it is meaningless to continue the game. He still fulfills his duties as a coach. Of course, the final result seems to have made him work in vain, because in this game, although Wang Yuanfen's team caused some trouble to Fifen Club, it did not affect the final overall situation. Fifen Club led the opponent by 5 goals in the first half, and scored another 5 in the second half, continuing to win the second round with a double-digit score. Interesting, this game is more interesting than the last one. Yes, although the last game was easy, the opponent was too weak. This game is different. The opponent is also okay, but it still hit double digits. Fifen Club is very strong. Kang must be nervous now, ha 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 ha. There is nothing to be nervous about if we are not in the same district. Zheng Qi and Haitian's fans who came to watch the excitement chatted one after another, and left the game scene while chatting, while Fifen's fans stayed and kept cheering. Their team did not disappoint them. They crushed the amateurs so much. This is something that only former professional teams can do. If they can do it, will it be a long time before they can enter the professional arena? We already have a huge guild system and an excellent team. With such a foundation, even if we can't succeed this year, there will always be opportunities next year and the year after. Although when they thought about it, they forgot that if they can't succeed this year or next year, it will be difficult for these players who have become famous in amateur competitions to stay in the extraordinary club. This is the fate of many amateur teams. They may have outstanding players and brilliant performances, but if they don't enter the professional competition, other teams will come to poach them, and the whole team will fall apart. No one can resist the temptation of becoming a professional player. Only those who are lucky enough to become a professional team without being noticed by others and have the support of the consortium can keep it going. There are fewer and fewer grassroots teams that can successfully become super teams. Because even if they become a Class A team and have sponsorship sources, they may not be able to enter the super arena. Compared with super teams, Class A teams do have a very hard life, and the fans of the Fifen Club don't think about how many thorns there will be in the future. What they care about is just the happiness at the moment. Of course, they don't know the composition of the Fifen Club. In fact, the Fifen Club is not a real club now, because their equity is too dispersed, and all the equity is owned by the players themselves. Such a team has much greater cohesion than ordinary teams. Even if they can't enter the professional arena this year, it will be difficult for them to break up next year. Nanchan Ho naturally didn't know this. After the game, he was ready to leave. Wang Yuanfen's team was eliminated, so he naturally ended his work. Although Wang Yuanfen gave him a year's salary, it was only limited to the game. If there was no game to play, what else could he do if he didn't leave? Besides, what Wang Yuanfen cared about was not this little money. Meeting you, it can be regarded as my previous life without good deeds. After the game, Wang Yuanfen said to Liu Hanzi depressedly. Yeah, if you hadn't met us, you might have made it to the finals. Wang Yuanfen felt very comfortable hearing what Liu Hanzi said. In his mind, Liu Hanzi had now become a master hermit, not the idiot youth he thought he was at the time, so he was very happy to hear this. It seems that my team really has the possibility of making it to the finals, and it's not just my fantasy at the time. You can also make it to the finals. So I'm Yuanfa and plan to support the other party. Our goal is to get one of the final 4 championships. Any team will tremble under our pressure. Liuanzi Guangdao said. His image in Wang Yuanfen's mind collapsed again. Wang Yuanfen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Relying on your current lineup. He was already arrogant, and he didn't think that he could get the qualification for the professional competition with his current lineup. He thought that after reaching the finals, he would use financial resources to attract those outstanding players, and then strive for the qualification for the professional competition. Even if the challenge failed, relying on the team's financial resources and reliability, he could still retain some outstanding players, and then recruit troops next year, which would be the time to strive for the professional competition. Wang Yuanfen had made a detailed plan for the future of the team, so he felt that what Chaos Matt Blade said was unreliable. There are 10 people in our team with more than 800 attribute points. Chaos Matt Blade smiled. It depends on your temper. I don't tell ordinary people. What? Wang Yuanfen was deeply shocked again. He was lucky to get an account with more than 800 points, which was already against the sky, and the other party actually hit 10. Do you think I'm stupid? Just when he was about to rant, he found that Liuanzi Guangdao had sent him a friend request. He added him as a friend, and then saw that Liuanzi Guangdao had sent him several screenshots in a row. Liuanzi Guangdao, attribute points 879. Silent Shadow, attribute points 883. Dynamic Light Wave, attribute points 852. Wandering Heart, attribute points 856. Zheng Qi, attribute points 847. Foxwords and Yuanyu, attribute points 832. Yuzi, attribute points 837. A row of more than 800 attribute points immediately dazzled Wang Yuanfen's eyes. Although it was very simple to edit the pictures now, there was no reason for the other party to deliberately use this to scare him. They had already won the game, so what was the point of scaring him? Even if someone had a bad taste, it would be meaningless. What about the other 3? Wang Yuanfen could only ask this question. Oh, 2 of them just passed 800 points, not worth mentioning, so I won't talk about the other one. The other one is a secret. Liuanzi Guangdao said with a smile. What team are you guys? Wang Yuanfen managed to say. We're the Fifan Club, formerly known as the Fifan Guild Alliance. Haven't you heard of us? We're so famous, said the Mad Blade of Chaos. Wang Yuanfen shook his head. He really hadn't heard of us. He started in District 106. Although he later mixed in the Myth District, his team's level was not high enough to participate in the boss competition. Go check it out and see how glorious the Fifan Guild in District 108 is. The Mad Blade of Chaos smiled and said, but I think you are also handsome and have a unique body. Are you interested in joining our Fifan Club? I think you are also a good man, and I can give you a top-ranking seat. Are you Song Jiang? Wang Yuanfen complained, and then cursed in his heart, damn, wait for me to use money to kill you. But he also began to be curious about the Fifan Guild in District 108. It's not difficult to find out these news without asking. I hope you play better. I'm leaving. Wang Yuanfen waved his hand and chose to leave the competition venue. What are you talking about with him? You are so happy talking. Zheng Qi came over and asked the Mad Blade of Chaos. We didn't talk about anything. We wanted to give him a chance to join us, but this guy is so pretentious that he didn't even bow down. Chaos Mad Knight said depressedly. You think too much. It's not that easy to bow down. Zheng Qi laughed and said, but he has some overlapping characteristics with you. Aren't you afraid of taking your place when he comes? TSK, how is that possible? I'm so awesome. Chaos Mad Knight said proudly. Okay, you're awesome. Zheng Qi laughed and patted Chaos Mad Knight on the shoulder. Since the opponent had already left the field, the extraordinary people would naturally not stay for too long. They just waved to the fans on the sidelines and then left the field. There was no need to interact. Anyway, they were all members of the Four Pests Alliance. It was not difficult for the Four Pests Alliance to see them. How did you observe that kid? After coming out of the holographic cabin, Butlerman gasped Zheng Qi. Yes, he is not bad. He is a little worse than Xiaodo. He is a good player. If he joins, our strength will be improved. Zheng Qi nodded. I don't know if we can recruit him. Butlerman said. Well, and then, if he comes, the team will be too noisy. This guy always chatters during the game, just like Xiaodo. Zheng Qi smiled bigly. You talk a lot too. The atmosphere of such a team, apart from anything else, will always be very warm. Butlerman laughed. I feel a little sympathetic to Brother Fei now. How did he survive when he was attacked by me and Yuanzi Guangdao? Zheng Qi touched his chin and said with a sigh. Maybe, you'll get used to it. Butler Meng said uncertainly. Shen Fei, who was training in Changfen, sneezed. Are you okay? Lu Xiaoshan, who was in the training room, turned his head immediately. No problem, I feel like someone is scolding me. Shen Fei smiled bigly. Some people, if you don't live with him, you really don't know what his characteristics are. Lu Xiaoshan, who was famous for being cold as ice, cold as snow, and concise, is actually a chatterbox during team training. Who can believe it? How can there be such an unscientific thing? Sneezing is nothing more than a jet phenomenon caused by strong stimulation of the nasal mucosa. Lu Xiaoshan began to talk non-stop. The Changfen players nearby left one after another, leaving Shen Fei alone with a wry smile listening to his long speech. Xiaoshan, sometimes he does talk too much. You must not feel psychologically burdened. After a while, when Xiang came over to persuade him, Shen Fei really wanted to cry. After getting close, the beauty will really be shattered. Who said Changfen is cool and awesome? They are all liars. Shen Fei thought in his heart with grief and anger. Chapter 282 Golden Avenue. For Nanshan he helped Wang Yuanfen to play in the amateur competition this time, which was considered to be a small amount of money. However, he found a new surprise, which made him feel quite happy. There are really some good players in this Fifan club. Can Lai Hao get some benefits from it? So, after leaving, Nanshan immediately chose to return to the club. Of course, private work cannot be taken in the club, although the club often has no opinion on this. It can't be done this way. He was in the holographic cabin at home, so he went out immediately after coming out and rushed to the club. After finding the head coach, he told him what he saw today with great interest. What is the name of this club? After listening, the head coach asked with great interest. It's the Fifan Club. I brought the videotape of their game here, you can take a look. Nanshan was about to take out the storage device while talking, but was stopped by the head coach. Fifan Club? Then there's no need to watch it. The head coach said. Nanshan was stunned. The head coach's behavior made him feel a little strange. You know, when Nanshan was describing it at the beginning, the head coach seemed very interested, but after hearing the name of the other club, he immediately lost interest. What happened? Well, it's not your fault that you didn't notice some things. This Fifan guild was already very famous in the new district last year. The head coach explained. This is a very strong team with a mature set of boss-grabbing techniques, so that few of the newcomers trained by our professional clubs could stand out in the last new district. This year, the newcomers sent to the new district are in units of 10, also to block the opponent's advantage. Is it them? Nanshan was stunned. He vaguely knew about this matter, but he really didn't know the specific situation. Yes, that's them. The head coach nodded. Last year, a club offered 2 billion to buy their monster pooling technique, but they refused. It's obvious that they want to make a big splash in the professional arena. And judging from their composition, the guild and the first team are already not short of people. To have such a monster pooling technique, the strength of the tactical department should also be very strong. As for the management and business departments, these departments can be easily established with money. But they may not have money. If they can be brought in, the strength of our club will be greatly improved. Nanshan was still a little hesitant. Impossible, top clubs have extended olive branches to them more than once or twice, and they only left one person. Do you know Changfeng's newcomer Shen Fei? He followed this group of people last season. The head coach laughed. Shen Fei came from this team? No wonder. Nanshan took a breath. And there is one thing you should not ignore. Fifan Club has sent 500 professional players to explore the new area this year. Now Fifan Guild is also very prosperous in Area 109. The head coach shook his head. Looking at this posture, they are planning to form a new club. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. It is impossible to dig it out. Then there is no way. Nanshan obviously understood this truth. He sighed and missed a good opportunity to make contributions to the club. Where is the rich young master you went to help? The head coach asked another question. They lost to Fifan, and Wang Yuanfen seemed to be very shocked. Nanshan smiled. He is still young. His skills are actually okay, but he lacks something. If he has the opportunity to hone his skills in the level league for a while and improve his temperament, he may become a good player in the Super League. The head coach thought for a while and said, "Don't even think about digging this person. He only wants to lead the team to play games, and doesn't want to join a professional team. Ho smiled and shook his head. Well, this second generation, how much money do you think his family has? The head coach asked an irrelevant question. I don't know, but it should be enough to buy our club, but our boss won't be stupid enough to sell it. Ho replied. While they were discussing Wang Yuanfen was looking up the information of the Fifen Club, including the glory of the Fifen Guild in the new era last year. This information is not difficult to find, but if you don't look for it, it won't appear in front of you. While reading, Wang Yuanfen began to feel that Chaos Mat Blade was not lying to him. Fifen Guild was so glorious in Area 108 last year, snatched so many carnival bosses, and created a group of powerful accounts, which is not a rare thing. With such a group of powerful accounts, plus a few players with excellent operating ability, they really have hope of getting a place in the professional competition. You have to know that those former professional clubs can't have so many powerful accounts. Although their players may be much better than Fifen, they are not overwhelmingly superior. On the contrary, Fifen's players have an overwhelming advantage in account attribute points, more than 100 attribute points. If all are placed on a certain attribute point, it will be a multiple advantage. Using this to suppress the opponent is a conspiracy that cannot be reversed by tactics. It's a pity that they only have 3 outstanding ones, which may not be able to lead the whole team. If there are more, it will be different. Now if they don't run into former professional teams, ordinary amateur teams will be completely defeated by them in terms of operation and attributes. It's easy to win to the finals, but it's not easy to get past the professional players. Wang Yuanfen thought to himself. Wang Yuanfen also has a clear understanding of the level of professional players. He knows that the level of those guys is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Even professional players who can't find a place in professional competitions are much better than ordinary players who have not received professional training in terms of accurate judgment. This can be seen from the elite groups of various guilds in the mid-zone. Although they are all members of the elite group, they have professional resumes. They are standard double-flowered red sticks and are the best at fighting. Compared with them, the masters among ordinary players are still far behind. If there can be 3 or 4 more professional level players, they will really have something to do. Wang Yuanfen thought to himself, and then he had an idea. Oh, these guys must not have much money, they are just put together temporarily. I might as well buy their club. Then I will have the money to introduce professional players in the finals. I will still be the captain at the time. Isn't it wonderful? Wang Yuanfen thought more and more beautifully. Before he formed a team, he didn't plan to play professional games with these guys. Instead, he planned to keep changing people and get excellent teammates. He firmly believed that his level was at the professional level. By then, he would be both the boss and the player. Even if he was a little worse, it would not matter if he was just a helper on the court. Now, Fifen Club seems to be able to shorten a large part of his plan. Fifen Club already has excellent players, and they have a lot of fans. If they form a guild and take over directly, how much time will they save? It seems that these people are only players and guild members. Business is their weakness. If they buy them by themselves, it will be a strong combination. It is not difficult to win to the professional league in the first year. As a rich second generation, Wang Yuanfen always has the courage to leave at any time. So he immediately threw away the information in his hand, boarded the holographic cabin, and began to tag Liu Ziquandao frantically. Liu Ziquandao did not reply to him. It was already night, and Liu Ziquandao had already logged off to rest. As a guy who wants to be a professional player, he actually doesn't stay in the game to train at night. How can such an attitude work? Wang Yuanfen muttered, and decided to make a good atmosphere after buying the Fifen Club. Well, with their strength, as long as they are not unlucky, they can enter the finals. If I buy it, I can also join them directly, and the strength of the team will be even stronger. Liu Ziquandao and I can form a sensitive double arrow and destroy everything in our way. Then we will form a business management team and contact some unsuccessful professional players in advance. When we reach the finals, we can choose to introduce those guys. Ho should have wanted to coach independently for a long time, right? It's enough to use it in amateur competitions. By then, someone will have a coach and directly win a championship. Next year, we can make great plans in the first-class league. Wang Yuanfen kept calculating, thinking about it to death. So he didn't sleep well that night, and when he went online the next day, he seemed a little depressed. Even more depressed than him was Liu Ziquandao. Liu Ziquandao felt that he was wronged. He didn't provoke anyone, but he was bombarded with continuous messages as soon as he went online. After a closer look, he found that they were all sent by Wang Yuanfen, the friend he added yesterday. It would be fine if he sent a lot of messages, but he sent so many messages without any content, and the same old there. Made Liuan Ziquandao want to curse. Then he found that Wang Yuanfen hadn't come online yet, so he could only send a depressed idiot to him. So Wang Yuanfen was scolded as soon as he came online. What kind of person are you? Wang Yuanfen said dissatisfiedly. What kind of person are you? You sent so many messages to people, and you didn't make it clear what the matter was. Do you know the etiquette of chatting? Liuan Ziquandao said angrily. What is chat etiquette? When I talk to people, the other party can only listen all the time. Wang Yuanfen said indifferently. And so what's the matter? Liuan Ziquandao was silent for a moment, then asked helplessly. I want to come to you and point out a golden road that is much broader and more promising than the current one. Wang Yuanfen said in a very tempting voice. Are you playing football era or a fraud? Liuan Ziquandao asked. Wang Yuanfen almost choked himself to death. Chapter 283. Are you sick? Wang Yuanfen never thought that Liuan Ziquandao would think he was a fraud. Of course, he would not admit that it was because his tone was too much like the pyramid scheme members that were repeatedly banned 10 years ago that made Liuan Ziquandao have such a misunderstanding. He just felt that Liuan Ziquandao was a bit too much. He actually said that to me. How can you talk like that? How can you talk like that? As a second generation who is used to being willful, Wang Yuanfen is certainly not a person who can hold back his anger. He immediately shouted indignantly. The next step is to say that we are going to get rich, and then pay a deposit of tens of thousands of yuan first. Liuan Ziquandao replied. How could I do such a thing? Wang Yuanfen was extremely dissatisfied. What do you want to do? Liuan Ziquandao asked. Wang Yuanfen lost his temper now. He felt that he could not explain it clearly to Liuan Ziquandao on the communicator, so he asked. Where are you? Who are we? Liuan Ziquandao asked. Of course, the group of people who competed with you yesterday. Wang Yuanfen began to suspect that Liuan Ziquandao had a problem with his understanding ability. Oh, in Chang'an City, said Liuan Ziquandao. Send me the coordinates, I'll rush over right away. Wang Yuanfen didn't say any more nonsense. Liuan Ziquandao didn't ask any more questions and just sent the coordinates directly. Wang Yuanfen really appreciated this, at least he didn't talk nonsense. He rushed to Chang'an City through the teleportation array, although the city he originally lived in was far away from Chang'an City. As a second generation, he certainly didn't care about this expense, but when he came out of the teleportation array in Chang'an City, Wang Yuanfen was immediately shocked. It's normal for a big city like Chang'an City to be full of people. There are often 600 to 700 million players online at the same time in the entire area. Even if they are distributed in these 20 cities, on average, there are at least 30 million people living in each city. Even if the area is quite large, so many people seem very crowded. But the crowd at this time is a bit unusual. The scale of Chang'an City is completely copied from the historical Chang'an City, with Suzaku Street, East Market, West Market, 12 city gates, everything is available. This magnificent city has been home to about 2 million people in history, and it has expanded dozens of times in the mythology district. If there were no teleportation arrays in the 12 city gates, it would not be easy to leave the city. At this moment, Suzaku Street, the central axis of Chang'an City, was filled with evil spirits, which made Wang Yuanfen shudder unconsciously. On the north side of Suzaku Street, there were 80 neat square formations, dressed in uniform and in strict formation. It was obvious at a glance that even if they were taken to the battlefield in ancient times, they would be an elite force just by looking at their appearance. On the other side, occupying the south side of Zhuk Street, there were hundreds of teams. The number of people was much larger than the other side, but it looked much more messy. The IDs on the heads of the players in the 80 square formations on the opposite side were all neatly suffixed with the suffix of Chang'an Guild, while on this side, there were all kinds of clubs, including Fifan Club, Kangan Club, Shengjia Club, and Haitian Club. What are they doing? Are they fighting in groups? They are actually fighting with Chang'an. These small clubs are quite courageous. Why is Fifan here? And the position is so forward, Wang Yuanfen was wondering while thinking carelessly in his mind. He was not afraid of anything. He immediately wanted to go over to see what happened. The middle school boy also liked to join in the fun. Anyway, it was a safe zone, so he was not afraid of anything. Just as he approached the middle of the confrontation between the two sides, the eyes of the two sides who were originally looking at each other turned around. You have to know that the murderous aura emitted by these people when they looked at each other, ordinary players in Chang'an City did not dare to approach, and it was rare to have such a person. "Hey, what are you doing here? Come here." Yuanfeng naturally didn't feel like a thorn in his side. Just as he was about to observe again, a shout suddenly came from the front team in the southern team. Yuanfeng turned around and saw that the crazy knife of chaos was waving at him. Yuanfeng walked over naturally. "What are you doing?" Yuanfeng greeted the crazy knife of chaos. "Oh, just an appetizer. You have to look at each other like this before 8 o'clock. This is called not losing momentum." The crazy knife of chaos replied. "So what do you want to do after 8 o'clock?" Yuanfeng asked. "Are you interested?" Someone next to him interrupted. Yuanfeng turned around and saw that the other party's ID was Rin Pingshen. It seemed that he was also one of the players in the competition that day, but his performance was not impressive at all. Yuanfeng rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "I'm chatting, why is this little character interrupting me? This is our boss." The crazy knife of chaos said to Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng was stunned and turned to look at Zheng Qi. "Well, I'm the boss of the Fifth Club and the captain of the team," Zheng Qi said to Yuanfeng. "Then your performance yesterday was not worthy at the title of captain." Yuanfeng was not polite. "Well, yesterday's situation was small, and I didn't even have to make a move," Zheng Qi replied lightly. Yuanfeng was angry at the time. "What did you say, a small situation? Well, you did win a lot, but it doesn't mean you don't have to make a move, right? What did this guy do yesterday? Think about it, I really can't remember it. In yesterday's game, Chaos Matte Blade performed poorly, Dynamic Light Wave performed poorly, and Silent Shadow and Sinking Jade performed poorly. Rin Pingshen, I really have no impression." And in the screenshots sent by Chaos Matte Blade, there was no information about Rin Pingshen. Can such a person be the captain? Are you interested in what happened after 8 o'clock? Seeing Wang Yuanfeng's thoughtful look, Zheng Qi didn't get angry and continued to ask with a smile. Yuanfeng decided to endure it, and he was indeed interested. "Well, I'm a little interested, mainly to know what you were going to do." Yuanfeng replied. "Then join the team." You should quit first and take a break today." Zheng Qi turned around and said. A player at the end of the team nodded happily, and then chose to quit the team. Quitting is also a contribution, and you don't have to fight hard. What a good thing. Then Yuanfeng saw that Zheng Qi sent him an application to join the team, and Yuanfeng clicked to agree. "You will be in our team later. The team is exempted but the guild is not. You also have a guild, right? If you form an alliance temporarily, it seems that the guild can be exempted," Zheng Qi said. "No, I'll just take a look," Yuanfeng replied. "Well, then pay attention to protect yourself when the time comes, but I see that you are quite fast, so you won't die many times. Just don't run out of our team range." Zheng Qi nodded. Yuanfeng was depressed again. "Do I look like such a fragile person? And die many times, and lose a few legendary equipment materials every time you die? That's unbearable, okay?" Then he heard Zheng Qi say, "Okay, the scene is over, let's go now." Then Yuanfeng saw the other side's powerful Chain Elite team members dispersed one after another, and the team on the Four Pests Alliance also dispersed. What on earth do you want to do? Although Yuanfeng also has a guild, and because he is rich, the guild is well built. There are several guilds that form an alliance, adding up to tens of thousands of people, but this strength is usually enough to push dungeons and kill wild monsters. If you want to participate in the competition for Wild Boss, it is a bit overestimating your own ability. Even if you are lucky and run into one or two bosses that have not been discovered, when their people gather together to prepare to kill the boss, they have already been discovered. After all, with the number of people in the mid area, it is basically impossible to keep a certain area blank for a long time without anyone coming. So Yuanfeng has never participated in the competition for boss with his guild. His legendary equipment materials are all obtained by organizing the elite team in the 7 dungeons. Although the drop rate is very low, it is still possible, right? The materials are concentrated on him alone, which is enough. At most, he can pay money to compensate others. Our MB warriors are always so fearless. It's not that he doesn't value the construction of the guild, but it's really unnecessary to build it now. He can slowly manage it after the team enters the professional arena. Anyway, his goal is not to enter the super arena immediately. In the first class league, as long as he doesn't get relegated, he can also wait like before. When some former professional clubs can't hold on, they can directly take over the plate and let the guild quickly build up. That's it. It's because of this that even though that Four Pests Alliance is actually very famous in the myth area now, Ban Yuanfen has never heard of it. So after seeing both sides dispersed, Ban Yuanfen wondered if these people were sick. They stared at each other for so long and then dispersed. Let's go. Then he heard Zheng Qi call him. Ban Yuanfen couldn't help but follow. Hundreds of people around him were moving in one direction, so of course he had to move with them. This was also a psychological problem. If he didn't do this, it would make people feel insecure. Under such circumstances, Ban Yuanfen foolishly followed the other party out of the city, and then came to an open space. Zheng Qi waved his hand, and the team members began to scatter around, some spawning monsters, some chatting, just like going out for a picnic. I say, Boss Rin Pinshen, you guys have been tossing around here for so long, running around, just killing some monsters, what on earth are you doing? Ban Yuanfen waited for a while, and found that nothing happened, so he couldn't help but find Zheng Qi and asked. Oh, what does your guild usually do? Zheng Qi asked. Of course, at this time, we form a team to spawn the 7 dungeons. There are materials to explode. Ban Yuanfen waved his arms and said. Well, in fact, what we do is similar, we are also fighting for materials. Zheng Qi said. Ban Yuanfen curled his lips, what materials are there to fight here? The monsters in the wild of the myth area are difficult to fight, and there are not many things to explode. Only those who are full will come here to fight for materials, right? The next moment, he saw a message pop up in the team channel. East of Chang'an City, coordinates xxxx.xxxx, boss refreshed. Let's go to the coordinates. Zheng Qi shouted, and the members of the Extraordinary Guild immediately responded loudly. A group of people who were originally lazily killing monsters quickly gathered together and moved quickly in the direction of the coordinates. Chapter 284 Grand Scene. Ban Yuanfen, who was mixed in this group of murderous players and moving in a certain direction, was a little pale at this moment. He originally thought that this group of people had problems, but now he found that they were really fine. It was just that he knew too little, fighting for the wild boss. That was not a small fight he had experienced. He did participate in the fight for the wild boss once or twice, but he didn't even see the boss's hair, and was killed by the guild that was fighting for the boss. He deeply understood what the human wave tactics were. Ban Yuanfen has always been very confident. For a while, he even thought that he was not worse than Lu Xiaoshan. Although this illusion was quickly dispelled, he still believed that he was capable of standing in a professional team, or even a super team, but that required some tests and familiarity with teammates and cooperation with them. Ban Yuanfen didn't think he could stand this, so he planned to organize a team to impact the professional competition. It is better to be the boss than to be someone else's younger brother. However, even if such confidence is sufficient, it is really nothing in the battle for boss. Although there are thousands of guild elite members, there is a big gap between them and professional players, but the power of their combined strength is not something that any professional player can resist. In the final analysis, football era is still based on football. Those skill hero cards are all to increase the ability of players on the field. They are inherently used by a few people against a few people. Even Zhao Yu's ultimate move, which is known to have the most extensive lethality, is spread out and burned. At most, it can only cover a certain area. It may be able to block all the opponent's retreat routes on the field, but in the vast wild area, what is the use of burning a larger area? People can just go around it horizontally. Professional competition and online game fighting are two different things. This has become the consensus of many people. However, the setting of one person, one account in football era cannot be changed. In addition, many professional players also believe that they can keep their reaction and operation level in the cruel battle for boss, so the probability of professional players appearing in the battle for boss is still quite high. Of course, there are dissatisfied people, such as the club's top management. Professional players have to fight in online games, which requires too high materials and too much investment. Then there are some professional players who are not ambitious. They think that they should enjoy their life after making a lot of money as professional players. Why do they have to fight in online games every day like before? Too unhappy. Of course, this topic is also far away. Ban Yuanfen is just thinking about why he suddenly got mixed up in this group. And now it's too late to regret it. Zheng Qi is right. Be careful not to die too many times. Even if you only drop one legendary equipment after dying once, it will be enough to make him feel distressed. It is not easy for a small guild to accumulate legendary equipment. Zheng Qi and others knew this before. but now they were on the pirate ship, and it was too late to hide even if they wanted to. At this moment, the boss refreshed, and whether it was the four-guild alliance on Zheng Qi's side or the elite group of Changfen, all the people were moving towards the boss. And not only moving, in addition to blocking and intercepting each other, there was also a practice that had almost become a habit, that is, seeing scattered players who were not from their own side, they would definitely kill them to prevent the other party from causing trouble. On the other hand, the scattered players participating in both guilds would be tacitly not killed by both sides, because there was no point in killing them. These people were just spies and would not participate in the fight for the boss. They fought for the boss for profit, not to fight to the death to decide who was better. If he left the team at this time, Wang Yuanfen could be sure that he would most likely die soon. On the boss battlefield, a scattered player who was not participating in both parties appeared, and this player was also covered in legendary equipment, which was simply the biggest source of hatred. With a sigh in his heart, Wang Yuanfen could only accept his fate and follow Zheng Qi and his men. If he didn't follow, he would definitely die. If he followed, he would be with the main force and his chances of survival would be much greater. After advancing for a distance quickly, 2 regiments of Changfen appeared in front of the 5th and Elite Regiment. Zheng Qi waved his hand and did not stop advancing. At the same time, he began to command in the team channel, and the 4 teams began to accelerate from both wings and charged forward. 1 regiment fights 2 regiments and you still divide your troops. Wang Yuanfen wanted to complain in his heart, but the next moment, the 4 teams had already charged head-on into the 2 regiments of Changfen. The left side took a defensive posture and withstood the attack of the opponent's superior forces, while the right side rushed in directly, forming a melee. "Follow me," Zheng Qi simply said to Wang Yuanfen. Among the remaining 6 teams, 4 teams began to rush around to the regiment on the right, and the remaining 2 teams, led by Zheng Qi, rushed head-on to the regiment on the right. 80 against 100, that's not bad. Wang Yuanfen thought to himself, and then he followed Zheng Qi to sprint forward. In these 2 teams, there were basically professional players from the Extraordinary Guild who would appear in amateur competitions, but Jin Yingkanbai and Dongyang Guanbo are not in these 2 teams. Wang Yuanfen didn't have time to think, and Chaos Mad Knight had already called him. "You on the left and I on the right, rush in and harass them." "Oh, do this, no problem," Wang Yuanfen responded, and then rushed out with Chaos Mad Knight first. It was not until they rushed out that Wang Yuanfen realized, damn, why should I listen to you? And rush out to lead the charge. But since he had already rushed out, Wang Yuanfen would not retreat, and if it was just harassment, that was really what he was good at. He first attacked the city, jumped into the opponent's lineup, and directly used a double whip. After continuous attacks, Yanzhen used his ultimate move, knowing how to advance and retreat, and Wang Yuanfen quickly retreated from the opponent's encirclement and returned to his own army without stopping. Yanzhen's set of skills is the best way to harass the opponent in the chaos. It has skills for rapid charge, rapid attack, and rapid retreat. This set of skills can harass the opponent and better protect oneself. It is the best choice for charging. This routine is of course not something Wang Yuanfen came up with himself, but it is known by almost all outstanding players. However, knowing how to use this routine and being able to use it well are 2 different things. Obviously, Wang Yuanfen knew clearly that his performance just now was quite brilliant. Although he was inevitably hit a few times, he saved himself and disrupted the opponent's formation. However, it was not until he fell back to his own formation that Wang Yuanfen realized that although the opponent's formation was destroyed by him, the opponent was also an elite division. It was only slightly chaotic and soon became well organized again. At this time, the Mad Blade of Chaos had not returned. After falling into the opponent's formation, he did not just harass with the ordinary skill of double whip, but directly switched to Chen Qing's hero card, and then first activated the skill of weak scholar, so that the opponents around him suffered negative status at the same time, and then activated the big move, thousands of chariots and horses avoided the white robe. The strong attack was launched in all directions. Although the opponents were also elite, they could only dodge around under this powerful judgment. This small area immediately fell into chaos. The others led by Zheng Qi first came with a wave of long-range skills in an orderly manner, and then followed Zheng Qi and rushed forward, directly breaking through the opponent's formation. Zheng Qi's figure was looming in the opponent's formation, but every time he appeared, an opponent player flew up. This was not to kill the opponent, but to directly knock the opponent out. Every time an opponent was knocked out, 1 or 2 other players of the opponent would be knocked away. The opponent's formation, which was originally just a little chaotic, now began to be completely chaotic. At the same time, the 4 teams that had gone around had also surrounded them from behind. It was only 80 people against 100 people, but they formed a counter-encirclement. Although the people at the Fifth Club were fighting bravely, cutting the opponent who had the advantage into pieces and constantly disrupting the opponent's formation, no one said anything to Wang Yuanfen, but Wang Yuanfen felt that this was simply the silent contempt of the people at the Fifth Guild for him. This siege did not last long, and the group they were besieging had already dispersed. At this time, 2 teams from the Four Pests Alliance also arrived and quickly participated in the elimination. One of the teams rushed towards Wang Yuanfen without any reason. Just when Wang Yuanfen felt that he was going to die, Zheng Qi rushed back. "This is our group's foreign aid, don't fight!" Zheng Qi shouted, and the people from other guilds who were besieging Wang Yuanfen immediately stopped, apologized to Wang Yuanfen, used several recovery skills to help him fill up his blood, and then walked away. "Your group is quite powerful." Wang Yuanfen breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zheng Qi. He was not just watching stupidly just now, but observing everywhere. It goes without saying that Zheng Qi and his team besieged the group, and the other group could not move forward under the sniping of Zheng Qi and his 2 teams, and could not even kill the enemy. This surprised Wang Yuanfen. Although the leaders of the 2 Fifth Guild teams were Jin Yingkai and Dongyang Guangbo, they kept using control skills and recovery skills to entangle the opponent and delay the opponent's attack, but the opponent was a group after all. One group could not break through the defense of 2 teams. Even if Changfeng's group was weak, it would not be that weak. Then the combat power of Fifen's group was a little scary. It's okay. The 2 Changfengs are not elite groups at the top, so they are easier to deal with. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Qi was not being modest. Although the elite group of the Fifth Guild is now missing Yixing and Fei, the overall strength of the others has increased a lot. With these professional players leading the team, it is not difficult to fight 1 against 2. Chapter 285 Popularity. Aha, this trip is worthwhile. Wang Yuanfen said happily when he and Zheng Qi were evacuating the boss competition site. In his opinion, this time was indeed very exciting. After all, he acted together with Zheng Qi and others, and finally killed the boss competition site, took a look at the boss, and personally participated in the process of beating the boss. Although he was driven away by Changfeng's elite group after only 2 hits, it was also that first time for Wang Yuanfen to have such an experience. However, his cheerful expression was obviously a bit inappropriate, because the boss was eventually snatched away by Changfeng, and the Four Pests Alliance had worked in vain. Although it is normal to win or lose in the fight for the boss, either you succeed or you fail, and losing a boss is nothing great, and life must go on, but the atmosphere is still a bit solemn. In this solemn atmosphere, a cheerful guy suddenly appeared, which was a bit annoying. "Are you so happy that we didn't get the boss?" Chaos Mad Knight said to Wang Yuanfen unhappily. "Ah? No. Wang Yuanfen shook his head immediately. Just because he was a middle school student didn't mean he was a fool. Now he was surrounded by people from the Four Pests Alliance. If he really showed gloating, they would kill him with just a concentrated fire. It's just that I had never seen a boss before. Today I finally saw it, and then I hit the boss. I was so happy." Wang Yuanfen said. This is true. Although there are 1,000 boss refreshed in the mythology area every week, there are really many senior players who have never seen a boss. The mythology area is too large, and relatively speaking, no matter how many bosses are refreshed, they will not appear dense. Some ordinary players may have seen them when they helped the guild to inquire around. On the contrary, the bosses of small guilds like Wang Yuanfen really have no chance to witness bosses, let alone 5 bosses. TSK, what's that? We fight a few bosses every day. If you really want to see it, follow us today and you will have a good eye-opener. Chaos Mad Blade laughed. Okay, then I'll follow you. Wang Yuanfen nodded excitedly, forgetting his purpose of come in. If he had known that these guys could even participate in the boss battlefield, Wang Yuanfen would have come to join them with a shameless face. Then follow, but there are a few things I want to tell you, Zheng Qi, who was watching from the sidelines, said to Wang Yuanfen, and Wang Yuanfen nodded. He really couldn't join the battle of the Fifth Club just now. This kind of overall combat is more of a test of cooperation. No matter how strong your personal ability is, if you can't lead the whole team, it won't be of much use. Zheng Qi and Su Jing looked at each other and laughed at the same time. It's really interesting that this second generation can see this clearly instead of being arrogant. In the next day, Wang Yuanfen began to follow that Fifth Guild. With his arrogance, it's hard to get along well with a new team, but this team is different. There is a rival who he thinks is very outstanding, Chaos Mat Blade, so he doesn't think this is a derogation for himself, but participates in it directly with great interest. Then this day made Wang Yuanfen feel like he had opened his eyes. The battle for the highest arena in the Myth Zone does have its charm and its difficulties. When leading his men to push through the 7 dungeons, Wang Yuanfen once thought that this was the peak in the football era, second only to professional competitions. Although it seemed a bit far, the difference between professional competitions and amateur confrontation should not be so far. Although he suffered a great loss in the battle for boss, Wang Yuanfen just thought that it was because the opponent had more people overall, and it was not something that could be solved by personal ability. However, what happened next that day overturned his view. The reason is very simple. In such a huge battlefield, personal ability is indeed insignificant, but truly outstanding players can rely on their personal abilities to lead the whole team. The charge of the chaotic world mat knife, the appropriate assistance of the quiet shadow and the dynamic light wave command make the opponent's players constantly controlled and their skills interrupted. All of this can make the team of the extraordinary guild invincible. One-on-one, almost no chain team can stop them. Even if it is 1-on-2, they can still have an advantage. What's more, the Four Pests Alliance also has an excellent commander. Although Wang Yuanfen didn't know where this person was, he could feel the importance of command. Although the number of elite groups in the Four Pests Alliance was larger than that of Changfen, if the two sides really opened up their formations to fight against each other, Changfen would most likely win, because their overall strength was much better. However, in the complex battle for boss, there would be no such opportunity. The overall dispatch of the Four Pests Alliance allowed them to form a situation of more people fighting fewer people more often, thus gaining the overall advantage. Of course, the Four Pests Alliance was not just against Changfen. They would often go to other directions of Chang'an City to grab boss. Compared with those guilds, their advantages were even greater, and they often returned with a full load. You only get 4 or 5 materials for one boss. Damn, you've made a fortune in this day. Wang Yuanfen couldn't help but say to the Chaos Mat Knife. What kind of fortune? You have to keep it for yourself. The Chaos Mat Knife said. You know, the price of a legendary material on the black market has been hyped up to 1 million, and you actually kept it for your own use. Wang Yuanfen asked in surprise. If you have nothing to do, just sell it. Your club is just sitting there counting money. If it's just for selling, why do we form a club? Don't you see how awesome we are? Which club doesn't want to get us there and pay us directly? Yuan Ziquandao laughed. That's right. Wang Yuanfen patted his forehead. It was mainly because of his previous experience of buying legendary materials on the black market that was quite painful for Wang Yuanfen. Although he had money, a single material cost millions, which made him feel quite painful. This is a consumable. In fact, there is a reason why the black market price is high, because it is too rare. Professional clubs have their own needs, and it is impossible to sell it for money. This will lead to such a high price. If we release a batch of it when we have nothing to do, only fools will buy it. The club has its own material channels, and ordinary players can't afford it. There are not many local tyrants like you. Where can we find so many fools? Zheng Qi laughed. I'm not a fool. Wang Yuanfen said angrily. Well, you're aiming for a lofty goal, but there are not many people like you. Zheng Qi replied. Wang Yuanfen had to nod. The price of black market legendary materials is indeed outrageous, but there is no market for them. First, there is no way to get them, and second, there are no buyers. No matter how high that price is, it is empty. How do you feel after today? Zheng Qi continued to ask Wang Yuanfen. Your club is very professional. Wang Yuanfen nodded. I didn't expect you to be so professional, but can I come tomorrow? Yes, your ability is also very helpful to us. Zheng Qi nodded with a smile. What do you mean? In addition to being very helpful, it is also very meaningful, okay? Wang Yuanfen muttered, but didn't say it out loud, and went offline directly. The competition today was too fierce, making him feel a little tired. At this time, he just wanted to have a good rest after going offline to restore his energy better. This guy is really funny. He said seriously in the morning that he would take us to the Golden Road or something like that. After he came here, he didn't say what he was here for, but went to fight the boss with us. I really don't know what he was thinking. Chaos Mat Blade sighed. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Zheng Qi laughed. Why did you invite him to participate in our action? He didn't cooperate at all. He just liked to lead the charge alone. Although he worked hard, he was likely to drag us down. Dynamic Lightwave said, a little depressed. As one of the commanders on the field, in the eyes of Dynamic Lightwave, Wang Yuanfeng's joining in was completely disrupting him. He often didn't listen to his commands, and sometimes he couldn't complete the tactical tasks, which had a great impact on him. I think he is very interested. It seems that he really likes the atmosphere of grabbing the boss. And his strength is not bad. He still has a certain effect, right? Zheng Qi asked Dynamic Lightwave. Dynamic Lightwave nodded. He admitted this. No matter what, Wang Yuanfeng's personal strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to Zheng Qi's ability to suppress him, Dynamic Lightwave's characteristics were not the type of direct confrontation. If he fought with him, he might not have a chance of winning. Chaos Matblade and Wang Yuanfeng were about the same level. Even if he had an advantage, it would not increase much. For a team, having such a good player would still be much more beneficial. That's it. It doesn't have much impact on our overall performance. Sometimes there are supplements. Besides, he doesn't want any treatment and works for free. There are not many lady fans like this now. Su Jin couldn't help laughing. Dynamic Lightwave was stunned, then shook his head. Yes, since the other party was free, it was really hard to say anything, so, Wang Yuanfeng, the foreign aide, stayed like this. Every day when he went online, he would run to hang out with Zheng Qi and the others with great enthusiasm. After grabbing the boss, he was extremely happy. No matter what, he was happier than Zheng Qi and the others. If he didn't grab the boss, he would be very sad, as if he had lost a lot of property. His sincere and superficial performance quickly made other people in the Fifth Club have a good impression of him. A boss from another guild came to work for our guild for free every day, and he cared more about the victory or defeat than we did. What kind of nerves is this? Oh no, spirit, this is the spirit of an internationalist fighter. It only took Wang Yuanfeng 2 days to make the players of the Fifth Guild accept him, which made Wang Yuanfeng feel that he was extremely charming and unstoppable. Until a third day. After Wang Yuanfeng went online, he found that Zheng Qi and the others were not there. Only a group of players from the Fifth Guild came up to greet him enthusiastically. Hello, hello. Wang Yuanfeng dealt with them one by one, then clicked on his friend list, saw that Chaos Matblade was online, and immediately sent a message to him. What are you doing? Why haven't you come yet? Wang Yuanfeng asked. We won't participate in the boss grab today, and others will lead the team. Chaos Matblade replied. What are you doing if you don't grab the boss? Don't you do your business? Wang Yuanfeng said dissatisfiedly. We have a game today. Yuanzi Quangdao replied. Fuck. Chapter 286. The Brave Boy. It was not until Chaos Matblade said he wanted to play a game that Wang Yuanfeng realized that he had been so excited with the people from the Fifth Guild these days that he had forgotten why he came to Chaos Matblade. He came here to poach people. How come he suddenly became a worker for them? He was working so enthusiastically, as if it was his own business, and he didn't even ask for money. I don't even take care of my family's billions of dollars worth of business, but I help you guys beat bosses every day. Wang Yuanfeng thought depressedly, but he also knew that this didn't make sense, because they didn't force him, but he took the initiative to get close to them. Looking at it this way, he really couldn't blame others, but he was confused for a moment. Then I'll come to watch your game today. Wang Yuanfeng said to Chaos Matblade after cursing. The Mad Blade of Chaos was wondering why Wang Yuanfeng cursed when he heard about the competition, and then remained silent for a long time. Now he finally responded, and said immediately. No, you still have to help us fight for the boss today. With your level, we won't suffer a loss today. Really? It depends on my level, right? Wang Yuanfeng was happy. Yes, you also know that our guild was established not long ago. There are many people now, and the enthusiasm is also very high, but there are not enough high-level players. There is no problem when we are here. It is easy to be at a disadvantage when we play in the competition. With you here, we feel more at ease. The Mad Blade of Chaos said sincerely. Okay, then I will do you a favor. By the way, everyone in your group will listen to me, right? Wang Yuanfeng asked. Of course, our boss said it when we disbanded yesterday. The Mad Blade of Chaos replied. Okay, that's it. When you play, I will take them to watch your game. Wang Yuanfeng said. 10 hours later. Wang Yuanfeng came to the competition site with a depressed stomach. He had originally planned to come with Fifun, but after the boss competition ended today, he felt ashamed and could only watch the game secretly by himself. In the past few days, the Four Pests Alliance could get more than 10 bosses every day, but what about today? Once the people from the Fifth Club did not show up, their overall deployment would drop a lot. This was not a big deal, after all, they still had the advantage in numbers, and if the command was a little better, the chances should be good. However, Zheng Qi had all its professional players out today. Although Zheng Qi and Haitian also had professional players, they were no match for Zheng Qi and were killed by the other side. If the Four Pests Alliance had not been more focused on competing for bosses with other guilds today, it might not have been able to get these 6 bosses today. Although no one blamed Wang Yuanfen felt that it was his fault. However, what he didn't know was that in the Four Pests Alliance's plan, the focus of grabbing bosses was on the weekends, because Zheng Qi had to play professional games during these days, and professional players would not appear. The only time Zheng Qi's first-line team could appear was when Zheng Qi and others were going to play amateur games, and the time was just staggered. Amateur competitions are usually held in the middle of the week, while professional competitions are held on weekends. This time difference is also the reason why the Four Pests Alliance still has good results in grabbing bosses. When Zheng Qing's first-line team is there, they grab less. When Zheng Qing's first-line team is not there, they will bully Zheng Qing's ordinary members, but Wang Yuanfen didn't know this. He just felt that when Zheng Qi was there, the Four Pests Alliance had a good performance in grabbing bosses. Once he was not there, the performance began to decline. If this is not his fault, then whose fault is it? However, in the next game, the performance at the Fifth Club made the fans at the scene cheer. Watching, Wang Yuanfen was also moved by the atmosphere at the scene and cheered involuntarily. In this third round of the game, the Fifth Club did not encounter an opponent with excellent level again. Although the opponent could pass 2 rounds and the overall coordination was not bad, the opponent lacked outstanding players. Zheng Qi and his army pressed the border and steadily won the game step by step. The opponent had almost no chance at all. The Fifth Club won a double-digit victory again. 3 consecutive double-digit wins, although not a particularly remarkable thing in amateur competitions, are also rare. For emerging clubs, such consecutive wins can not only stabilize the original fans, but also attract a lot of other fans. After all, as long as they are fans, they like to watch teams that can win and play well. This is an iron rule. The opponent didn't say much after losing. The victory and defeat of this game were too obvious. Anyone could see that they had no chance at all. Moreover, even if they lost, just looking at the fans entering today, you can know how much money they can get. In fact, after the first round, countless amateur teams that remained in the knockout stage were praying let us be divided with the Fifth Club. These teams basically knew that they were not strong enough to even make it to the finals. Instead of being eliminated, it would be better to be eliminated by the Fifth Club. At least they could get a few million, which is also a lot of money. So after losing the game, the opponent not only did not feel frustrated, but was excited to take a photo of Zheng Qi and others on the field, ready to show off on their social platforms. Faced with this situation, Zheng Qi and his team were also at a loss for words, but they had no way to deal with this kind of thing. If others wanted to think this way, they couldn't control it. All they could do is to perform more stably in the game and not slack off, so as not to play too many easy games and suddenly encounter difficult games, which would easily cause trouble. After the game, Zheng Qi and his team returned to Chang'an City and celebrated with the members of the guild. Wang Yuanfen was depressed and went offline, and began to think about how to dig these people over. This was originally his original intention. Although he had forgotten about it in the past few days, it also made him understand the Fifth Club more deeply. Although this club is a new club, it is quite complete overall. The guild is weaker, but it is very powerful in the situation of the Four Pests Alliance. According to the fact that they can get about 20 bosses every week, this harvest can be said to be second only to the 5 majors, and it is comparable to most super teams. The performance of the guild is closely related to the performance of the club. Although it cannot absolutely affect the performance of the first-line team, it can affect it to a great extent. And their first-line team also has many good players. In the past few days, Zheng Qi's performance made him know why Zheng Qi is the captain and boss of this team. In the knockout rounds of amateur competitions, he did not work at all, just like an ordinary player. In the arena for boss competition, this guy is so brave that he is not like a human. He often rushes into the formation alone. His method of rushing into the formation is different. He does not rush forward first, but uses various environmental obstacles to hide his body, and then rushes into the opponent's lineup with stealth skills. Every time he completes the tactical goal and withdraws. This approach does not seem so impressive, but in fact the effect is still very good. With the level he showed in the chaotic battlefield, he did not show any performance on the field. It can only be said that this person is hiding his strength and is holding back to give the opponent a good look when facing the former professional team. The opponent is so outstanding as a whole, and has a complete plan for the game. It is basically impossible to dig them over, right? Yuan Feng didn't know if there was a consortium behind that Fifan club. In his opinion, there should be a consortium. However, at least, this consortium gave the team great freedom. Whether it was a game or fighting for the boss, there was no sign of management intervention. At least it proved that the management was very wise and handed professional matters to professionals. How much money would it cost to poach such a perfect team? Money alone was not a big problem, but to get them here, the only way was to buy their ownership from the consortium behind them. But what was the point of that? Could he enter the first team? Using the boss's status to intimidate them? That was too mean. Yuan Feng was so depressed. Being eliminated was fine, but being eliminated by such a team. If they could successfully enter the professional arena, it would be fine. If they couldn't enter, wouldn't his team's plan to enter the professional competition next year be hindered again? After thinking for a long time at night, Yuan Feng couldn't come up with any clues, so he went online a little late the next day. After going online, he immediately saw Chaos Mad Knife calling him wildly. "What are you doing? You sent so many messages. Do you have any manners?" Yuan Feng said. "Didn't you do the same thing before? Where's your manners?" Chaos Mad Blade retorted. "If you have something to say, just say it." Yuan Feng said. "You are so arrogant now. Today we are going to fight with Chain Feng's gang. Come and help." Chaos Mad Blade shouted at the communicator. "Damn, why should I come to help? I'm not a member of your guild." Yuan Feng said depressedly. This remark aroused his depressed mood again. "I have already worked for you for free for a few days. Why do you come today? I make hundreds of thousands of dollars a second. Do you have any sense of loyalty? I have come to help you several times. Are you scared of seeing the professional players of Chain Feng come in? Where is your fighting spirit? Where is your strong heart? If you continue like this, your heart will be cracked and imperfect, and you will never reach the highest realm in your life." Chaos Mad Blade sprayed wildly. "Who said I was afraid? Besides, a person with extraordinary talent like me will never have any spiritual imperfections." Yuan Feng also sprayed wildly. "Then come quickly, and challenge a strong man like Lu Xiaoshan with me. This will make life more meaningful, young man." Yuan Ziquan shouted. "No problem, brave young man, I will not be afraid of any strong man. Even if it is Lu Xiaoshan, I will defy the heavens." Yuan Feng replied. Then he hung up the phone and headed straight for Chang'an City. It was not until the moment he stepped onto the teleportation array that Yuan Feng thought, "Damn it, why should I help them again? They don't give me any materials." Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 287. Complete suppression. Although he woke up the moment he stepped onto the teleportation array, Yuan Feng, a proud young man, would not regret what he had promised. He would go, since he was free anyway. Of course, the opportunity to fight with Lu Xiaoshan in the process of fighting for the boss was indeed a great temptation. What was Lu Xiaoshan's reputation? He was considered by countless people to be the best in the current professional league, although this title seemed to be discounted, because many fans and commentators believed that although he was outstanding, he could not dominate the world. Apart from Li Qing's, even if Li Qing's was excluded, the core players of the top teams, Yimo and Fan Yuan of Myth, Yozi, the crazy alien of Tianlong, Jie Xingyu, the Tianya Fensha of Xianfen, Sun Fei, the hidden killer of Nanglo, Yuan Shao, the Ju Yuan breaking dawn of Corning, these were the top players of each strong team. Their attributes might be slightly worse than Lu Xiaoshan's, but their fame, operation level, experience, etc. were not much different from Lu Xiaoshan's. The professional league is not a league ruled by someone, but a fierce competition among many heroes. Although it was Tianhe who finally stopped Chain Feng from winning the league championship last year, during the league, the top teams such as Nangguo, Shenhua, Tianlong, Xianfen, and Canning all launched brutal sniping attacks on Chain Feng. If Chain Feng had not lost some points on them, Tianhe would not have had the chance to overtake in the last round. Of course, facts are facts, but the fans' perceptions may not be the same as the facts. People in the circle know that in addition to Lu Xiaoshan, there are many great players in the league, and these players are very strong. However, most fans, or in other words, except for those senior viewers, most viewers who have a shallow understanding of that football era, have the attitude towards Lu Xiaoshan that he is the strongest player. Although Lu Xiaoshan has never said that he is the strongest, he has never denied it. This is the pride of a player. Ban Yuanfeng is certainly not an ordinary player, and he also knows this truth, but as a young man, he still feels an impulse when he hears Lu Xiaoshan's name. It is the dream of every teenager to play against such a guy. So after arriving in Chang'an City, Ban Yuanfeng didn't talk nonsense, but directly joined the core group of the Fifan Club. Will there be a chance to play against Lu Xiaoshan? Ban Yuanfeng asked Yuan Ziquangdao. Of course. Yuan Ziquangdao said, we play 2 or 3 times every day. What about the results? Ban Yuanfeng asked. This question is not friendly. Yuan Ziquangdao said. No way, never won once. Ban Yuanfeng said in surprise. That's Chang'an. Do you understand? When we can win, we will be awesome, okay? Yuan Ziquangdao said. TSK, in a Malay, what's so great about winning a few times? If you can't do this, it means you are too bad. Ban Yuanfeng said. Yuan Ziquangdao didn't say anything this time, but looked at Ban Yuanfeng and laughed cunningly. What are you doing, laughing like a lunatic? Ban Yuanfeng muttered. Not long after the news of the boss refresh came, Ban Yuanfeng knew why Yuan Ziquangdao laughed like that. They rushed to the place where the boss was refreshed, and on the way, the Fifan Guild team ran into the Chang'an First Guild. Ban Yuanfeng saw Lu Xiaoshan at a glance. This person is the most eye-catching one anywhere. Looking around, he saw almost all the Chang'an First Team players except Wen Xiang, including Shen Renofei who became famous this year, He Jin who emerged last year, veteran players Feng Tu, Jiang Wenqian, these are all top players, god-level players, and now they are all standing in front of them, which makes Ban Yuanfeng feel a little dizzy. Fortunately, Ban Yuanfeng has always been an arrogant person, so he did not show any misbehavior. Start. Zheng Qi took a few steps forward and said to Lu Xiaoshan. Start. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. Oh, this guy is actually familiar with Lu Xiaoshan. Ban Yuanfeng thought in his heart with some surprise. Zheng Qi had given him many surprises. At first, he thought he was good at nothing, but he turned out to be an excellent master. Now he also knows Lu Xiaoshan, who is this guy? And another question also emerged, start? Start what? Start a group fight? But you two bosses are standing so far forward, do you want to be focused on by others? Just as Ban Yuanfeng was thinking, he saw Zheng Qi sent him a message. Enter the arena. Ban Yuanfeng suddenly realized. So it was to went to the arena to fight? This is also quite interesting. Fighting for the boss to the point of going to the arena to fight is also very impressive, but do the guys from the Fifan Club really think they can beat Chang'an? Think about what Chaos Mad Knight said before, he should have never won a game, no wonder. Xiaodo, Su Qi, Xiaodong, Lilan, Xingyi, Fox, Yuzi, Xiaozhao, Xiaolin and me, that's 10 of us. The other should take a break today. Gang Bluo, you should join the team too. Ban Yuanfeng was still thinking about what kind of game it would be when he heard Zheng Qi calling him. Ban Yuanfeng pointed at his nose and showed a surprised expression. Yes, it's you. Come here. Zheng Qi said to him. I have never cooperated with you, Ban Yuanfeng said. You are too modest. Didn't we cooperate well a few days ago? You have a strong sense of cooperation. These few days are enough. Zheng Qi said. You have good vision. Ban Yuanfeng praised Zheng Qi, and then began to change his tone. But that was a teamwork to grab the boss, which is different from the game. We have also fought each other, and we are almost familiar with each other. Anyway, we don't have any tactics. The main thing is to test our reactions when facing top players and increase our experience in this area. Are you come in? If not, I will change people. Come on, come on, come on. When the two sides entered the competition venue, Ban Yuanfeng saw a young man on the opposite side who looked cooler than Lu Xiaoshan, and nodded at Zheng Qi. A newcomer? Yes, a new foreign aide, so awesome. Zheng Qi said. Oh, then we have to test his quality. Shen Renofei said. Ah, that one is eager to beat Shen Renofei, how come he is so familiar with your boss? Ban Yuanfeng watched Zheng Qi and Shen Renofei chatting, but didn't hear what they were talking about, so he pushed Chaos Mad Knight curiously and asked. Oh, Brother Fei was also a member of our guild before, and later he transferred to Chang'an. We traded him for 200 legendary materials. Chaos Matt Blade replied in a low voice. Damn, are you stupid? Just traded for 200 legendary materials. In the first 2 rounds, he was the player with the highest breakthrough rate and the most goals in the league. He was considered to be the player who could reserve the best newcomer in advance. Zheng Qi was so lucky to find such a player that it was unstoppable. Now you tell me he was yours before. Yuan Feng was hit hard again. Yes. Only exchanged for 200 legendary materials. According to the black market price, it is worth 200 million. Yuan Feng had the urge to curse again. After finally calming down, Yuan Feng suffered another heavy blow. Such a friendly match would certainly not last as long as 90 minutes. How long is a day? So the two sides had always agreed to a melee, and the winner would be decided after all the enemies on one side were killed. Yuan Feng certainly didn't know this. He was still waiting for the official game to start. As a result, just as it started, Yuan Feng saw Shin Fei rushing towards him with great momentum. Shin Fei's attacking style has always been straightforward and never concealed, and his momentum has always been amazing. Even in the Super League, the opponent's defense line can hardly withstand his attack. Rush in, approach, and attack. As soon as Shin Fei approached and attacked, he used the heroic charge to close the distance between him and Yuan Feng, followed by a war plunder, and then activated the sacred oath. Caesar's set of skills immediately gave him an absolute advantage. Yuan Feng reacted. Although he was hit at the beginning and lost some physical value, Yuan Feng's self-reaction immediately showed success. He rolled back and dodged a distance, then stood up and saw that Shin Fei had followed him like a shadow. He quickly switched to the new hero card and used the first skill to discuss swords. This is a skill that can be used to quickly close the distance between the opponent and Yuan Feng. However, it is also very useful for escaping. Yuan Feng changed the direction and moved horizontally quickly, making Shin Fei's attack miss. Sensitive reaction, accurate judgment. Shin Fei praised him in his heart, but he retracted the move in time in the air, tagged his toes on the ground, and also accelerated the horizontal movement. This is not any skill, but the sprint among the 4 basic skills, but Shin Fei used it for horizontal movement. Seeing that Shin Fei still caught up quickly, Yuan Feng was depressed to find that he had no place to run now. After all, the venue is so big. The area set in the arena is just the ring. Although the space is not small, it can accommodate more than 20 people and there is not much room for movement. Seeing that Shin Fei switched to the Zhaoyun hero card in the air, and then activated the 2 skills of uprightness and courage to add to his attributes, Yuan Feng knew that the next move must be the 7 and 7 out big move. This fast attack big move, combined with the attribute bonus he just added to himself, is also extremely powerful. I have no choice but to fight. Yuan Feng thought to himself. There was no way to avoid it, so of course he had to face the challenge head-on. This was the spirit of Bright Sword. When Yuan Feng thought this way, he was quite tragic, quite brave, and quite passionate. If this was a TV series, then he would definitely be able to survive and kill his opponent. Unfortunately, this is not a TV series, this is a competition, and Shin Fei would not give him such an opportunity. Facing Yuan Feng who suddenly launched a counter-attack, Shin Fei showed a hint of admiration in his eyes, but his attack did not stop at all. 10 seconds later, Yuan Feng was sent out of the arena. His physical value had completely bottomed out, while Shin Fei's health was still close to half. Complete suppression. Chapter 288 Opportunity to exercise. Yuan Feng, who was sent out the fastest, was a little surprised. It wasn't that he felt a little surprised to be the first to be sent out of the field. In such a game, it was normal for anyone to be sent out first. Even if it was Lu Xiaoshan, who rushed too hard at the beginning and was targeted by others, he might be sent out without any reaction. What surprised him was why Shin Fei would chase him to fight. This situation was rare. Although it was just a friendly confrontation, he didn't chase him to fight right away. He and Shin Fei didn't have any grudges before. What made him feel even more frightened was that in the confrontation just now, although he was in a passive position at the beginning, and direct confrontation was not his specialty, but with his fast attack characteristics and abilities, he could still easily take away a lot of the opponent's blood. However, when fighting against Shin Fei, some of the negative effects of the attack, such as blowing away, stiffening, floating, etc., were obviously much shorter than he judged. How strong is the character attribute of this Shin Fei? You should know that the character attributes of professional players are not too different. His attributes of just over 800 points are already very outstanding, but Shinranofei can suppress him like this. This is not a gap that can be solved by operation, it must be that there is a big advantage in attributes. What surprised him the most was this: how many attribute points did Shinranofei have to suppress his attributes of just over 800 points to this? The depressed Wang Yuanfeng originally wanted to go up to the game, but found that he could not go up after being killed. However, he did not wait for long. A few minutes later, Liuanzi, Quangdao and others were also killed one after another. Of course, they also let several Changfeng players withdraw from the game. Zheng Qi was the last one to leave the field. After leaving the field, he did not say anything nonsense and left the arena. Zheng Qi waved his hand directly, and the elite group of the Fifth Guild left like this. Is it over? Wang Yuanfeng forgot his confusion just now and asked Zheng Qi curiously. It's over, what else do you want? If you lose, you won't participate in the boss competition. Zheng Qi said indifferently. So you give up now? Wang Yuanfeng asked. We agreed to give up, of course. We are different from those guilds that are scheming against each other. Zheng Qi said righteously. But you lose every time. Wang Yuanfeng said depressedly. Doesn't that mean that you have to give up the fight for the boss every time during the 3 days when the Changfeng professional players are here? Our group gave up, but the others still had to fight for it. We played a friendly match with them and blocked them for a few minutes. It's a great credit, okay? Zheng Qi said. Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Yuanfeng was also a smart and clever young man. He immediately figured out the reason. The two sides were fighting, but Zheng Qi and his team entangled the other side's professional players, which also played a great role in the overall battle situation. Otherwise, with the lethality of this group of top professional players, it would cause great damage. Although a professional player may not play a big role in such a big scene, a team is different. With them as the spearhead, an elite group can easily defeat 10 elite groups of ordinary guilds. Then why did they agree to fight with you? This is not good for them. Wang Yuanfeng thought. From the perspective of the boss competition, it is of course disadvantageous, but can such top masters have such limited vision? They will only do this if it is beneficial for them to fight with us. And don't they see that when Xiang is not here? When Xiang is commanding the main force? Who is their commander in this game? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Wang Yuanfeng blinked his eyes, not knowing why. You are still young, you will know some things later. Zheng Qi said. Wang Yuanfeng almost couldn't spit out the breath he had in his throat. Will you have such a contest with them next time? Wang Yuanfeng began to pay attention to another thing. Of course, many games every day. Zheng Qi nodded. Then I will join in. Wang Yuanfeng said firmly. Shinranofei actually killed me so quickly. How high are his attribute points? When asking this question, Wang Yuanfeng didn't expect others to answer. Professional players are all secrets in this regard and it is impossible to reveal it. The attribute points that everyone is guessing now are all inferred from the opponent's long-term games. Even so, there will definitely be errors. Otherwise, it will be easier for the opponent to judge your strength. If a new player like Shinranofei has excellent attribute points, he will protect this secret even better. At least he will let others suffer for a while before exposing it. In short, it's very high, much higher than you. Zheng Qi did not answer this question directly. Okay, but you can't just play randomly in the game without any tactics. Wang Yuanfeng said. We don't need to train tactics yet. It's enough to train your own reactions and increase your experience against top players. How can you learn to run if you haven't learned to walk? Zheng Qi laughed. That makes sense. Wang Yuanfeng nodded. Although he was beaten out after just staying for a while, he could also see that the first team of the Fifth Club was said to have more than 20 people, but in fact, the outstanding players he knew are nothing more than the 3 people of Chaos World Mad Knife, Quiet Shadow, Shen Bai, and Dynamic Light Wave. These 3 people have reached the professional level, and the others are much worse. Although there are several people with more than 800 attribute points, they are at most at the level of ordinary guild double flower red sticks. There is still a huge gap from the professional level. That is not a gap that can be made up by the advantages of operation and attribute points. As for Zheng Qi's level, Wang Yuanfeng didn't know yet, but seeing that he was sent out last in the confrontation with Changfeng, he knew that his strength must be stronger than the chaotic Mad Knife and others, and he didn't know how strong he was. However, no matter how strong he is, it would be a big joke to want to gain a foothold in the professional competition with only these 4 professional levels. So it is impossible to practice tactics and routines now. If the framework is not built, what routines can be practiced? Fifth Club will definitely need to recruit people in the future. When that time comes, it will be time to practice tactics. Okay, then I will happily increase my experience. Ban Yuanfen rubbed his hands and said excitedly. Ban Yuanfen knew that what he lacked now was not the operation level, nor anything else, but the experience of facing the real top players. The improvement of level is a comprehensive consideration. Powerful characters are the foundation, and operation skills are the key to exerting the attributes of the characters. However, the experience of the game is the key to whether a player can fully exert his level in the professional competition. No matter how high the attribute points are, if the operation is not good, they can't be brought into play. No matter how strong the operation is, if there is no experience facing top players, they can only be complacent. Ban Yuanfen is still very clear about this truth, and he lacked such a stage and opportunity before. He wanted to play against top masters, but who would care about him? Relying on money, he created a very good training environment, but if only the training environment is useful, why do professional players have to fight in the game 3 days a week? In addition to not wanting to miss the possible attribute points, only by playing against others can you better train your reaction. No wonder these guys perform so well, the intensity of their usual training is not comparable to mine. Ban Yuanfen thought to himself. At this time, he once again forgot the purpose of coming to Zheng Qi and others, but as a football-era player, he would do everything he could to see a way to improve himself. Soon he also found that Zheng Qi did not lie to him. In this day, Ban Yuanfen had 13 opportunities to play against Zheng Qi. Opportunities that he didn't dare to think about before, now there are 13 times a day. Lu Xiaoshan, Shen Renofei, Feng Tu, Jiang Wenkai and others who originally thought they were far away from each other now have bumped into each other 13 times in one day, and they almost want to vomit. Of course, Ban Yuanfen will not vomit. He participates in the game with great enthusiasm. Although as a newcomer, he has attracted the attention of Zheng Qi, and someone will take special care of him every time, and then send him out of the game first every time. Ban Yuanfen still enjoys it. You newcomers are very persistent. So much so that after sending Ban Yuanfen out of the field once, Jiang Wenkai couldn't help but say something to Zheng Qi. Yes, our newcomers are all great. Are you panicking? Zheng Qi dodged a sudden attack by Jiang Wenkai and then counter-attacked, saying, Damn, why should we panic? Don't you see that we are so awesome now and are about to sweep the entire league? Jiang Wenkai shouted. Isn't it because of the newcomers we trained? Zheng Qi said. Jiang Wenkai was a little silent. I wasn't trained by you. Shen Renofei didn't want to get involved in the bickering between the two, but when he was at home, the disaster came from the sky, and he had to defend himself. Anyway, you're a youth trainee of our Fifth Club, and you can't clear us off from this. Zheng Qi laughed. Shen Renofei was speechless. Fifth Club was now established. If Shen Renofei, who had been in Fifth Guild for a year, was a youth trainee of Fifth, it would be reasonable. The depressed Shen Renofei could only strengthen his attack and wanted to send Zheng Qi out of the field quickly. However, Zheng Qi was so agile that he dodged everywhere, and he really couldn't do anything to him for a while. It was not until he sent the other Fifth members out of the competition venue that Zheng Qi's activity space was compressed. Shen Renofei beat Zheng Qi to death brutally, with extremely cruel means. Brother Fei, you ruthless guy! Zheng Qi shouted before he turned into light. These guys are quite interesting. I don't know if they can enter the professional arena. In a few years, maybe another interesting opponent will appear. Lu Xiaoshan said to Shen Renofei. Then Captain, you have to play for a few more years. Jiang Wenkai smiled. Lu Xiaoshan is almost 26 years old now. If the Fifth Club delays for a few years, Lu Xiaoshan may be in his 30s and have to retire when he enters the Super League. Don't worry, I can still maintain a high level for another 10 years. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. Chapter 289 Make your own decision. When he exited the holographic cabin that day, although he still did not tell the purpose of his search for Zheng Qi and the others, Ban Yuanfen was quite excited and happy. Although he was sent out every time for the first time, he deeply felt that such experience was indeed too important for him. He had a good level of operation and a good character, but he was indeed too lacking in experience. He could not participate in the big scene of the boss competition, and he could not afford to let the top professional players practice with him. These things were not problems that could be solved with money. Now, he began to gain such experience. Ban Yuanfen knew that in this way, his ability might not be significantly improved, but if he put his future self and his present self in the professional arena, the one who could play the best must be his future self, not his present self. This is the importance of experience. To make an inappropriate analogy, the same two players with a strength value of 100, one has rich experience in playing against professional players, and the other does not. If such players are thrown into the Super League, the former may quickly gain a foothold, gain confidence and trust, and thus become an outstanding player. And what about the latter? Maybe he would lose his spirit in the constant setbacks at the beginning, start to doubt himself, and his teammates would find it difficult to trust him. After a while, he would be eliminated from the professional arena. This is not alarmist, but something that has happened constantly and never stopped in the past professional football and the current football era professional competition. The ball is round, and this is also true in the football era. Now, he has such an opportunity. Facing Zheng Qi, even if he loses every time, it will not affect his confidence. At the same time, he will accumulate experience. When he really has the opportunity to play in a professional game, he will no longer be at a loss. Because he has already met the best group of people, what else is there to worry about? This mentality is very important and subtle. So, the next day he went online with great enthusiasm, followed Zheng Qi and others, and was abused again for a day. When he went online on the third day, Zheng was still waiting to fight with Zheng Qi's people, but was taken to another battlefield by Zheng Qi and others. Hey, what's going on? Where are Zheng Qi's people today? Zheng asked curiously. They're only out for 3 days. Their professional competition will start in 2 days. They need to train and prepare well, Zheng Qi said. Zheng patted his forehead. He was so focused on the game these days that he forgot about it. Without Zheng Qi as his opponent, Zheng felt a little bored. After all, after facing such a strong stimulation, even if it was a fight for the boss, Zheng felt that it was just like that. Then he died in an impact, and the materials for 2 legendary equipment were exploded, which made Zheng feel very distressed. You're a little careless. You shouldn't die now, Zheng Qi said to Zheng. Yeah, Zheng was very depressed. Although he still had some legendary materials in reserve, it was not much. It was really one less if he used one. During the attack just now, he was not as cautious as before. He suddenly forgot that he was not an extraordinary person, but just had a team exemption with this group. As a result, he rushed forward a little, forgetting that this was a large-scale confrontation between 3 groups and 4 groups. Therefore, after attracting the opponent's troops to the ambush site, an elite group of Haitian focused fire, in addition to killing more than a dozen people on the other side, Zheng, who was in the center of the concentrated fire, was inexplicably killed by his teammates. Remember to repair your equipment after returning to the city, Zheng Qi said to Zheng. We will provide the materials. Repair? You provide it? Zheng was stunned. You helped us, so of course we have to pay for the losses. Zheng Qi laughed. Zheng suddenly felt a little grateful, although he knew that such a feeling was a bit inexplicable. Zheng Qi and others should be grateful to him during this period. However, Zheng Qi was so generous that he agreed to make up for his losses, which made Zheng a little uncomfortable for a while. He had always regarded money as dirt, so why did Zheng Qi become so arrogant in front of him? While thinking so depressedly, Zheng began to feel that these guys really suited his taste. They were generous, not stingy, and not entangled. They seemed to be friends that he could make. As a second generation, Zheng had few friends since he was a child. Ordinary people could not approach him, and those who approached him would easily be seen as having ulterior motives. Zheng was also educated by the elite to protect himself since he was a child. Therefore, after Zheng grew up, he always looked down on the people around him. They were just his subordinates, just obedient. And now, he suddenly had a little desire for friendship. Looking at these guys, working together, bragging together, and moving towards a goal together, it really makes people a little envious. It's the same to form a new club. Look at how fast they are progressing, and how slowly they are progressing. The first team is not as good as the first team, and the guilds are also left behind by such a large distance. Is it because of their own financial resources? That is absolutely impossible. Even if the other party has the support of the consortium, with such a high degree of freedom, the investment should not be too large, while they have a group of good brothers working together, and they are progressing so fast. Zheng has changed his mind now. He originally planned to spend money to get the club all at once. He didn't believe that money couldn't do anything. The sponsor behind this club was just to make money, right? Even if the layout is so large, the financial resources must be very abundant, but in the final analysis, isn't it still to make money? Zheng has nothing else but money. The total value of the industries under his name is also several billion, which seems nothing, but it is just a toy for starting a business given to him by his father. He didn't take good care of it because he was not interested in it. He didn't have enough money, so he asked his father to adjust the position. Even if he smashed it, he had to smash the sponsor behind the Fifth Club. However, in the past few days, Wang Yuanfeng has changed his mind. He doesn't want to participate in this team as a boss. He wants to be a part of this team, not a boss who is high above. Although he is young, he is tired at being a boss. This is not his interest. But he can't tolerate having another boss above him. Boss Rin Pingshen, after we finish snatching the boss today, I have something to say to you guys. Wang Yuanfeng said to Zheng Qi. Oh, really? Okay, after we finish snatching the boss today, let's go for a drink. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. There can't be too many people. Wang Yuanfeng whispered. No problem, just me, Xiaodou, Sister Su, and Xiaodong. 4 people are not too many, right? Zheng Qi laughed. Not too many, not too many. This was exactly what Wang Yuanfeng meant. In his opinion, the only people who really worked in this team were these 4 people. The others could be replaced at will. If they could stand on his side, there would be no problem at all. On this day, the boss, the 4 Pests Alliance once again took the upper hand. They snatched a lot of boss from Changfen, and at the same time, the boss around Chang'an basically did not escape their clutches. After the division of the spoils, Kim Wenmin and others said hello to Zheng Qi and went offline, while Zheng Qi asked Yuanzi Guangdao and the other 3 to stay. Where is Master Wang going to treat us? Zheng Qi asked with a smile. Does it have to be my treat? Wang Yuanfeng was surprised. You started the game, but you don't want me to treat you. Zheng Qi seemed even more surprised than him. Forget it, I can't argue with you, let's go anywhere, just find a quiet place with no one. Wang Yuanfeng said helplessly. In the Chang'an city in the game, such a location is still easy to find. Secret talks in the game are much more secretive than secret talks in reality. Find a store to open a single room, and then lock the room, so that no one can disturb, and there is no need to worry about someone eavesdropping. The huge game of football era is not under the responsibility of the Earth Federation. Although scientists from various countries have been studying the principles and locations of this game, they have not made any progress. So in terms of secrecy, football era is more secretive than any place in reality. Mysterious, what do you want to say? Is there something earth-shattering going to happen? After sitting down and ordering some food, Zheng Qi asked with a smile after the food was served and the room was completely closed. It's better to be secretive. Although I'm not afraid, I don't want to affect you. Wang Yuanfeng said. Yuanzi Guangdao secretly made a "this person is mentally ill" gesture to Su Jin, and then said to Zheng Qi in private chat, Boss, be careful, this guy looks too much like a fraudster. If the fraudster has such a high level, then why would he cheat? Zheng Qi replied in private chat. Just tell us if there is anything. We don't have anything to worry about. Zheng Qi said. Wang Yuanfeng nodded secretly. This is right. After all, they should have a relatively transcendent status in the club. Even if something happens, they don't have to worry about anything. Your club is very complete and should have been organized for a long time. Although it developed from the extraordinary guild in District 108, your method of snatching boss and the process of organizing the team are obviously at least several years of planning. Wang Yuanfeng said. Then he saw Zheng Qi and Dynamic Lightwave and others looking at each other. I was right. Wang Yuanfeng laughed in his heart. I haven't found out what consortium is behind you yet. After all, the composition of the club is a secret, and those guys in the league organizing committee will not disclose it, but I believe that there is a very outstanding consortium behind you. However, working for others, no matter how good it is not your own. There are too many cases of joining forces at the beginning but breaking up later. They value you now and give you a lot of freedom, but when the Fifth Club becomes a professional club, you are just players and captains. It is normal for others to abandon you. Do you want to make your own decisions? Chapter 290. Young man, please join us. Wang Yuanfeng felt that his words were too tempting. Young players, especially those who are proud and confident in their skills, often don't care too much about money, because as long as they perform well, they will definitely have a lot of money. In this case, they pursue more other things. Chang'an is very glorious now, right? The atmosphere in their team is also very good. Outsiders may not know this, but they are all players in the circle. They know which team has a good atmosphere, an open-minded and powerful boss, and a wise and decisive coach. Which team has a deep team, is relatively chaotic, and has more small groups. Other professional players generally know these situations. Chengfeng's current environment is the most desirable for players. There are big players, the club has money to invest, the boss does not interfere in the affairs of the first team, the head coach is at high level, and he cooperates well with the core without any conflicts. However, if the god-level players from other clubs were to go to Chengfeng to cling to Chengfeng, not many would be willing to go. The first reason was status. With Lu Xiaoshan, even if others went, they could only be the second or third. The second reason was tactics. Although Chengfeng's tactics were gradually fine-tuned, they were mainly based on strong breakthrough players, coordinated by willing auxiliary players. The overall tactics of others surrounding the strong breakthrough players would not change. If other gods who did not match the type went there, they might not be able to get any room to play. The third reason was business. Lu Xiaoshan was now the highest paid player in the league. This was not because Chengfeng Club paid him a high salary. Everyone had the same salary. There would be no decisive difference between the winning bonus and the championship bonus. The real source of Lu Xiaoshan's income was his commercial development and fan economy. If a club hit such a cash cow, the commercial value would naturally be greatly reduced if others went there. From this aspect, we can see that a player's positioning of his own value is not universal and will be affected by various factors, but generally speaking, the embodiment of status, freedom and commercial value can show a player's comprehensive status. Wang Yuanfen felt that the question he raised was very sharp. After raising such a question, he saw Zheng Qi and the other four looking at each other, and he felt more confident. If you are willing, I am willing to pay a price that the consortium behind you can't resist at all, and buy out the ownership of your club. After that, the four of you will each get 5% of the club's shares, which is enough to make your position in the club unshakable. From now on, we are partners, not only cooperating at the club level, but also on the court. We will be bosses, players, and core players on the court, and create a world that belongs to us. Wang Yuanfen said passionately, and then added, you don't have to worry about money. I'm very rich, extremely rich. No matter what consortium is behind you, I have the confidence that I can impress them. Wang Yuanfen said this very confidently. Although his family is not the most powerful consortium in the world, it is also number one in the world. Consortiums with stronger financial resources than his family basically already have sponsored professional clubs. His family is mainly based on traditional industries, which is why it has not participated in the era of professional football. Well, Master Wang, I believe your family is rich, extremely rich, but there is a problem. The big boss of our club will never sell his shares for money. Zheng Qi coughed and said, what a joke, isn't he setting up this club just to make money? I will compensate him directly with a zero for his investment, that should be enough. Wang Yuanfen showed the pride that a rich second generation should have. Zheng Qi looked at the mad knife of chaos, who was looking at the sky, looked at Su Jin, who was smiling with her lips pursed, looked at the dynamic light wave, who looked indifferent, so he could only sigh and said to Wang Yuanfen, as far as I know, he really didn't set up this club to make money. Is there a businessman who doesn't make money? Then what is he doing it for? Wang Yuanfen was stunned. Well, it's for ideals. Zheng Qi thought for a long time and said this. Su Jin finally couldn't help laughing. Dynamic Light Wave looked up at the ceiling, as if there was a math problem waiting for him to solve. Chaos Matt Blade waved his fist. Right. Hey, it's wrong to use such words to evade me. Wang Yuanfen said dissatisfiedly. I'm talking to you seriously. I'm talking seriously too. Zheng Qi looked helpless. Okay, just make it clear. Su Jing smiled and came out to smooth things over. It's like this, he really didn't lie to you, because he is the major shareholder of our club. You still say he didn't lie to me, what shareholder doesn't want to make money, what? Wang Yuanfen was really shocked this time. You are the major shareholder of the Fifth Club? Wang Yuanfen looked at Zheng Qi and asked in surprise. Yes, I have 30% of the shares of the Fifth Club. Zheng Qi laughed. Why is it only 30? Aren't you afraid of being maliciously acquired? Wang Yuanfen was stunned. No, because I also have 29% of the shares, Xiaodong and Xiaodong each have 5%. Actually, our club is called a professional club, but it is actually a partnership between a few of us friends. As long as everyone is happy, we will bear the profit and loss together. The goal is to enter the professional competition. Su Jing said. Then you are too unprofessional. How many shareholders are there in total? If there are more than 10, it will be easy to lose shares. It's okay now, but when you went to the professional league, the value of a professional club will be very high, and all kinds of situations will arise. Wang Yuanfen shook his head. Although he had no interest in doing business, he grew up in such a family environment and it was impossible for him to not understand business at all. We have considered this. In the equity contract, Zheng Qi and I have priority, and we will not go public, so it is not so easy to lose shares. Su Jing smiled. Where does your startup capital come from? Don't think that the club can run well after entering the first-class league. None of the 24 clubs are profitable. They all rely on the financial group for blood transfusion. You can't just rely on you guys to play in the first-class league. You need to introduce professional players to enhance your strength in order to survive in the professional competition and even enter the Super League. There are so many people in your guild. Now we can rely on unity and hard work. In the future, we must introduce a professional players system to make the guild have real cohesion. The salary expenses of professional players are also a lot. How long can you support it? Wang Yuanfen asked. Well, we now have 2,000 professional players. For that time being, there is no problem with the economy. Zheng Qi said honestly. Are any of you second generation too? Wang Yuanfen was silent for a while, then asked. Let's count our sister Su, but in terms of investment, she and I have each contributed tens of millions, which is enough for the expenses in the past 2 years. Zheng Qi smiled. You are also very rich, you can come up with tens of millions to support it. Wang Yuanfen looked at Zheng Qi and said with a little surprise. To say that tens of millions is really nothing in Wang Yuanfen's eyes, but he is not a young master who does not care about worldly things. Of course, he knows that this amount of money is probably just pocket money in his eyes, but for most young people, it is an income that they can never get in their lifetime. Zheng Qi can take out tens of millions to run this club, so his net worth should be not cheap, right? If this club is really a partnership of several second generations, it will be really difficult to run it. After all, such people really can't be moved by money. While he was thinking, Zheng Qi took the initiative to say something to him. How about it? Do you know about our club now? Well, I almost know, Wang Yuanfen answered subconsciously, but this is not a lie. Now what is the Fifth Club like? He has indeed begun to understand it. It just so happens that our investigation of you is almost complete. How about it? Do you want to join our Fifth Club and create our own era together? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Create your own era together. Obviously, this kind of words would make a middle school boy like Wang Yuanfen very excited, but Zheng Qi said it in such a smiling tone, which was really not convincing at all. What did you say? Wang Yuanfen couldn't believe his ears. Join our Fifth Club. Players like you are what we urgently need now. Zheng Qi repeated. Wang Yuanfen couldn't help laughing. Are you sure you can afford me? Of course we can't afford the money, but don't you care about money? It's enough to have an ideal, dear. There's a saying that those who only talk about ideals and not money are hooligans. That's for job hunting. Are you looking for a job? Of course not. What company would let this young master apply for a job? That's it. You are just here to fulfill your own ideal. Since you can't achieve this ideal yourself, it's also a very pleasant thing to go with us. Damn, I'm almost convinced by you, but I never thought about being someone's subordinate. What subordinates? We're just teammates. When we sign the contract, we are partners. Of course, since you have money, we will give you the salary of an ordinary player. Why don't you give me shares? Even if we don't buy it all, I want to be a shareholder. Give you 1%? Too little. It's just symbolic. You don't make money from this. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'm speechless. Then sign it. Let's make it clear in advance. If I'm unhappy, I'll break the contract and leave in a minute. I didn't intend to tie you down with the contract, okay? How can I tie someone like you down? Well, you're quite visionary to be the boss of a club. Chapter 291 Good Character. When Wang Yuanfen went offline, Dynamic Lightwave looked at Zheng Qi in surprise. For the logically rigorous Dynamic Lightwave, from the beginning, he was not optimistic that the Fifth Club could sign Wang Yuanfen, because from various angles, Wang Yuanfen had no reason to join the Fifth Club, whether it was money or status. What could the Fifth Club use to impress him? Money is definitely not enough, and Wang Yuanfen wants to run his own club, just to dominate a club. Otherwise, with his operating ability and character attributes, it would not be a big problem to find his position in a professional club. Since he doesn't go, his idea is very clear. So at the beginning, Dynamic Lightwave suggested that we don't need to worry about this person, although his skills are very good, and he will be a very strong teammate if he joins, but the difficulty is too great and the possibility is too low. However, Zheng Qi just smiled and didn't say anything, and today, he succeeded. Just give it a try, anyway, he's idle. And since he's not doing it for money, he wants to make a career, we let him know that he can also make a career here, isn't it? Zheng Qi laughed. He doesn't want to work for others. So I gave him shares, he is a member of our team, and we will treat him equally. Zheng Qi shrugged. He will ask for privileges, Dynamic Lightwave disagreed. If other people are stronger and perform better than him, he won't ask for it. In fact, his goal is as pure as ours, just to show his own value in this game. Such people are actually the same as us. Whether they are major shareholders or owners of the club is actually secondary. Zheng Qi sighed. I just figured this out recently. Why didn't I want to join Changfeng like Fei Jie? Isn't it because I feel that if I go to Changfeng, even if I get good results, I can't really show my self-worth? I don't want to go to Changfeng to make a name for myself and then go to another club, so I chose this path. He is the same. Dynamic Lightwave nodded, acknowledging the correctness of this statement. So, joining our club will not have much impact on him. It's just that he will go from being the big boss of the club to an ordinary shareholder. We don't have any other big bosses to put pressure on us. In the final analysis, it's just our business. What is the essential conflict with his ideas? No, not at all. If he doesn't sign us, what else can he do? Zheng Qi spread his hands. You still think clearly. Dynamic Lightwave said with emotion. No, I'm also standing on the shoulders of giants. Zheng Qi replied. Dynamic Lightwave looked at Su Jin, who shook his hand quickly. It's not me, I don't have such strong analytical ability. That Mr. Meng. Dynamic Lightwave said. Oh, you found out all this, so I can only kill him to silence him. Zheng Qi shouted. Don't make trouble, Mr. Meng has too many things to worry about, how can you bear it? Dynamic Lightwave said. Yeah, I can't bear it, but Uncle Meng said that if he is not allowed to do these things, he will have nothing to do. He said that compared with being my housekeeper before, his life now is like heaven. Zheng Qi laughed. I'm making fun of you, but you are still so happy. Dynamic Lightwave sighed. It must be said that Wang Yuanfen's joining has greatly improved the overall strength of the Fifen club. The joining of Wang Yuanfen alone has given Fifen's first team another good player. Although Wang Yuanfen was beaten badly by Lianzi Quangdao and others in the Yamato competition, it has a lot to do with Wang Yuanfen's unfamiliarity with Fifen. Amateur elimination matches have always been like this. There are too many participating teams and too many strange opponents. Many professional teams have capsized because they have encountered weak teams along the way, and then suddenly encountered a stronger team that they are not used to, and they are in the spotlight while the opponent is not, which leads to the defeat. Wang Yuanfen's operating ability was fine, but he lacked experience. In addition, the strength of the Extraordinary Club was a bit too strong among amateur teams. Although there were only 4 people who truly reached professional standards, there were 10 people in the main lineup whose character attribute points exceeded 800. This would scare many people to death. Now that Wang Yuanfen has joined, the Fifen club's first team has one more outstanding player, which is very valuable. 4 professional players may not be able to lead a team, 5 is relatively better, after all, it accounts for nearly half. In addition to the improvement of the first team, the guild has also been improved. Wang Yuanfen originally had a good guild alliance. Although it did not have more than 50 mature guilds like the Fifen Club, and with nearly 10 guilds, it could organize an elite group that could pass the 7 dungeons, but in terms of the number of high-level players, they still had some advantages. After all, as a RMB player, Wang Yuanfen was also very picky when selecting guild members. Although his guild only had 50,000 to 60,000 people, there were as many as 1,000 players who reached the level of the elite group of professional clubs, all of whom were scattered among these guilds. What's even better is that these high-level players are all professional players, all of whom have signed professional player contracts with Wang Yuanfen, including the teammates he led to play amateur games, who were carefully selected from these players. Although there were no double-flowered red stick level thugs who were close to the professional level, in fact, apart from those professional team guilds with a long history, no guild could have such thugs, but when this group of high-end members merged in, the overall strength of the Fifen Guild Alliance quickly rose to a higher level. In the past, the Fifen Guild had enough Guild Alliance members, but not enough masters. Although they could always gather 10 groups to participate in the fight for the boss, the water content of these 10 groups was actually very large. They could only help the Zheng Guild to beat the drums and play a supporting role. In fact, they did not play a big role. If it were not for the overall command ability of Butler Meng, which was an indispensable help for the other three guilds, they might have abandoned Fifan and worked alone. This is not to say that they are not loyal, nor that they have no spirit of contract, but that the guild alliance was originally for the sake of more benefits. If they abandon Fifan, they can still maintain their current income, plus the advantage of getting less of a share. Why don't they do it? The three guilds also knew that if Fifan Guild ever grew to the point where it could pull out 70 or 80 elite groups and could fight Zheng Qi head-on without losing, then Fifan would not need to join forces with them. In the final analysis, the reason for joining forces is to gain more benefits, not to generously share the profits with others. Fu Lei knew this, Kim Wenmin knew this, Ria Qianlei knew this, and Zheng Qi knew this as well. Although he usually looked a little confused, in fact, he also had a lot of things in mind, but he just didn't show it. The current cooperation is indeed very pleasant, but it does not mean that everyone will always be friends. For example, what if Fifan Club meets Zheng Qi in the amateur competition this year? What if Fifan enters the level league this year and becomes a relegation rival or a promotion rival with Zheng Qi starting next year? By then, even if the cooperation between the two is beneficial, it will not last. It is also for this reason that other guilds did not join forces to deal with this alliance that has obviously destroyed the unspoken rules of the industry. The first reason is that 4 of the 5 major guilds have not been directly threatened, and the other one does not care much. The other guilds are a little powerless and do not want to be the first to lose too much. The second factor is that everyone knows that such a harmonious alliance will not last long. Relying on others is always unreliable. Only by being strong yourself is the key. As for the first-line team, Zheng Qi and Su Jing are not worried about anything. As long as they can survive this half-year, in the second half of the year, 6 professional players with absolutely good attribute points will join immediately. Moreover, after entering the finals, it will be much easier to introduce players. They are all still very young, and youth training takes a long time to establish, so it will not be a problem. Moreover, with their current ability to build accounts, they are enough to attract a group of young players who may not be outstanding, but are absolutely qualified to join. As for the guild, it is impossible to achieve success overnight. Although the Fifan Guild has made such a big show in District 108, novices are novices. Even if there are many talented people among them, they are still just enough people. The proportion of masters is much worse than that of any professional club's guild alliance. This requires a long time to accumulate. After all, professional players only have a career of more than 10 years, but professional players can even play for a lifetime if they want. In any group of people, there are always a few who are outstanding. If you want to accumulate a large number of masters, it is completely impossible without time. The joining of Wang Yuanfen's guild has greatly alleviated the shortage of masters in the Fifan Club. Of course, these masters came for the salary offered by Wang Yuanfen. They are not core members of the Fifan Guild yet, but mercenaries are fine. Just look at Hong Yuan's Jilutan. Most of their masters are also mercenaries, but so what? The binding force of the contract is still very sufficient, and feelings can be cultivated slowly. What made Su Jing and Zheng Qi happy the most was that young Master Wang waved his hands and said easily that he would still pay the salaries of this group of members, so as not to create an additional burden on the club. Look, where can we find such a good person? Zheng Qi said proudly to Dynamic Light Wave. If I hadn't dug him over from a high vantage point, would our current situation be so good? Okay, you are the best, okay? Dynamic Light Wave looked like he didn't care about him. You are just being stubborn. This shows that I have good character. If I have good character, everything will be fine. Chapter 292 Everything is under control. Good character. Dynamic Light Wave asked Zheng Qi. Well, sooner or later, we will face strong teams anyway, it doesn't matter whether we meet them sooner or later. Zheng Qi said stubbornly. Don't be too shameless. Dynamic Light Wave sighed. As a person, the most important thing is to be happy, Zheng Qi said. Such a meaningless conversation was naturally because something happened that made everyone start to doubt Zheng Qi's character. The competition reached the 4th round. After 3 rounds of elimination, there were less than 100,000 teams left from the more than 700,000 teams that registered initially. So in order to increase the enthusiastic atmosphere of participation, starting from this round, the lottery will be open to all the captains of the participating teams. After the lottery starts, everyone can randomly draw one from the list flying in front of them, and whatever position they draw will be their position. and those who don't draw will also be assigned to a vacant position by the system after the time is up. This kind of thing may seem boring, but it is actually a big gimmick. Many teams will gather together at the beginning of the draw to see what kind of opponent the captain will draw. Even when some former professional teams draw, there will be channels for live broadcasting for fans to watch. Of course, there are not many teams that can get the opportunity to live broadcast. After all, without ratings, live broadcasting is meaningless. So after knowing this, Zheng Qi excitedly called everyone in the team and planned to let them all see how good his character is. After telling everyone in a very awesome way that as a young man with noble character, he will definitely draw a good lot in the draw, Zheng Qi started to draw. To be honest, Zheng Qi really didn't think that his luck would be so bad. After all, there are nearly 100,000 teams, more than a dozen former professional teams, and a probability of nearly 1 in 10,000. How can it be so easy to draw? Then, he drew an opponent in one hand and won. Others wanted to beat him. Good character. Dynamic Lightwave asked with squinting eyes. Actually, this can only be said to be bad luck. How can I be so unlucky? I have a 1 in 10,000 chance, and I just happened to be there. Zheng Qi sighed. 1 in 10,000? Asked Dynamic Lightwave. Zheng Qi felt a little bad. After all, probability is also the sphere of influence of Dynamic Lightwave. In terms of the probability of quantity, it is indeed 1 in 10,000, but this kind of probability, if you don't happen to be there, it is 0 in 10,000, and if you do happen to be there, it is 10,000 in 10,000. It's just like saying that there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting a certain disease when eating something. It doesn't mean that you will definitely get sick once if you eat it 10,000 times, but every time you happen to be there, it is 10,000 in 10,000. Dynamic Lightwave said to Zheng Qi. Can you speak Mandarin? Zheng Qi scratched his head and asked. In short, from the perspective of probability, there will definitely be more than a dozen teams that will draw the former professional team in this draw. The probability is 100%, so if you happen to be there, it has nothing to do with luck, it's just that you have a bad character. Said Dynamic Lightwave. Do scientists look so high-handed when they criticize people? Zheng Qi sighed. The competition is the day after tomorrow, why don't you prepare quickly? You are the captain, I don't want to be eliminated twice in amateur competitions in a month. That would be a shame, understand? Wang Yuanfeng rushed over and shouted at Zheng Qi. Calm down, anyway, it's already drawn, there's no point in being anxious, believe me, we will win. Zheng Qi comforted Wang Yuanfeng. Really? Although both has been in amateur competitions for several years, their strength in amateur competitions is still very strong. Last year they made it to the semi-finals of the division, but they lost to the team that eventually won the championship in the division. If they had better luck in that game, it would not be Hongguan but them who would be in the first-class league this year. Wang Yuanfeng looked at Zheng Qi with some doubt and said. You are familiar with this? Zheng Qi said with some surprise. Of course, my goal at the time was also the amateur division champion. Of course, I have to conduct a detailed investigation and understanding of these teams. Didn't you even do this? Wang Yuanfeng was more surprised than Zheng Qi. Well, I didn't think too much, because there are so many teams, Zheng Qi said embarrassedly. Wang Yuanfeng touched his forehead. Is it too late for me to terminate the contract now? Now is the time to test people's hearts, how can you do this? How can I show you my back in the future? Chaos Mad Knife jumped out and righteously criticized Wang Yuanfeng. It seems that we haven't forged a deep friendship in the battle. Wang Yuanfeng said depressedly. After coming to Fifan, he felt that he was depressed more and more. Anyway, now is the time to share weal and woe, and it is also a huge test for you as a newcomer. Chaos Mad Knife said. Wang Yuanfeng rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything, Zheng Qi touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, I have a sure win method now, but only Master Wang can do it. It depends on whether you are willing to do it. Don't call me Master Wang. If you really want to honor me, just call me Master Wang. It makes me seem more approachable. Wang Yuanfeng emphasized first, and then asked, what sure win method? I will do what I can do. There is no big company supporting us now. It is just an ordinary H-City enterprise. That enterprise has no money and basically just maintains it. Master Wang, you can just spend money to buy this team, and then transfer their main force to us. We can easily win. Isn't it wonderful? Zheng Qi said seriously. The others laughed. Wang Yuanfeng did not laugh, but pondered for a while. This is indeed a good idea, no way, are you really going to do this? Dynamic Lightwave was surprised. My pride does not allow me to do this. Let's try our best to beat them. Wang Yuanfen sighed and said. It's great to have such an idea. Let's go against the strong enemy together and share the sweat and pride of youth. Liuan Ziquandao raised his arms and shouted. Fool, others complained. Although the atmosphere of the team was indeed much more relaxed, the pressure would still linger on their hearts. After all, it was a professional team. Even if it was a former professional team, it was still a professional team. It's actually good to meet both. Although they performed very well last year, it was because they held their breath last year. This year they are definitely not as good as last year. After coming out of the holographic cabin, Zheng Qi saw Butler Meng busy at the desk. Butler Meng looked up and said to Zheng Qi, Oh, Uncle Meng, have you found any information? Did Boat lose many of its main players? Zheng Qi's eyes lit up. What are you thinking about? No. Butler Meng shook his head. After reaching the semi-finals of the final division, no one came to poach their main players. When did those professional teams become so soft-hearted? Zheng Qi said with a sigh of relief. You're overthinking it. Professional teams do poach players with outstanding performances from amateur competitions, but they are mostly young players. Boat was one of the teams with the oldest average age in the amateur league last year. How could they be poached? Said Butler Meng. So that's how it is. Zheng Qi was a little disappointed. What's there to be disappointed about? This situation is actually the best situation when facing such a team. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Oh? Why? Zheng Qi asked excitedly. The reason is very simple. Last year, they almost entered the professional competition, but fell in the end. If they were mostly young players, then their hopes for this season would increase greatly. However, if they were mostly older players, then their decline this season would almost be inevitable. Think about it. Why do I say that? Asked Butler Meng. Let me think about it. Zheng Qi walked around the study. Well, I understand. If they are young players, they will accumulate more experience after a year of competition, so they will perform better in the next round. Older players have little room for development, but why is decline inevitable? You are considering it from a technical perspective. In fact, morale is also a very important thing. Butler Meng laughed. Let me ask you, if you didn't lead the team to the A level this year, how would you feel? Why do you say such an unlucky thing? Zheng Qi said nervously. What's the use of analogies? You are so superstitious at such a young age. Butler Meng sighed. Why didn't I see it before? Maybe it's because I have a complex personality. Zheng Qi answered casually, then thought for a while. Of course I'm not convinced. Whoever eliminated me, I will kill him next year. Even if there is no chance, I will kill him after entering the professional competition. Yes, that's the mentality. Young people are easily unconvinced. Although some of them are unable to recover after setbacks, generally speaking, they still hope to get back on track in the next game. Older players lack energy and determination. They have not been able to get the due rewards for their outstanding performance in a season. They will most likely be decadent in the second year, and their condition will not be as good as the previous year. Butler Meng clapped his hands and said, No wonder you said that Boat is not difficult to deal with. However, no matter how easy it is also a former professional team. There are only 5 people in our team who can really play, including the new guy. It's not easy to deal with. Zheng Qi said. Fortunately, we're in the dark and they're in the light. It is not difficult to deal with them. In addition, facing this situation, it is time for you to show your ability. Butler Meng smiled. Oh? How do I do it? Zheng Qi's eyes lit up. We won't fight the boss tomorrow. Let's go to the arena and get a room. We will practice tactics well. Butler Meng said. Is one day enough? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. It's enough. The main thing is to understand the characteristics and habits of the opponent, and win. There are only about a dozen people who can fight now. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Everything was under control. Chapter 293 Pre-match preparation. Compared to last year, the lineup of Boat has not changed much, or even remained the same. As a veteran former professional team, they still have a few good players, but the most outstanding one is their captain Wang Chong. He is the only surviving player from Boat's days when he was a professional player. But at the time, he was just a substitute in Boat, but now he is the core of Boat. Butler Meng was in the room in the arena, explaining the opponent to the first-line players. How can I describe this Wang Chong? He has the ability and is very loyal to Boat, but his personality is not so good. It's not that he has a bad temper, but in fact, he has a very good temper. He doesn't like to talk and is used to leading the team with his performance instead of his mouth. So although he is very respected in boat, when it comes to leading the team at a critical moment, he seems a little worse. In terms of technical characteristics, he is a support player trained by an orthodox professional team. He has precise operations and excellent timing. However, for a support player to be the core, unless he can reach the level of Li Qing's, it is always not enough. Otherwise, most of the top players in each professional team would not be the most capable, because the requirements for support players to be the core are too high. The head coach of boat is not unaware of this. This coach is also a model of diligence. However, the most reliable player of boat now is Wang Chong. He plays stably and there will be no fluctuations. However, such characteristics will allow the team to get the most stable results in the league, but there will be some problems in the cup knockout stage. They lost last year under such circumstances. Last year, their good performance, in addition to Wang Chong's stable performance, has a lot to do with two people. One is their current attacker Zheng Qi. He is also the youngest main force in boat's lineup. According to his characteristics, he should be the core of the team. However, because of his unstable performance, he cannot bear this responsibility. The more valuable point is that he was brought into the industry by Wang Chong, so he has always respected Wang Chong. Under Wang Chong, he will not have any emotions. Of course, this person's performance is unstable. When he performs well, he has the level of the main force of the first-class team, and when he performs poorly, he will decline. But we can't put our hopes on his poor condition. Dynamic Lightwave thought for a while and said, "Of course, so when we prepare, we must be mentally prepared for his great condition in this game." Butler Meng nodded. "Who is the other person?" Zheng Qi asked. "That's Zheng Qi, another attacker of boat last year. In the finals, he also averaged 2 kills per game, which was quite good. But this year he has become a substitute, so we don't need to think too much about him." Butler Meng replied. "What's the reason for becoming a substitute? Are there any conflicts with teammates?" Wang Yuanfen's eyes lit up. "No, it's just that his condition has declined. Although he is not as old as Wang Chong, he is older than Wang Chong. After all, when boat was relegated, Wang Chong was less than 20 years old, and now he is only 27 years old. Hong Jian is almost 30 years old, so it is normal for his condition to decline. But he has a lot of experience in amateur competitions. If he comes on as a substitute, we need to keep our attention on him." After talking about the 3 key people, Butler Meng just commented on the other players of boat. They all have good strengths, but they don't have particularly outstanding characteristics. However, boat still has the advantage overall. We still don't know what map will appear in that game, but in theory, in the qualifiers, there are often very simple maps with simple terrain, so that amateur teams will not suffer losses due to not understanding the map. This is relatively beneficial to us, but of course it is not very beneficial, because it means that we cannot use the terrain to offset the overall strength of the opponent. So in this game, we have to play the star tactics, surround a few key players, and gradually gain an advantage. Hearing the word star tactics, Wang Yuanfen immediately straightened his chest and felt that he would definitely be reused. Our basic tactics for this game is that in the head-on confrontation, Xiaodo, you will play your advantages in speed and flexibility, constantly attack the opponent's lineup, and disrupt their game thinking. You don't need to cause much damage, as long as you harass them continuously, that's enough. Butler Meng turned to the chaotic Mad Knight and said. The chaotic Mad Knight nodded. This is something he is quite good at, and there will be no problem. After the opponent is in chaos, Zheng Qi, you have to adapt to the situation and open up the situation. These things depend on you. I can't tell you the details now. I can only see how you perform on the court. In such a game, the coach has no other role except to formulate the general ideas. Butler Meng then turned to Zheng Qi and said. No problem. I have concealed my strength for so long before. They will probably ignore me. I will give them a good show then. Zheng Qi smiled. Su Jin, gain auxiliary core, Zhu, interference core, Lilan, the 4 of you follow the usual drills and cooperate with the 2 of them. Zhao Fen, linking head, face off and assist teammates in attacking. Seeing that Butler Meng had arranged all the tasks but didn't say anything to him, Wang Yuanfen was a little anxious. Hey, coach, what about me? What about me? Wang Yuanfen asked Butler Meng. You? Oh, you're a substitute. Butler Meng said. What? Why am I a substitute? Wang Yuanfen was very unhappy. You and Xiaodo have similar characteristics, right? Butlerman gasped. Yes, they are a little similar. Yuanfeng nodded. There is only one person in charge of harassment in this game. If there are more people in other positions, problems will easily arise. Shadow is a little stronger than you, so of course he will be used. So you're the substitute. What's the problem with this? Butlerman replied calmly. Hey, I'm so angry. You didn't say that at the time. Yuanfeng said. Shadow's task is very heavy. He has to harass, dodge, and retreat at any time. During this process, our support team will hardly have time to help him. These things have to be done by yourself. Are you sure you can do it? Butlerman gasped. It seems very tiring, but I can definitely do it. Yuanfeng said after thinking for a while. I also believe you can do it, but after a game, no one can persist, so I let you be the substitute. Butlerman smiled slightly. Oh, is it taking turns to play? That's good. Yuanfeng understood. So don't slack off. Although it's taking turns to play, it is obvious that whoever harasses more and has better results can stay on the court for a longer time. Butlerman said. I didn't expect to become your competitor. Yuanfeng said, looking at Liuanzi Guangdao. Brave young man, don't be afraid of any challenge. Liuanzi Guangdao said. Start training, both of you. Zheng Qi shouted. Oh, here we go. Fifth Club is preparing for tomorrow's game. Preparing for only one day seems a bit of a joke. In fact, for most amateur teams, they basically don't have a day's preparation. It's not that they are not professional enough, but there are too many participating teams. Many teams don't know how to prepare, and many amateur teams don't have coaches. After all, coaches are much scarcer than players in general. Of course, there is no such problem for both. Although their head coach is not a famous coach, he still has the most basic level. After the draw results came out, he began to study the Fifth Club. Boat's head coach didn't pay much attention to this emerging club. This problem is actually the same. Clubs on the edge of professional competitions like this don't know much about the Fifth Club. The ones who really know them are the professional clubs. This is related to the strange characteristics of the Fifth Club. In terms of overall strength, they are definitely not ranked in the professional clubs, but they can participate in the highest level boss competition. To put it bluntly, they only have the strength of the edge of the professional, or even less, but they are mixed in a high-level battlefield, which leads to such a strange result. And Boat has indeed been away from the professional arena for too long, which makes them a lot of news. It's not that they don't know the importance of these news, but the news of the professional arena is of no use to them now. They only pay attention to amateur information, which is closely related to them. So it is not easy to find the information of the Fifth Club temporarily. The only thing you can find is the video recording of their participation in amateur competitions. In theory, this is enough, because the recent games can best reflect the level of a team. That is, 3 games, which seems very fast, and after 3 games, Boat's head coach made a conclusion about the Fifth Club. This club performed well, and there are also several good players in the team, but the lineup is too flawed. Facing weak teams, they may rely on their own level and character attributes to make a smooth journey, but when facing our side, the opponent can be said to have weaknesses everywhere. This team performed very well in the first 3 rounds, but this does not mean that they're a strong team. They really need to pay attention to only 3 people: Chaos Matt Blade, Silent Shadow and Dynamic Light Wave. The head coach of Boat began to explain in the team meeting, and the players of Boat were also watching the game video carefully. The level of Chaos Matt Blade is quite good, flexible and maneuverable, and the speed talent is somewhat amazing. Qing Yizhao commented. The Silent Shadow is also good, with precise operation and excellent timing. With such a supporting player, it is no wonder that they can win so easily. Wang Chong nodded. These 2 people, plus Dynamic Light Wave, are the 3 best players of this team. I don't know if they have hidden strengths, but as of now, their lineup flaws are too obvious. As long as we can make targeted arrangements, it will not be too difficult to win the game. The head coach said with great confidence. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga en y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 294 Surprise Coach. The 3 of them are not bad, and they may not be worse than us. In this game, we need to be more cautious, right? Wang Chong asked cautiously. The coach was very satisfied with Wang Chong's reaction. He is indeed the most reliable player in the team. Although he is a little old and lacks passion, with such a captain in the team, the coach can really save a lot of trouble. Although he is the only player in the team with real professional game experience, he never looks great in the team, but is very friendly. Such a captain may not seem aggressive enough on the court, but off the court, he can integrate the team to the maximum extent and exert all the strength. What the captain said is right. Although a team needs more than 20 people and there must be 11 on the field, if there are 3 outstanding players as the core and the others are closely connected, it will still be difficult to deal with them. Think about us last year. Captain Wang Chong guarded the midfield, Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian charged into the battle, and we still achieved excellent results. But there is a prerequisite, because the 3 best people in our team can become a whole, and the performance of others is also quite outstanding, in order to create good results. The coach said confidently. And what about the Fifen team? Their 3 important players, if placed in the professional game, can only be supporting roles, not the protagonists, harassing speed attackers, buffing the core, and disrupting the opponent's warlocks. Such roles are very important to any club, but they are not the core. They are part of the team, but not the backbone of the team. The players nodded. This was undoubtedly very reasonable. Unlike traditional football, in previous football matches, any position could become the core, depending on the individual's level and tactical arrangements. Especially during the period of rapid development of football tactics, the players became more and more comprehensive, and there were more and more players on the field who could serve as the core of tactics, and the tactics became more and more diverse. However, the characteristics of the current football era are still different. The combination of 60 heroes is too numerous, and the setting of only being able to choose 10 heroes makes the role of a player on the field more detailed, and the areas of expertise are indeed different, so professional cooperation becomes more important. In this case, a combination like Fifen is really not good. Just like a person who has strong limbs but no good brain command and perfect spinal support, such a person cannot move his body. We don't know what the map will be yet, but given the characteristics of the qualifiers, it should be a map that emphasizes direct confrontation. As long as we play steadily and advance steadily, and use the tactics we are used to, then victory will definitely belong to us. The coach's work filled the players of both with confidence. Correct tactical analysis can let the players know what they should do on the field. With the main tactic, they will not panic on the field. Fifen Club, the name is quite impressive, and the strength seems to be not bad, but at least it is much easier to deal with than those former professional clubs. In addition to defeating them, maybe they can also dig out those young players with good strength. Of course, there is no hope for this, because Boat's appeal is not that great. If there is a chance to communicate after the game, you can leave a contact number. Boat's boss did not think so. He whispered to Wang Chong in a private chat. Wang Chong nodded. He had no opinion on this. He did not think that the newcomers would have any impact on his position. The biggest problem of Boat now is that it is not attractive enough, not that there are too many good players that impact the positions of the old players. One day passed quickly, and the next day, the 4th round of the qualifiers began again. Although the number of teams has shrunk by nearly 90% after 3 rounds of elimination, there are still many teams. There won't be too many spectators for such games. Although there are many bored players who will watch these games, the number is still a minority. Boat still has many fans, although they have been sinking in the Yamato League for many years. There are still tens of thousands of people watching each game on site, and the income from these games can be regarded as a relatively good supplement to Boat's financial income. Their guild is still retained, but the management and core players of the guild are no longer professional players, and they rely on enthusiasm to support the guild. Basically, most of the former professional teams that have been in amateur competitions for a long time are in such a survival situation. Keeping such a configuration can be said to keep hope. Once there is a chance to enter the professional arena, then investing a sum of money can bring new vitality. Of course, if you can't enter, it is also possible to disband like Juvantian. For this point, Boat's management is also well aware of it, but when they arrived at the scene today, they were immediately shocked. Normally, the attendance rate for a game is only tens of thousands, but this game, if you take a quick glance, there are more than tens of thousands of people. There are more than 1 million people waiting for the game to start around the venue, and they keep shouting loudly, showing their enthusiasm. Although there is a huge gap compared to the tens of millions of people in the Super League, it is almost the same as the first-class league. The boss of Boat certainly would not be naive to think that this is the fans of his team coming to support. If Boat really had so many loyal fans to watch the game, they would have entered the professional arena long ago. After all, the league organizing committee does not take a cut of the ticket revenue for amateur games. Then there is only one answer: these spectators are here to watch FIFA's game. Fuck, why does FIFA have so many fans? Are these people sick? The boss of Boat sighed. Then he began to fantasize. If Boat performed well in this game and eliminated the opponent, then there should be many people among these spectators who would like Boat, right? FIFA has no traditions. They can attract so many spectators. It should be because they won by double-digit scores in previous games. That's why they're so attractive. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. If it doesn't work, even if they can't get new fans, at least the ticket share of this game will be several million, which is equal to the bonus income they usually get when they reach the final stage. Last year, they made it to the semi-finals and the bonus was only several million. The league organizing committee takes so much money, of course a large part of it will be used in amateur competitions. This is beyond doubt, otherwise the money will be taken too easily. In addition to organizing competitions and not taking the lead, the league organizing committee will still give some real benefits to amateur teams. After all, not taking the lead means no income, and organizing competitions does not cost them any money. Although there are too many participating teams, it is impossible for all participating teams to have appearance fees, but the 128 teams that enter the finals will still get quite generous income. The teams that enter the finals will receive 300,000 yuan in appearance fees for each of the 3 group matches, which means 900,000 yuan for 3 matches. In these 3 matches, if they win 1 match, they will receive an extra 200,000 yuan, and if they draw 1 match, they will receive an extra 100,000 yuan. Only if they lose will they have no extra income. In this way, the league organizing committee will have to pay out nearly 20 million yuan for the appearance fees and bonuses for the group matches alone. Of course, compared with their income, this is only a drop in the bucket. After entering the knockout stage, the income will increase more significantly. In the quarter-finals, the appearance fee is 500,000 yuan, and the promotion bonus is 300,000 yuan. In the quarter-finals, the appearance fee is 1 million yuan, and the promotion bonus is 600,000 yuan. In the semi-finals, the appearance fee is 2 million yuan, and the promotion bonus is 1 million yuan. The appearance fee for the finals is as high as 5 million yuan, and the final winner will also receive a bonus of 5 million yuan. The reason why the champion's bonus is so high is that the champion will play in the first-class league next season. The financial resources of amateur teams are average. If they don't subsidize this aspect, they will be eliminated in the first-class league. If the promoted teams are relegated every year, it would be too bad. The reason why the promoted teams from the first division will receive more generous bonus income is also due to this factor. In this way, the expenses for the group stage are 20 million, the expenses for the quarter-finals to the semi-finals are around 40 million, and the expenses for the finals are as high as 60 million. Every year in the amateur league, the league organizing committee has to spend 150 million yuan. Although it is still nothing compared to their income, considering the amazing amount of bonuses paid out by the clubs every year, it is of course a very necessary thing. After all, the teams in the Super League will receive bonuses from the league organizing committee every year based on their rankings. From the perspective of the super teams, this income is not high. After all, the bonus for the champion is only 50 million, which is just a drizzle compared to their ticket income and sponsorship income. However, for the expenses of the league organizing committee, the bonus expenses of 20 teams are also quite amazing. What's more, the A-class teams need more financial subsidies. The top 3 A-class teams, that is, the teams in the promotion zone, will receive cash subsidies of 50 million, 40 million, and 30 million. For the A-class teams with low attendance, this bonus is already quite amazing. After all, in terms of ticket revenue, the super teams are more than 10 times that of the A-class teams. This is already a well-known fact. So when Boat reached the semi-finals of the final division last year, the income was only about 6 or 7 million. And the ticket share of this game alone may be so much. This game is really a surprise for us. Boat's boss sighed. He is not a rich man. In fact, the expenses he invests in the club every year are only a few million. With the income from bonuses, he can continue to support this club. Now that this game is over, he doesn't have to worry about this year's expenses. How can he not be happy? Of course, what he doesn't know is that the surprise of this game is still to come. Chapter 295 Talent. When the players from both teams came out, there was a warm cheer from the stands. For the fans of Boat, their loyalty to Boat is unquestionable. Even though both does not play many games each season, this allows them to support the team with greater enthusiasm. This is the power of tradition. These fans may have someone to support in the Super League, but their first home team is still boss, there is no doubt about that. Before the game started, they saw so many people coming to watch the game, and they knew very well in their hearts that so many people must be here to support for fun. This gave them a feeling of sharing the same hatred for the enemy. In this case, what they need to do is nothing else but to use a louder voice to prove their existence and prove that their persistence has a reason. This is a very tragic emotion. The audience who came for Fifen were relatively relaxed. The members of the Fifen Guild certainly have a much deeper feeling for the Fifen first team, but with just over a year, they don't have such a deep feeling. Their current mentality is more like seeing their acquaintances participate in the game, so they come to join in the fun. Although they basically joined the Fifen Guild because they admire Zheng Qi and other talents, they don't have the desire to win the game yet. They haven't been through a real test yet, of course, this can't reduce their enthusiasm a lot. Although they may not be as enthusiastic as the fans they have won, they have a lot of people. As for those who were originally fans of Zheng Qi and Haitian, now watching the Fifen Club's game, they have a different mentality. They are more like going to the cinema to watch a blockbuster movie, entertainment first. Anyway, these three emotions immediately made the atmosphere on the scene become extremely warm. Although the outside voices can't be heard in the venue, just seeing the forest of arms and the crazy fans outside the venue, the players on both sides know that the atmosphere of this game is extremely warm. There are so many people, some players sighed. Although they are also considered professional players, they are actually quite lacking in experience. There were so many games last year, but only when they faced Yoon, who finally advanced, in the semi-finals, did so many people come to the scene. This is because Yoon was just relegated in the previous season and maintained enough popularity. And this Fifen club can also have such high popularity. We have to be careful. Bang Chong turned his head and said to his teammates around him. This team should be very good at making gimmicks or something, so they have a large fan base, which does not mean that they are very good. Qing Yizhao laughed. In short, it's better to be careful. In the knockout stage, if there is a mistake, it means the end of a season. Bang Chong said seriously. Qing Yizhao nodded. Of course he understood this truth. This is the cruelty of the Yamato League. Today's map is, Bang Chong looked up at the field. At the same time, today's map gradually appeared in front of everyone. Poyang Lake. Bang Chong said a little depressed. The Battle of Dingao in the Ming Dynasty was naturally the Battle of Poyang Lake between Zhu Yuanzhang and Chen Yuliang. In this battle, after more than a month of fierce fighting, Zhu Yuanzhang defeated Chen Yuliang's army with fewer troops and killed Chen Yuliang himself, laying the most solid foundation for the Ming Dynasty to unify Jiangnan and then unify China. This battle was the largest naval battle in the world in the Middle Ages. The number of participants and the duration of both sides were quite rare in the history of human warfare, so it is impossible to put the whole picture on the map. In fact, the location of the battle was set on Chen Yuliang's linked ships. This battle is actually a bit similar to the Battle of Chibai. Both of them defeated the strong with fewer troops and the weak defeated the strong. The losing party connected the ships together with iron chains, and then was set on fire by the other side. It's just that the experience of the Battle of Poyang Lake is richer. In terms of maps, the battlefield is somewhat similar to the Battle of Red Cliffs. Both are on linked ships, but the difference is that the linked ships in the Battle of Red Cliffs are already on fire, and the rising flames will bring additional damage, while the linked ships in the Battle of Poyang Lake are surrounded by flames everywhere, but the linked ships are safe. This setting is actually equivalent to the map of the Battle of Red Cliffs being an enhanced version of the map of the Battle of Poyang Lake, but the Battle of Poyang Lake also has its own characteristics. The biggest feature is that the deck is safe, but the linked ships are surrounded by flames on all sides. Once they leave the deck range, they will die directly, which will bring more variables to the game. And such variables are not random. If you can constantly repel your opponent and beat him into the fire circle, then you will naturally gain an advantage in numbers. On such an unobstructed deck, even if the football is refreshed, it will be easily found, so in such a game, how to gain an advantage in numbers will be a key. In this kind of competition, in addition to the overall level, the flexibility of the attack is still very important. Although it is relatively simple to mobilize the opponent and support the team, it requires more tacit understanding. So after seeing this picture, Bang Chong was still very relieved. In terms of tacit understanding, both should be much stronger than this new club team. Bang Chong is absolutely confident about this. Although the level of this group of people in boat is not particularly high, they were gradually put together after relegation. After several years of running in, there is no problem at all in terms of tacit understanding. Even if the opponent is outstanding, how long has it been temporarily formed? Can they have a good tacit understanding? That's a joke. It doesn't mean that a few geniuses can quickly have a tacit understanding together. Even if they can, they can't lead others. Butlerman actually agrees with this point. No matter how many lines they have, your formation must not be messed up. When the opponent attacks, shrink the defensor. When the opponent defends, press the attack as a whole. Don't divide your troops. If you divide your troops, you will not be able to beat them. After seeing this map, Zheng Qi immediately said something to everyone in the team channel. Zheng Qi nodded, and then took his men to the field. Wang Yuanfen sat on the bench rubbing his hands, but for the substitutes in the official game of football era, their vision is also limited. They cannot see all the situations in the field from a God's perspective like the audience. They just have the perspective of 11 people on the field like the coach. Therefore, in the top professional games, a basic training for the players to play is to try to let the vision of 11 people observe more positions, so as to give the substitutes and coaches more observation space. If the vision overlaps, it will be a waste. The level of the two sides' confrontation is also closely related to this. For a strong team, it is not enough to just pile up some outstanding players. The tacit understanding of overall cooperation and the sharing of vision is also a learning. Obviously, Zheng Qi's team still lacks a lot in this aspect. Both sides came out and the game was about to begin. After the draw, the Fifan club kicked off first. Dashed through the middle. You're really brave. Coach both side in his heart, and then began to command the whole team to intercept. Fifan's offensive formation was very bold, or it could be said to be very amateur. Zhao Fen and Linking He were in the lead, with Chaos Mat Blade hiding behind them, and Zheng Qi a little further behind, Su Jing and Dynamic Light Wave in the middle, and Kusinzari Lan Lan and other 4 people beside them. Except for one player guarding in front of the goal, the other 10 people actually rushed forward at the same time after the kickoff. I can't see whose feet the ball is at, but I can be sure that it must be at the feet of Jin Ying and Bai. Intercept from the front, 2 people on each wing to outflank and attack their middle. Coach both commanded, and the players of both immediately intercepted according to his arrangement. Wang Chong kept moving forward in the middle position, while constantly displaying the skills he had added. These skills could last for a long time after being added. If they were not used now, they would be wasted in the future. It seemed simple to be a support player. Just keep throwing out the skills, but in fact, it required extremely rich experience and understanding of teammates, what attributes to use for teammates who are good at what, and when to use them, so that the attribute blessing can play a greater role every second, how to only show part of your hero card in the process of continuous blessing, and keep the rest for backup, and constantly observe the opponent's skill usage to determine what kind of hero card the opponent brought. All of this requires strong observation ability. There is no special requirement for memory ability, because after observing, you can completely record all the information on your own panel. The coach recorded the opponent's skill usage on the sidelines, so as to constantly remind all the players what skills the opponent might use in such a situation. This is a very tedious job, but it must be done. While adding attributes, Wang Chong observed the opponent's Jin Ying and Bai, and then he was shocked to find that Jin Ying and Bai's rhythm of releasing skills was no worse than his. So far, she had only released the blessing skills of 5 heroes back and forth, so that before the two sides came into contact, the extraordinary people were all blessed with skills. What about him? He used the skills of 6 heroes to maintain such a blessing rhythm. The sense of rhythm is better than mine. This is a talent. As a good auxiliary player, Wang Chong certainly knows that the most important thing for an auxiliary player is the sense of rhythm. When to switch which skills, and to land on the most appropriate teammate without a second error. This depends on experience, but also on a sense of rhythm that is like talent. If the sense of rhythm is excellent, then it is almost instinctive, and you can get familiar with your teammates the fastest and give them the most powerful help. And this thing, even after hard training, the degree of improvement will not be too high. It is pure talent. Obviously, Jin Ying Bai is such a talented player. Chapter 296 Attribute Suppression. What is talent? Talent is something that seems mysterious but really exists. Some people are born with good memory, some are born with strong physical fitness, and some are born to run faster than others. These are all talents, and talents are also reflected in the football era, and there are also various kinds of talents. If we go into details about auxiliary players, then the sense of rhythm is the most important. In the most dangerous time, they can calmly help their teammates according to the best rhythm. The first characteristic required by such players is rhythm, which depends on talent. The second is calmness. Even if they're attacked by swords and axes, they must send out skills first. The third is calculation ability. Both blessing skills and blood recovery skills have cooling. How to keep the physical value of all teammates above the dangerous line as much as possible without wasting too much depends on talent and acquired training. The sense of rhythm shown by Su Jing is definitely a talent, but now it is only the blessing stage, and it has not reached the blood recovery stage. Her calculation ability has not been well demonstrated. However, this is enough to make Wang Chong alert to Su Jing. Wang Chong is not a person with amazing talent. He is also relatively weak among professional players. However, with his personality, he will not be jealous of those talented people. He will only think about how to deal with these guys. Being suppressed is something he is used to. He is not arrogant when he wins, and he is not discouraged when he loses. And although he used one more hero skill, it is not because his level is worse than Su Jing, but because players on both wings of their team have begun to prepare to move. The range is larger, of course, more skills are needed, and it is normal that the 5 heroes' skills cannot be connected. Tiffin's formation is very compact, and the utilization rate of the skill range is naturally higher. The two sides began to contact head-on. Qing Yizhao did not rush out first. Of course, the focus of his attack cannot rush forward first. This is something that Lu Xiaoxin would not do. If you rush forward first, unless you plan to rush back, otherwise, as long as you are slightly out of touch with your teammates, you will be the target of concentrated fire. Lu Xiaoxin would also take the lead in attacking the formation, but that was when the game was in the melee stage. Now that the game had just started, both sides had gathered a large number of troops in the midfield, and it was a time of eagerness. If one person rushed forward, it would really be a death wish. So Qing Yizhao also let 2 teammates attack first to attract part of the opponent's attention, and then he launched an attack himself, cutting through the opponent's defense line and disrupting the opponent's lineup. It was best to try to attract most of the opponent's attention and create opportunities for teammates who were outflanking on both sides. The 2 teammates rushed forward and activated the heroic charge skill almost at the same time as Zhao Fen and Linking Hell. As one of the early heroes, Caesar is not used by many people in the game. However, in the professional arena, this is a very practical hero. The reason is very simple. Although for the core players of the formation, this hero's skills seem too simple and too rigid, resulting in insufficient changes and suddenness, and it is not a good choice, but for those players who play supporting roles, this hero has thick skin, rough flesh, and a lot of blood. He can charge, withstand injuries, and recover some physical value by himself. He is simply the first choice for meat shields. So almost at the same time, both sides adopted the heroic charge. For such simple skills, there is no such thing as accuracy in the use of skills. Those with high attribute points will take advantage, and those with low attribute points will suffer. It's very simple. Qing Yizhao has confidence in his teammates. Those who can serve as players in the former professional clubs are actually decent in their roles. At least they can reach the passing line of 700 points for professional players. The main reason why they can't become real professional players is that their operation level is not good enough. However, when such players face ordinary players, their attribute advantages are still quite huge. The 2 who rushed into the battle first are such players. Their attribute points are quite good, one is more than 730 points and the other is more than 720 points. They are both the main players in the first-class league, but their operation talent is a little worse. They are okay as meat shields, but not so good in other aspects. Of course, if it weren't for this, they wouldn't have fallen to boat. Boat is not very attractive now. In boat, their role is still very important. They play a good role with some relatively simple heroes, and solving problems is left to others. There are still many such players in the low-level leagues, and there is a necessity for their existence. In the past, there was a description of football matches as a piano player leading a group of piano bearers. Although the light always focuses on the piano player, without the help of the piano bearers, the genius has no piano to play. Therefore, Qing Yizhao was still very confident in these 2 teammates, but he also knows that if he does not have their help, he cannot win the game by himself. After knocking 2 opponents away, I can rush forward and kill into the opponent's defense line. Chaos Mat Blade is very fast, I have to be careful not to be entangled by him, and someone will come to support me soon after I kill him, Qing Yizhao thought to himself. For him, these procedures are also very familiar. The tactics used last year have not changed in essence compared to this year. They relied on this tactic to make it to the Final Four last year and defeated several former professional teams, but they lost to Yoon, which is indeed stronger. In the 3 rounds before this year, this tactic did not have any problems, so Zheng Qi, who was relatively inexperienced and young, subconsciously prepared to apply it. However, 1 second later, 2 loud noises sounded at the same time. The 4 players from both sides collided with each other using the same heroic charge. They started almost at the same time. With the same judgment, they should be evenly matched in theory. The player from both had more than 700 attribute points, so he should be able to knock the opponent away directly. However, the 2 players from both were the ones who were knocked away. The 2 of them felt the most. After the collision, the judgment of heroic charge would calculate the momentum. The higher the attribute of strength and balance, the more you can suppress the opponent, and you can achieve the effect of knocking the opponent away. The distance and time of knocking the opponent away are calculated based on the difference in these aspects. Of course, the 2 attributes of physique and endurance will also play a role, but they are not as important as strength and balance. So when the 2 of them were knocked away, they didn't believe it deep in their hearts. Although everyone has legendary equipment, legendary materials are indeed not easy to get, but the former professional clubs will have some accumulation. The first team members of both are all wearing legendary equipment. Seeing so many fans in the stands supporting Fifan, they also know that Fifan will not be short of legendary equipment. Just pushing dungeons can accumulate legendary equipment day by day, as long as it is not always changing. The 2 players of both have 4 legendary equipment, which are just used for the 4 attributes of balance, endurance, strength and constitution. The rest are just red equipment. In fact, their other 4 attributes have only reached 80 points. The remaining extra attributes are all added to strength and balance. The extraordinary Zhao Fen and Linking Head actually only hit 3 legendary equipment, distributed in strength, physique and balance. This made the other party think that the attributes of these 2 people should be average. However, what they didn't know was that although Zhao Fen and Linking Head's operation level was not very outstanding, their attribute characters were quite good, all over 800 points, the attributes corresponding to the 5 red equipment were maxed out to 89 points, and the attributes of these 3 corresponding legendary equipment were all over 130 points. And what about the 2 people who were won? The attributes corresponding to their 4 red equipment were only added to 80 points, but the extra attributes were just enough for them to barely reach 100 points for the remaining 4 attributes. Such a gap was immediately fully reflected under the impact of the same skill. After the 2 people who were won were knocked out, Zheng Qi, who was originally preparing to rush out, was immediately stunned. He didn't expect this at all, so Zhao Fen and Linking He knocked his teammates away, appeared in front of him, and used the War Plunder skill on him at the same time. He was unable to react in time. In a flash, the effect of absorbing physical energy from the 2 lootings made his physical energy drop by a quarter. Fortunately, Wang Chong showed his reliable side at this time. He used the Blessing skill on Zheng Qi to stop his dizziness, and then shouted in the team channel. Zheng Qi, who had woken up, immediately retreated quickly. This was not the time to fight hard. He was now alone at the front. If he continued, he would be killed as soon as the next wave of fire came. As the most powerful forward, if he left the field temporarily, the impact on the entire team would be quite huge. So at this time, he had to retreat, and wait until his teammates who'd protected him recovered, and then intercept again. Zheng Qi's retreat was quite resolute, but when he pushed, he couldn't help but think in his heart, I seem to have overlooked something. The next moment, a figure jumped over his head at an extremely fast speed and landed, and then before he had time to stop, he suddenly looked up and glanced at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was struck by lightning, and his retreat stopped. Instead, he rushed forward a few steps. Qi's second skill, visual. Of course, the one who quickly jumped behind Zheng Qi was the Mad Blade of Chaos. Zhao Fen and his men repelled the opponent and attacked Zheng Qi, immediately attracting the attention of all the opponents, including Wang Chong. At this time, the Mad Blade of Chaos completed his accelerated harassment. He knocked Zheng Qi, who was about to retreat to his own formation, directly to the most dangerous position. He only needed to do this. After the knock, the Mad Blade of Chaos tapped the ground with his feet, and the whole person bounced back like a spring, and in the middle of the way, he added another collision to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi fell into the extraordinary concentrated fire zone. Chapter 297a. Gamble. No matter how outstanding a player is, once he is surrounded by the enemy and is being targeted by the enemy, he will not be able to hold out for long. Therefore, in any case, no matter how good a player is, he must try to avoid this situation, unless he wants to complete some tactical ideas and sacrifice himself to open up the situation. Obviously, Zheng Qi was not in this situation now. After being blown away by the chaotic knife, he was hit by Zhao Fen and linking hell. After landing, he wanted to retreat immediately, but he took the two attacks of Xinzari Langlan and Xinyi. As a result, just when he was about to retreat, the dynamic light wave used a charm on him at the right time, and Zheng Qi was dizzy again, losing the last chance to escape. The other people in boat would naturally not watch Zheng Qi die, but Zhao Fen and Linking He took on the task of interception of this time, delaying the opponent's offensive. After Zheng Qi died, they quickly retreated under command, and Su Jin's two blood recovery skills were added, and they were two lively heroes again. As soon as the two sides came into contact, both top attacker died just like that, which made both a little dazed. Although they are a former professional club, they have indeed been away from real professional competitions for too long. The 5 or 6 years of blank period have left only one player with professional competition experience in their team, Captain Wang Chong, which is their biggest flaw. Although amateur competitions are quite cruel, losing a game means losing a year, but after all, most teams are amateur teams and lack experience in high-end competitions. Therefore, both can still rely on strength and some experience to gain a considerable advantage, but when facing Zheng Qi and his team, such an advantage no longer exists. Zheng Qi and his team also lack confidence, but they have one thing that many Class A teams do not have: they know what it feels like to compete with the highest level of opponents. In that situation, there is no room for hesitation or delay. Sometimes you really rely on instinct to compete, otherwise, if you delay a little, you'll suffer a fierce blow. Boat does not have this. So after Zheng Qi died, they were all stunned, because they rarely played when Zheng Qi died. This problem would not occur in professional teams. No matter how strong the team is, it will be constantly rotated. It will not have much impact on who is on the court and who is not. Just like Chen Feng and Tin He, Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's will not play all the games. After all, it is a very tiring job. Taking turns to play is the key. Only in this way can such a core player have the energy to play all the games in some key games. When the core player is not on the court, it is a common thing for all the professional players. It is impossible for the team to be at a loss because of this. Boat does not have such a strong capital. Zheng Qi was of good level. At the same time, he is the youngest in Boat's first team. He is a training object that can become the core in the future. So basically, as long as there is a game, he will play the whole game and attack around him. After all, there are fewer games in amateur games, so there is no need to rotate. So, the players of both were somewhat at a loss, while the Fifen players, who had developed their instincts in the competition with Chen Feng, immediately launched an attack. Zhao Fen and Linking He attacked head-on, and then All Yuanzi Quangdao suddenly rushed into the opponent's formation from the back row to harass them, followed by Xinzai Ilan and others rushing forward, and just like that, they rushed through Boat's formation. Bad decision. Boat's coach cursed in his heart. The consequences of Boat's tactical rigidity were revealed at this moment. With confidence in their own impact and attraction, 4 people from Boat began to flank on both sides before their own collision had an effect. When Zheng Qi died, they were stunned again and failed to return to defense in time. With only 5 people left in the middle, the formation immediately became extremely weak under the concentrated attack of Fifen. Wang Chong remained calm, but he couldn't do anything alone when the middle lane was completely dispersed, not to mention that he was a supporting player, so he could only retreat. The players of both who were outflanking from both wings reacted and wanted to return to defense quickly, but were stopped by Yuan Yu and Yusi, who stayed in place. Both is in danger now. He was cut into 2 pieces. Many discerning viewers saw this point. Outflanking and being cut into 2 pieces seemed similar, but in fact they were far apart. Under the involvement of Yuan Yu and Yusi, Fifen and the others began to move forward, constantly attacking, and rushed to the opponent's goal. Boat, who was outnumbered, could only retreat step by step. Although Zheng Qi returned to the field to help defend after the 10-second leave period, he still couldn't resist. When one side's defensor is suppressed in front of its own goal, it is very difficult to rush out. Zheng Qi, who had not taken many shots but was in charge of controlling the ball, completed the final shot under the influence of the crazy knife of chaos. Zheng Qi originally planned to block Zheng Qi's shot, but at this time, the dynamic light wave was just the right stun skill, which slowed him down. Fifen led by 1-0. I was careless. Zheng Qi said. It's not carelessness. These guys cooperated very well, and they were quite, how should I put it, very decisive and experienced. Wang Chong frowned and said, "The cooperation is really good, and they know us very well." The coach's voice rang in their ears. "So play steadily and attack step by step. When attacking, divide into 3 groups, hide the ball well, and force them to split up. This will enable us to maximize our individual abilities." "I have a question, coach. Their attribute points seem to be very good," a player who once said. "Well, I've also discovered this. However, as long as you are willing to look for them carefully, it is not impossible to gather so many players with high attribute points. However, if they have the same strong operation, will they still be mixed in amateur competitions? This is impossible. Their actions just now did not seem bad, but this does not mean that their level has reached the professional level or is close to the professional level. It can only be said that they have reached the professional level in some aspects of the task. Overall, let alone the professional level, they are still far from the quasi-professional level. It must be said that although this coach is not well known, at least his judgment is still very accurate, or his inference is quite correct. Whether it is Xinzari Lang and the other 4, or Zhao Fen, Linking He and others, they do not have professional standards. If they really have professional standards, they will not still stay in for fun. This is not to say that they are not loyal, but the temptation of professional players is huge. In fact, although Xinzari Lang and the other 4 are Shinrano-phase friends, they do not have the strength of professional players. They are all veterans who have been in several new areas, with rich experience and good operating ability. However, due to their limited talents, their level is only at this level, and it is very difficult to improve further. In comparison, Zhao Fen and Linking He may have room for improvement because they are pure newcomers, but that is just a possibility. At the same time, their current level is worse than Xinzari Lang and others because they still lack experience. Such strength is of course very strong in the eyes of ordinary players, and they are masters among players, but in front of players with professional level, it is nothing. The reason why they can always perform well is that the extraordinary first-line team now basically has good cooperation and tacit understanding. When they act together, they each perform their duties and play their best. At the same time, they only need to be responsible for very simple things. In such a detailed link, they rely on their attribute advantages to really play their abilities better. However, this does not mean that they can really confront professional players head-on. Attack, let them see what the professional level is like. With Qing Yizao's roar, the players have both kicked off the attack. Their dignity would not allow them to see an amateur team showing off in front of them, even if they were just amateurs now. Divide into 3 groups. On the map that was clear at a glance, the opponent's momentum of dividing the troops was indeed easy to detect, although the distance was still a bit far. "No matter how many groups you come, I will only go one group," Chaos Mad Knight said excitedly. "Concentrate the troops and kill some of them first. Don't make a fuss, they are attacking. Do you know where the ball is? Concentrate the troops to deal with one group, and then your own gate will be open, and it will be useless for you to hit the corpse of that group." Dynamic Light Wave said, "Now we can only divide the troops. Let me see where the ball is." Chaos Mad Knight shouted, then jumped high into the air, and then fell down. "Did you see it?" the others asked. "I jumped too quickly and didn't have time to see it clearly," Chaos Mad Knight replied, and then jumped again. "How is it?" Zheng Qi asked. "I think the possibility of it being in the middle is greater," Chaos Mad Knight said. "With 3 people on each side, it's hard to hide the ball. There are 4 people in front. When I jumped, they covered each other. They must be covering something. Wouldn't they move like this on purpose to make you misjudge?" said Dynamic Light Wave. "There's nothing you can do about it. Who would think so much during a game?" Chaos Mad Knight retorted. "What Xiao said makes sense." Zheng Qi nodded. In a fierce game, it was actually very unlikely that there would be layers of anti-routines. Being able to set up a game was already a top performance. They just chatted for a few words, and the opponent was almost coming. The situation on the field changed rapidly, and no one could calculate it all. Then focus on their middle. Even if the bet is wrong, the worst that can happen is a quick return to defense. Zheng Qi waved his arms and shouted loudly. Chapter 298 Shameless. The judgment of Lianzi Quangde was actually correct. However, Fifen's overall thinking was wrong. The reason was simple. The football was indeed under the control of the team in the middle. However, the 3 routes of boat were not only for Fifen to split up. Of course, Fifen's splitting up was also what they hoped for, so that they could bring out the strength of more professional players. However, they split up into 3 routes, but the distance between them was relatively far, and they also considered what to do when the opponent concentrated its forces to deal with one of the teams. Whether you bet right or not, that's not a big deal. Seeing that 8 people from the other side rushed in front of him, Wang Chong, who was leading the team in the middle, was not surprised but happy. The ball was indeed in his hands, but now the opponent rushed 8 at a time, leaving 2 people behind to defend, which was simply sending the life gate to him. Wang Chong turned around and passed the ball to a teammate behind him. The teammate came up and made a long pass. This is not a skill, but a skill of his own. The football will not be refreshed in this situation. The ball drew an arc in the air and quickly flew to the position of the boat team on the right. "Oh, I forgot about that," Zheng Qi shouted in frustration. Chaos Mat Blade jumped up and wanted to destroy the ball midway. However, although he used the automatic guidance skill of Chaos Army Arrow, this skill can only be used on players, but not on objects, or can only be aimed at. The distance is too far, and the arrow missed without any suspense. The next thing is simple. After receiving the ball, Boat's right wing began to launch a rapid assault, while the central troops led by Wang Chong were constantly entangled with Zheng Qi and his large troops. Qing Yizhao on the left wing began to approach the middle and defeated the 3 players left behind by Fifan in one wave. When Boat equalized the score, tens of thousands of their fans shouted excitedly. This goal proved that there was no problem with Boat's performance. Since there was no problem with the performance, it would not be too difficult to defeat this opponent. We're a former professional team. How could an ordinary amateur team be able to stop it? Although Fifan scored the first goal, it was just an accident. Attack, we have to attack if we lose the ball, Zheng Qi said to his teammates. Fifan's players were mentally prepared for this loss. After all, the opponent was a former professional team. Isn't it normal to lose the ball? Although they performed well in the first 3 rounds and defeated their opponents, it does not mean that they have been overwhelmed by victory, because from the beginning, these former professional clubs were their imaginary enemies. As for Boat, through this attack, they began to affirm the coach's judgment. Fifan's team, the character attributes of the players on the field are indeed very strong, which can be seen from the fact that the 2 players who stayed behind died later than they expected. This at least proves that the opponent's physical value is still sufficient, otherwise they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Their attributes are certainly not bad. However, in terms of operation level and experience, it is not enough. Otherwise, with the characteristics shown by their attribute points, they would not be killed by Qing Yizhao and others in a wave of attacks. Without most of the cover and cooperation, the 2 Fifan players alone are simply vulnerable under their attack. Against such a team, they were naturally more confident in attacking. Stop their attack this time, and then take the lead. Wang Chong encouraged all the players. The players of both responded loudly, full of confidence. However, next, facing the extraordinary who was steadily promoted as a whole, the players of both found that they seemed to have no way to deal with this simple advancement tactic. Zhao Fen and Linking Hair attacked the front court, and Chaos Mat Blade kept rushing into their formation to harass them, and then ran away after harassing them, making full use of his speed and reaction. Xin Zari Lan Lan and Xinya protected Su Jing, allowing Su Jing to bless teammates with full rhythm, replenish blood, and recover, while Dynamic Light Wave constantly used various skills to interfere with both's performance. Every negative state made it take a long time for the players of both to recover, proving that this guy's attribute points were also quite strong. Yuzi and Yanel Yuan checked for leaks and made up for them, constantly attacking both's back row with long-range skills. Among the 10 people who rushed up, only Zheng Qi was silent. The others performed their duties, and their tactics were rigid, but they were unstoppable. Although the players of both continued to fight, their defense line continued to retreat under the impact of the opponent. They had to retreat, because only by retreating could their defense line not collapse. However, under such a retreat, they could not protect their own defense line. They kept retreating in the hope that the opponent's adversary would make mistakes, so that they would have a chance to counterattack. However, Fifan's millstone-like pressure attack did not make any mistakes. The players of both could only be forced to follow the opponent's pressure and keep retreating. Fifan's attack lasted for 10 minutes, and during this process, none of them died. Instead, the players of both died again and again, and continued to die after returning to the court. Finally, after advancing to the front of both's goal, Fifan broke through both's defense through a fierce full-member attack. Zheng Qi, who had been protecting the ball, came up with a volley and helped Fifan take the lead again. When the ball flew into both's gate, both fans were a little stunned. The process of scoring this goal was actually not exciting at all. However, under such circumstances, Fifen was able to advance steadily, leaving the opponent with no way out. Then, taking advantage of the chaos in the opponent's defensa, he directly broke through Boat's defensa and scored a goal. If they can continue like this, then wouldn't the opponent be able to score every time they kick off? They must have been practicing such operations continuously, and it is impossible for them not to make some mistakes. Let's attack first and equalize the score first, Boat's coach said calmly off the court. The somewhat flustered players of Boat began to calm down. This attack without mistakes for more than 10 minutes was indeed a bit scary, and it would definitely not be something that could be done all the time. You have to know that their advancement was based on the constant attack and harassment of the crazy knife of chaos to disrupt the defense line of Boat. This person was extremely fast and responsive. Every time he rushed in, he would attack and run away, making it difficult to defend. It was a very surprising thing that this approach could be maintained for more than 10 minutes without any problems. If he could continue for the whole game, it would be absolutely impossible. No one could play as accurately as a machine and keep it for such a long time without making mistakes. At this time, Fifen chose to make a substitution. Yuan Fen came on, and the crazy knife of chaos came off. Go off the court to rest. It seems that this approach is really overdrawn, the coach of Boat thought to himself. This is a situation that is easy to infer, and the end of the crazy knife of chaos seems to prove this point. Take a good rest, we will rely on you to play later, Butler Meng said to the crazy knife of chaos. Yuan Ziquangdao nodded. I don't know if Wang Xiao can do the same as me. You have different characteristics, and there is no need to force it. He just needs to harass the opponent as much as possible. The real decisive battle will be in the second half. Butler Meng laughed. Yes, they would not have expected the boss's performance. Yuan Ziquangdao nodded. The biggest problem of Fifen Club now is the lack of a strong attacker. As the opponent's coach judged, whether it is a harassing player like Yuan Ziquangdao, a supporting player like Su Jin, or a disruptive player like Dynamic like Wave, they are all supporting roles on the field, not the protagonists. Zheng Qi's silence in the past few games made Fifen Club look like a team that lacked the most critical factor for victory. This is actually the characteristic of many amateur teams. Even if they occasionally have a few outstanding players, they cannot be used as the key core. So when facing ordinary teams, they can still win through attributes and overall advantages. However, when facing Boat, various problems will arise. Although Fifen had scored a goal just now, it was scored in an atypical way. Unless Fifen could use defensa to prevent the opponent from scoring after scoring, it would be impossible to keep the fruits of victory. The next thing Fifen had to do was to delay time. This approach seemed very crazy, but in fact it was what many professional teams would do. Boat's attack encountered Fifen's tenacious sniping. When Boat attacked again in 3 directions, Fifen did not deal with one of them, but began to retrieve quickly and set up a thick defensive lineup in front of his own defense line. This is a nice way of saying it, but what is it actually? It's just parking the bus, but parking the bus was an extremely difficult tactic to deal with in the past football games, and it is the same in the current football era games. This is especially true for a team like Fifen that has good assists and interference players, plus a good harassment player. The crazy knife of the chaotic world left the field, and Boat thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, but in the end, Yuan Fen, who was also harassing like crazy, came up. Their attacks were constantly interrupted, and they had to be more careful when attacking, because even if they occasionally killed 1 or 2 opponents, they would come back after 10 seconds, and they would appear directly in front of their own goal and help with defensa. Boat had a hard time. They kept pressing, attacking, and tearing open Fifen's defensa, but they could never find a chance to attack. Just now, Fifen pressed Boat's attack, and it took 10 minutes to reach the opponent's goal. Now Boat quickly suppressed Fifen, but it took them even longer to break through the opponent's goal. How shameless. Boat's players had this thought at the same time. Chapter 299. The final killer. In order to break through the opponent's gate in the game, it is generally necessary to constantly cut the opponent's defense line, and then gain the advantage of numbers in a small range. After killing the opponent, take advantage of the opponent's lack of 10 seconds to expand the advantage. It is of course very troublesome to do this, but there is no way. It is nothing more than a battle of wits and courage. In professional competitions, it is not difficult to use complex terrain and scheduling to gain the advantage of numbers. It is not that no one wants to defend, but such a defensa means that the tolerance rate is extremely low. Once a problem occurs, if the hinterland of the party is directly in danger, it will be impossible to save it. Generally, the team still adopts the method of intercepting in the midfield. However, in this game, Tifan's defensive method of retreating to guard the front of the goal has a very good effect. Although there is a blazing flame outside the baseline, falling down will directly kill, but their characteristics can cooperate with each other. Sujin constantly blesses everyone with skills with a domineering effect, even if it affects the effect of making up for the physical value of teammates. It is not a matter of hesitation, being attacked and hanging up is a gradual process, but falling into the sea of fire is an instant kill. Facing such a group of people who each do their own job, the offensive of the team was seriously disturbed. Disrupt the opponent's defense. No use. Even if you rush in and kill 1 or 2 people, the others will not care. Instead, they will just do their own thing. Yuanfen will fill in the gaps everywhere in such a situation. With the interference of the dynamic light wave skill, it is enough to support the teammates to revive and return. Mobilize the focus of the opponent's defense. No use. Except for Yuanfen, Sujin and Zheng Qi, the others are stiff as if they are pushing a dungeon. They only do their own things and don't care about anything else. Even if the attack has fallen on their heads, they will not frown. Facing such a guy, you really have no way. In fact, except for a few outstanding players, the requirements of the other extraordinary players given by the housekeeper manga to treat the game as a dungeon. What you should do should be carried out meticulously. You don't need to care about other things. Even if there is a problem, it is not your responsibility. The extraordinary players faithfully implemented such requirements. The rigid confrontation can fully bring out their attribute point advantages, and make up for the lack of operational experience. Of course, this method is also very tiring, because it is necessary to repeat the operation continuously without any mistakes. However, Butler Meng is also constantly changing people. The people who are killed will not be sent to the field immediately even after 10 seconds. Instead, the substitutes will take over and rest for a while. They will be sent to the field again when they are full of energy. Faced with such a rigid but extremely powerful defense in such an environment, Boat was extremely depressed. In the end, they sacrificed several players and took the risk to kill Sujin and Dynamic Light Wave. After losing these 2 core players, the poor adaptability and poor operation of the others were exposed, and they took advantage of the situation to tear open the defense line, and then scored a goal to tie the score to 2-2. However, after such a contest, it is easy to make people feel physically and mentally exhausted. This goal occurred in the 41st minute of the first half of the game. After the restart, the Tiffin club's offensive obviously had insufficient time. Although they were advancing steadily, they could not suppress Boat in time. In the end, they could only launch an attack in a hurry, which was resolved by Boat, who was ready. When Boat was in control of the ball and preparing to launch an attack, there was not much time left before they could press to the front court. The time for the end of the first half of the game was up, and the referee blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. After the whistle blew, the players from both sides walked towards the locker room, and the audience in the stands also breathed a sigh of relief. The first half was not exciting, but it was quite tense. The audience felt tired just watching. What about the players? If we keep playing like this, we will be exhausted to death. Zheng Qi, who returned to the locker room, was not excited at all about tying the score before the end of the first half, but said depressedly. He was really depressed. Although he played very well as an attacker and performed quite well, facing an opponent who was more determined than the monsters in the 7 dungeons and could keep coming back, what was the point of constantly killing the opponent? In the first half, he killed more than double digits, which was a record in professional competitions, but he didn't feel the pleasure of successfully killing the opponent at all. He was only depressed, extremely depressed. Don't be discouraged. The opponent did use shameless and unconventional means, and it's not easy to deal with them. But from a certain perspective, this is all their strength. Except for 3 or 4 people, the other extraordinary players are only amateur masters, and are much worse than us. As long as we are patient and fight with them more, the possibility of our mistakes will be much smaller than theirs. The head coach of Boat saw that everyone was not in a good mood and said with a relaxed smile. But this kind of game will be really tiring. If we consume too much energy, it is easy to make mistakes in the game. Wang Chong frowned and said. So we also have to rotate and take turns to play. Zheng Qi, get ready, you need to take more responsibility in the second half. The coach said to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi nodded. He did start to play more as a substitute this season, but that was because he was old and lacked energy. However, when he came on as a substitute, he was still able to play at the level of last season. When Wang Chong and Zheng Qi were not here, you have to carry the team forward. Only you can complete this task, please. the coach said seriously. I know, coach. Anyway, as long as I'm on the court, I will use all my strength. Zheng Qi nodded seriously and answered affirmatively. Okay, in the second half, we will speed up the rhythm. If they advance step by step, we will play more freely, rush into their formation, and disrupt their overall advancement. As long as they are cut off by us, it will be easy to deal with them. Do you understand? The coach waved his fist and said. Got it. The players nodded one after another. Although the first half of the game was difficult, it also proved that the personal abilities of most of the players of Fifen were extremely different from them. Otherwise, they would not have scored the second goal. You know, in order to kill Su Jing and Zheng Qi in that attack, they sacrificed 5 people to kill these 2 core players under the heavy protection of the opponent. After killing these 2 people, the remaining 5 people almost attacked at once, and the Fifen defense line of up to 9 people collapsed. Without Su Jing's protection and Zheng Qi's dispatch, the overall strength of Fifen was not significantly different from that of an ordinary Yamato player team. In fact, the coach chose this offensive method at the time because he was forced to take a gamble. Now it seems that the gamble has won. Fifen is like the donkey in Gizao, revealing his weak true face. This discovery made the morale of the team start to rise again. We played well in the first half, but the last goal, it exposed our true ability. Butler Meng said to the Fifen players in the locker room. Except for Su Jing and a few others, everyone else lowered their heads in shame. After all, they had an advantage in numbers at the time, but they were defeated by the opponent's wave of attack. It was really embarrassing. But this is normal. The professional level is like this. What's more, we rotated a lot of people at the time, and the overall strength began to decline. Butler Meng comforted everyone. This was not purely to comfort them, but Butler Meng knew clearly that there was a gap between ordinary players and professional players. Although there was still a gap between the players of Bode and the real professional players, it was only a gap. They can't gain a foothold in the professional arena because they still have certain defects in operation, but this defect is definitely not something that ordinary players can take advantage of. In other words, except for Zheng Qi and his friends, there is no essential difference between the players who encounter Bode and Lu Xiaoshan. Isn't there a joke? Someone was going to be killed by 5 thunders, and then a fairy interceded and changed it to 1 thunder, but the consequences were still the same, and he still died. With only a combat power of 5, no matter if you encounter a combat power of 100 or 1000, you'll die in one go. So Butler Meng never expected that they could perform well without Zheng Qi and others. In fact, in this game, they were around Su Jing and Zheng Qi, and they had performed well enough. In the second half of the game, we will continue to grind with them, and then try to deal with them in one blow. Do you understand? Defend more, kill time, and leave the last chance of attack to us. Butler Meng said to everyone. Fifen's players nodded one after another. They were well prepared for this. After all, they never thought that this game could be easily won. With Fifen's current strength, even if Zheng Qi hides his strength, it will not have any effect against a non-former professional club. Just relying on their attribute points can crush a large number of people. However, when encountering a former professional club, the gap is still very huge. Originally, they hoped not to encounter a semi-professional team before entering the finals. After entering the finals, the Queen and the others will almost return. With this group of elite forces joining, they will be qualified to fight against the former professional team. But now that they have encountered it, of course they have to play all the advantages they can have. Now Fifen's last trump card is on Zheng Qi. Whether he can seize the last opportunity and kill both with one blow, leaving the opponent no chance to resist, this will be the key to determining the outcome of this victory. Chapter 300. Hold back. You've been holding back for 3 games, haven't you gotten sick? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi before going on stage. How is that possible? How can a young and sunny boy like me get sick from holding back? Zheng Qi waved his arms. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Yes, although Zheng Qi has been quiet recently, he is learning more things, so he can hold on and nothing will go wrong. Su Jing smiled. Sister Su still understands me. I'm a person who can sacrifice everything for the team's victory. Zheng Qi praised himself. You are quite shameless. Fan Yuanfen couldn't stand it anymore. Zheng Qi complained. You 3 can see others very well, but you can't see yourself clearly. Li Rui, the innocently shot crazy knife in the chaotic world, blinked his eyes, and seemed to be a little unresponsive. Let's go. Remember, no matter attacking or defending, you have to delay more time, and wait until the last moment to decide the outcome with them. Before that, consume them and let them continue to consume their energy. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. The others nodded. The key to this tactic was that Zheng Qi had been saving his energy and keeping his spirits. Then the others and Bodhi would consume each other's energy. In the end, Zheng Qi would make the final decision. From a tactical point of view, this was of course a perfect tactic. The layout of the previous 3 games would play the biggest role in this game. Although it was very bad news for Fifan to meet the former professional team in that 4th round, the sooner he met the former professional team, the sooner Fifan would expose all his strength. If he met the former professional team again, he would have to fight hard, which was not a good situation. Of course, he could not continue to hide his strength in this game because of this. Only by winning the game could he be qualified to worry about the next game. If he lost, he would not be qualified to worry anymore. Obviously, neither side could afford to lose this game. If either side lost, they would lose the year. Although in terms of income, Bodhi could probably get the same income as last year just from the ticket share of this game, they would definitely not want to stop moving forward here. Even if they could earn more in this game, they would not stop. For former professional teams, if they can always enter the finals, they can still maintain good exposure. More importantly, they can let those players with professional strength see the future of their team, so that they can attract the favor of those young players who cannot gain a foothold in the league but still want to become professional players. It is difficult for amateur teams to have their own youth training. After all, the youth training of Class A teams is very poor and cannot attract young players with outstanding talents. Class A teams have to pick up the unwanted players in the youth training of super teams, and they can only pick up the unwanted players of Class A teams. But even if they have been screened twice, they can't pick them up just because they want to. If they don't make it to the finals, how can this team show that it has a future and ambition? How can a team without a future and ambition give hope to those young players? This is something that money can't buy back. So they also have to win this game. The strategy of winning is to speed up the game, and the strategy of extraordinary is to delay time as much as possible. One wants to play fast and the other wants to play slow, so naturally the game will become very ugly. After the second half kicked off, Bode, who had the ball, began to attack in 3 directions. Fifan did not rush out like before, nor did he go back to defense collectively. Instead, he also divided his troops into 3 directions to meet the opponent. On the left wing, Su Jing led Xinzhao Langlan and Xinye. On the right wing, Zheng Qi led Yan'el Yuanyu and Yusi, and in the middle, Zheng Qi, Li Rui, Zhao Fen and Linking Head, leaving only one player to guard the gate. They actually divided their troops to attack 2 wings, try to defeat them quickly. The coach commanded off the court. Both 2 wing players immediately prepared to start rushing to the opponent. Would Fifan, who divided his troops, be able to stop them? The reason for the 2-wing attack was that the football was under the feet of the 4 people in the middle. If they wanted to break through the opponent's defense, it would be easy for others to destroy the ball. It would be better to rely on the breakthrough of the 2 wings. However, what happened next made both players extremely depressed. Although they were split into 3 parts, the extraordinary players on the 2 wings showed their extremely tenacious characteristics. They entangled the opponent tightly. 3-3, Bo was much better than them in terms of strength. However, with the support of Su Jin and Zheng, even if they were unable to defeat the opponent, it was enough to entangle the opponent. Xinzhao Ilan and Xinye, with the support of Su Jing and blood replenishment, did not worry about their physical value decreasing at all. They exchanged injuries for injuries and entangled the opponent tightly. On Zheng side, his skills constantly interfered, making the 3 opponents always in negative states such as skills being interrupted, movements being stiff, and bodies being knocked away. Although it did not affect them much, it also effectively restrained the opponent's progress. 5 minutes, what are you doing? Wang Chong almost had no strength to speak. These guys are really good at fighting a mess. Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian smiled bitterly at the same time. Their attack on both sides was not unsuccessful. The opponent was beaten back step by step. However, on the left side, whenever Xinzhao Ilan and Xinye's health was almost running out, Su Jing would use an almost cold-blooded recovery skill. On the right side, whenever Yan'el Yuanyu and Yusi could not resist retreating, Zheng Qi's precise stun skill forced Hong Jian and others to stop their attack. It took 7 or 8 minutes for Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian's team to suppress the Fifan team to their own goal. At this time, Zheng Qi and others in the middle also gradually returned to defense. Although Zhao Fen and Linking Head both died once in the process, by the time the people from Bodhi came up, they had already passed the 10-second cooling period. Focus on killing those 2 guys, kill them. Wang Chong shouted. He didn't want to waste any more time. Although he was very calm, it was obvious that if the opponent continued to delay that game like this, it would drag the game into an unpredictable situation. If both sides were in good condition, then both would have a better chance of winning. However, if both sides were exhausted and inevitably made mistakes, then the chances of winning would be infinitely narrowed. This was exactly what both needed to avoid. Although it was impossible to change players in a fierce game, once the attack was successful, they would replace most of the main players to let them recover their energy. Now the attack was stuck in a quagmire, and they couldn't change players properly. On the contrary, although Fifen kept losing people, he also passively completed the substitution. Their personnel changes were much more frequent than both. Such frequent substitutions would theoretically affect the combat effectiveness. After all, the performance of the players should be gradually brought into play. However, except for a few key players, the other players of Fifen are just part of the whole team. They just need to do their own things well, without considering tacit understanding. This low-end tactic actually played a positive role in such a situation. The game was a bit chaotic. Many discerning spectators saw this. A chaotic game means that the prospects are unclear, and it means that it is difficult to distinguish the winner. However, this is different from the suspense of high-level games. This is a low-level suspense. An ugly game is still a game after all, and it still has its appeal. To win, the player's self-sacrificing impact, almost tragically attract all the opponent's offensive to oneself, and use one's body to open the channel to tear open Fifen's defense line. Under the cover of their teammates, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi rushed out from both sides and rushed towards Su Jing, who was in the middle. Although the opponent's offensive was close at hand, Su Jing still didn't even frown. He used a wooden ox and flowing horse steadily in his hand to extend the life of Xin's Ilan, whose blood volume was almost at the bottom. Just when Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi's attack was about to hit Su Jing, Xin rushed out diagonally and blocked the opponent's continuous skills with his body. The physical value that was close to full value was quickly emptied and turned into light and left the field. It was just a moment of delay. Zheng Qi's ultimate move of ash flying in the air was launched. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi were hurt and their speed inevitably slowed down. Su Jing retreated 2 steps and was protected by his teammates again. Seeing that he had lost the opportunity to kill Su Jing, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi quickly retreated. Yan Chong threw out a timely order in danger, and then stopped the crazy knife of chaos from chasing Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi. This was a contest of courage, fighting spirit and passion. Players from both sides kept dying, and then people kept coming in to support. Both had the advantage in terms of level, while Fifen had the advantage in terms of location. The players who could enter the field could get closer to the defensive area faster. After 5 minutes of continuous fierce attacks, they did not find any opportunities. Both retreated slightly, then completed 5 substitutions in batches, and then launched another fierce attack. Like waves, they launched attacks one after another, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. In such an attack, although the energy of their main force was constantly being consumed, they were also constantly putting pressure on Fifen's defense line, forcing them to make mistakes. Even if Fifen's substitutions would not affect their overall performance, under such substitutions, Fifen's players still inevitably made mistakes. Finally, a small mistake led to a chain of mistakes. Zheng Qi, who was crazy, rushed into Fifen's lineup, and then attracted all of Fifen's attention. Yan Chong, who had been assisting from behind, suddenly rushed forward and used his only 2 offensive skills to involve Su Jing and Zheng Qi at the same time. Li Rui rushed forward a little and was stopped by the opponent. The other players of both cooperated well and concentrated their fire. Su Jing was the first to be sent out of the competition venue, and Zheng Qi was the next to be sent out. Zheng Qi was about to make a move, but he heard a shout from Baotlumeng. "Hold it!" Zheng Qi's hand froze, and the other players of both rushed past him and scored a goal. 3-2, both took the lead. Fin DS capture lo much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olviden de dull like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Si escribete nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si escribes no dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.